whatever, or whether it's worth us moving. We are, live. So, good evening, everybody. Just setting up here. Let me sort my YouTube stream out. Or whatever, or whether it's worth us moving.
Yeah, it's all working fine.
I don't know how to get to that bit, though. I can't get to it. I don't know. I don't know where it is. I'll have to find it tomorrow. Sorry. We'll just have to deal with it.
Okay, well, maybe if I say any mods in the chat, straight away delete the bots that you always see that are posting the something dot something. And anyone who comes in making multiple accounts to get around being hidden.
Yeah, be lenient, but firm.
Firm but lenient.
Right, so Logic Night.
Is that
10.
passive aggressive?
Could be.
Similar.
So Logic Night 10. We're going to be going over a video made on the Research Flat Moon channel, adult globe Earth server owner. Something about debunking me, but I mean, before we get there, we'll give a chance for everybody to get in. We'll have a chat, shall we, about...
Bev.
Yeah.
You either need to turn yourself up on Discord or turn everyone else down.
I don't know how to do that.
Yeah, because you're coming up very quiet, so you need to put your own volume up as far as you can.
It is up.
And then, well, if that's not going to work, you need to
turn everybody
lower
else down.
everyone else's volume. Mm-hmm.
How's that working? I've put everybody else at -18. Go on, you talk now and let's see what that looks like for everybody else.
Okay, Brian, if you let us know if we're getting down to about the same level. Thanks.
Yeah. Is that... yeah, it sounds good in Discord, and that's the difference is what goes through to Streamlabs, I'm guessing. Was that anybody in the YouTube? Anyway, better. Thank you very much.
Apparently it's better. Thank you.
So oh, go on.
I'm just going to say though, that's only me that you've turned down, so everyone else is.
No, I've turned the desktop audio down on the mixer. So it should be everybody from. It's not like an internal on Discord thing. That's
okay. Perfect.
Thank you. Thank you, people, and thank you, new members. Recap from, if we go over the process of where we came from with the logic, seeing as people might be listening, give everybody a chance to catch up. We decided a bit ago to run through logic, but we decided to do that as the group that we are, and it only became fun to do, to test out. There was obviously because of the way we've been talking, people don't want to talk to us, and we decided that that was probably the logical way that we were thinking that made us ask questions that become a little bit too hard for some people to handle. So they started moving us out of the way, and now we're where we are. Just recently, there's been an upset in like you call it the community. We've never really been in the community, but we're into people watching. There's a lot of people around here that do this and listen to conversations. There is a lot of people, I think, that do this and tune in just because they're fascinated with everything that's going on. The conversation, it stimulates the mind. There's a lot of people that do it because they're out for hate group or whatever, because they think they're bashing a group of people that are less intelligent than them or something. I don't know. There's some strange behaviours going on. So we decided that it was getting harder and harder for us to have conversations. We'd go around in a group around to different servers, and we'd end up getting kicked out because they don't like the conversation. We always come with conversations like this. It's nice, pleasant conversations, but people get riled up at, I don't know, what they perceive we're saying. I don't know. And then Ranty decided to do what Ranty did, and he left that channel there for Brandon. Brandon didn't have his heart in it or whatever, for whatever reason, and the trolls took over that place, and that ended up leaving. Geo started up a new server called Earth Awakenings Discord server. This is where we're talking about at the minute. So he started up that server, and he said it was a community one. We tried to say that to Brandon as well. You know, like that's what needed within this place, is a community server where people can just come in and have a chat with each other. We said it'd never work because there's certain elements within the community that are always fighting with each other. So we decided, for fun, to do a live show in the middle of the server, right in the middle of the community, and we would start talking about the very subject that most people don't seem to be able to discuss. Logic. The logic night started, and we just started discussing basic logic, and it's developed to what it is today. Now, we will obviously have to go back through all of those things, because logic is like that. It's always, we don't want to be going off into fancy places with this logic. We want to be keeping it just for thinking people, people, everyday people, to be doing. This isn't something, a course, you're going to be writing things down. It's just simply a way of thinking, and use your brain to sort of process things mathematically, but mathematically is logically, in a way. So we've developed this logic. It's just a group of us. Anyone's free to come in and join us on the Discord. Everybody put the link out there. This is just basic logic, and we're on number 10. And just recently there has been a new person injected himself into the community. I don't know. I say that the community, the very little bit that we're doing at the minute, we've been doing this logic, and there's somebody's come in and decided that we're not doing it right. Well, this is logic, and this is the way we do things. Pretty simply. So we're going to be going over somebody's review of what we call t-shirt logic. Being a design house group of people that we are, we just have fun, really. We're just a group of people making stuff, and DP, our meme guy, was making t-shirts or t-shirt designs. Best place to put the memes is on a t-shirt. And we were just sort of playing about with logic. And obviously, I could say triggering a certain group of people, but in order to draw in conversation, we developed this. I mean, did we go over the logic? Have we actually gone over the formulation of the logic completely? I think we did the other week, didn't we? The t-shirt logic with the A in the parallel. A is parallel to A.
Yeah, we did do that, yeah.
Right, it might be worth just doing a quick recap on it.
Okay, so let me see if I can find some of these pictures. In the logic folder.
There may be new viewers, new watchers.
Yeah.
Who are unfamiliar with it.
This is the most triggering logic to the model afflicted ever made for fun. Oh, wait a minute. The one with your... There you go. Right, let it be shown. Got it here. So this was the design. The A reads, if A is parallel to B, then A is parallel to A and B is parallel to B. It's logic and it's mathematical parallel signs. We probably could be wrote a little bit better. We could probably do a bit more funky stuff. But remember, this is just for t-shirts. It's just t-shirt logic. And then the one underneath is if horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then horizontals are parallel to each other. Parallel to horizontal. Very simple logic. Based on an if-then statement. And that's where we're going to have to start off today. We've got a few people here now, right? So I'll put this in. Can you guys see in the stream? I don't know whether you guys in the Discord can see that, but I've got a thing from the Logic Night chat, and it's the Modus ponens and Modus tollens. Should I tell you what? I'll put it in the chat here for you guys, so you can see it as well. Now, might seem a little bit fancy, but it is. The Modus ponens and Modus tollens is a method of affirming and the method of denying. That's what the meaning. Some people say different ways, different meanings of it and all of that. But that's basically what it is. It's a method of affirming and a method of denying things. So it says, if A, then B. Simple. But we choose to say if P, then Q. So provided one of them, the if, is called the antecedent and the then is called the consequent. So one, you start off with the antecedent, that's what must come first, and the consequent is a result of the first thing coming. So in this particular one, in order to describe like the if and then, it says, if, this is brilliant, this as well, I'm glad I found this one. If an angle is inscribed in a semicircle, then it is a right angle. That's it. If an angle is inscribed in a semicircle, then it is a right angle. And then it says this angle is not a right angle, therefore this angle is not inscribed in a semicircle. So, like, one implies the other, and from that you can say whether it either follows or it doesn't follow. Because the first one implies the second one. So it's just a matter of getting your P's and Q's correct, or as Emma says, mind your P's and Q's. Very simple statement. And I think I've got another one. Oh, this is a wiki page, isn't it? Back again. Can you guys see that? See the other one? I'll switch the screen on so everybody else in the Discord, in the YouTube can see it, but you guys, it's the Modus tollens. If you go into the other chat, you can just click on it. It says, in propositional logic, modus tollens, also known as modus tollendo, tollens, the method of removing by taking away. Different meanings again. Latin. They're a nightmare. Everybody keeps telling you different things about it. And denying the consequent is a deductive argument form and a rule of inference. It doesn't, that all of that sort of stuff sounds a bit weird, right? Modus tollens takes the form of if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. It is an application of the general truth that if a statement is true, then so is its contrapositive. So that's the form of modus tollens. Now, most people within this arena would have heard of the other modus tollens that goes by the name of the black swan, which seems to be, there's a lot of people at the minute that don't want to touch the black swan as a logical statement, logical argument, or whatever. They seem to be going after horizontal logic, parallel logic. So the other modus tollens built upon like if P then Q would be I don't know whether to call it famous, because maybe people have heard of it, but I don't think it's that good at all. And we will get round to going over it. We did ask Mr. Sensible whether he wanted to go over and go over this black swan, and finally put it to that's how I was just pointed out. One of the problems with the if P then Q statement of the black swan, and that is he thinks it's a picture, which it isn't. It's a logic. This is logic night, and the if P then Q is a logical statement that's got nothing to do with a picture. So, nice one, Homer, for pointing out how a logical argument has been misrepresented into a picture. Thank you very much. So that's the point of the logical argument is just the words and the way of laying out the argument in a format where you as long as you check your P's and Q's and you mind your P's and Q's, make sure that the antecedent and the consequent are real things, and one does lead on to the other, it is a valid consequent, then you're good. So within our argument, what have we got? Is it worth going over if we recap the logic? Let me find the actual picture for the logic, because this was one of the ones that I did. So this is one of mine, not DP's. Have you got your meme, DP, or we've got a GIF now, haven't we? We get that one in there. So it says, if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all horizontals are parallel to each other. We've been over this before. That's a meme. I made that one particularly. There's a couple of clips of Euclidean geometry propositions. One from book 1, one from book 11, I think. I can find them out. No problem. But the point is, it's just a basic logical statement. If, then. If all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, it's just an if, with a then, all horizontals are parallel to each other. Simple logic. So I'll get this video queued up. I thought I'd already got it out. Maybe not. I'll have a look. Queue it up.
Okay, I'm going.
Right, now this is. You guys want my screen on? That good for you guys in here? I want to make sure that everybody's can get in before we start playing it.
Shite, Mike, sorry. I'm in.
I just looked in the chat. Somebody wants to go over how QE debunked Bev. Wow. Let us know. Let us know what QE debunked me on. Anytime.
Oh, this looks like the same guy from last night, so...
Oh, is it?
Hello, Chucky Brad boy.
Chunky. Nice. Don't get too upset. Right, so... are you on there? See this? Can you see that? Oh, there you go. You guys are all right on the YouTube. So this is a video on research flat moon. We're going over. flat moon. I don't know. I think he thinks it's funny, but I mean, could be a flat earther in disguise. He's got some guy coming over and doing flat earth logic. He's talking about it. There's quite a few views, 1,200 views, and it's titled Bebby Debunks Bev. Well, it's just logic, and we'll see what goes over. Bebby came round to have a discussion about this. It's just the simple logic, like we just said. So here we go. This is, anybody wants to pipe in, just give us a shout. Obviously, there's none of me in this.
Okay, I'm going to start now. So, yep, flat Earth in logical form. I've changed the names of 2 stars in the well-known constellation. So on 30th of December...
So I don't know what flat Earth in logical form's got to do with this. We must have told him 20 times when he came round here, we are not flat earthers. Yet, he seems to think it is. I told him to not take this over there as a flat earth argument specifically, because this argument is based in reality. But as the genius that he is, he decides to go over there to the Adult Globe Earth Discord server and say this.
Last week I presented a critique of an argument purporting to prove that the Earth is not a globe, and the argument was deliberately bad. Some people sadly did not spot this, but we discussed afterwards, and I think most people get it. I was presenting an argument and then pointing out, well, here are the bad things about it. There are also some challenges to my quote from Łukasiewicz, the Polish logician, and I'm going to cover that in the presentation, but essentially Łukasiewicz said, logic is not about thinking or thought, it's about how you express those thoughts and how we test the expression of those thoughts for a valid argument. My argument was identified with no one in particular, but Bev of the Discord Next Level server, and also of the Try Thinking YouTube channel, complained I was misrepresenting his argument.
I didn't complain that he was misrepresenting my argument, because it wasn't my argument. He just took some logic over to Bob's server. He didn't talk to us about any of that logic. We've got a conversation talking with this man about this stuff that he took over to Bob's. Not our logic. We didn't make it up. He did. He said he'd been talking to flat earth servers. He only came to us and he didn't talk to us about any of it. So he must have been to other places to develop this logic. There's no need for him to link it to us at all. He's the one that was obsessed with us. I'd suggest that to Bob as well, this man, go over all of the videos that I've put him out, so he can talk. You can hear what he says. That wasn't our logic. He never said it was. I don't know why he just said that then. I don't have logic. Not mine. Logic is logic. We all discuss it. So I don't know what he's doing. It seems very strange to me.
So I was committing the straw man fallacy. Well, I wasn't aiming my argument at any particular group of people. I was just saying, here is an argument which you try to prove that the Earth is not a globe, and here are the flaws in it. Then I asked Bev to present his argument in structured form, and we had a long conversation about that on his channel. So read on.
Which you can listen to. He didn't ask me to present my argument. He just said, have you got any logic? And I said, yeah, we've got this. This is just one of the little bits of logic we've done. We've got others. I didn't want to show him the other stuff. Way too potent for this man. This is just a simple bit of logic we did for t-shirt logic. That's why I gave it to Bebby. I didn't know whether he could handle too much. So we thought we'd test him with this to see whether we could get him to deliver it into the heart of the adult Globe Earth Discord server. He did. Here we go.
So Bev sent me this. It's a meme, as it's called. And it's meant to prove the following. So it's meant to prove that all horizontals, whatever horizontals mean, are parallel to each other.
Why did he say prove? Can anybody remember when Bebby was round here? Did this come across as a proof, or was it just t-shirt logic?
I think it was implicitly stated that it was t-shirt logic.
Not proof, right? Because we have tried to have conversations about proof, haven't we?
We are in the middle of trying to discover what people consider to be proofs.
Yeah. Now, I would definitely remember if I have ever said this was to prove anything. I have never said that. So, Bebby, massive misrepresentation. Not very logical either. I don't imagine why you would do that, something like that. Especially seeing as it's all been recorded. Really strange.
It's a meme, so it's not exactly in structured form to start with.
No, it's a
but
t-shirt
let's
logic.
try and make some sense of it. So, right, you see this sort of two teenage girls chatting. Just above there's a sort of an older looking, sort of academic looking
No way.
document that says Proposition 9 theorem. Bev later, he did a presentation last night. Bev later said that was from Euclid, but actually it's not really, because it's actually directly quoting John Playfair from his 1819 supplement to Euclid's Elements. You can see the title page of that book on the right.
Oh, just a minute. I'm going to have
Playfair was
to
famous for replacing Euclid's...
just chat amongst yourselves for a moment.
Hey, Bev, somebody's saying that the volume of the video in YouTube is low. FYI.
I'd be interested to find out why Hoymar considers the black swan to be a photograph.
Well, that's how it was presented. Like,
Oh, sorry. Somebody got the door. Right, so I have to go back over that. I couldn't quite get a grip.
Bev, hang on a second.
Yeah,
I don't know whether you heard Mobius, but he was saying that people are still saying that you're low in YouTube.
I can't.
Still.
I don't know what I can do about it. There's...
no, not you. The video that you're playing.
Oh, the
right,
video's
right.
low. It's full volume.
And this Bebby, he's really low, softly spoken as well.
Yeah, I can't. Like, can you actually hear it or not? I mean, he is really softly spoken.
Yeah, in your live stream, I can hear it, but not in the video. I guess the volume's low on YouTube. It's coming across.
Something's putting the volume low. Oh, well, I suppose that might be the desktop audio, right? And what I'm going to have to do then is lift the desktop audio back again. So I'm guessing that's why it might be really low in there, because the voices from Discord are coming through. Yeah, I think that's it. Right, I've had to turn it down. Right, so I think I've never even watched this before, so we'll go over this bit again. I think he's about to lie or something. But
academic looking
check the sound
document that says Proposition 9 theorem. Bev later, he did a presentation last night. Bev later said that was from Euclid, but actually it's not really, because it's actually directly quoting John Playfair from his 1819 supplement to Euclid's Elements. You can see the title page of that book on the right. Playfair was famous for replacing Euclid's...
Right. He's talking about the proposition number 9, which he didn't replace. And I don't know, he says Playfair was famous for replacing Euclid's fifth postulate with a different axiom. Well, like we said, we don't have that. We do with a Euclid night on Thursdays, and it's the 12th axiom. He didn't replace it. It's Isaac Todd Hunter edit that Playfair didn't get his hands on, and Isaac Todd Hunter reverted it back to as close as possible. We even check people that get to check about it. All of those propositions and postulates are as close to the Euclid as we've got. We've got the people who have the Greek copy of it. So nice try, Bebby, but sorry. The propositions within Euclid. I don't know who you're trying to fool, but that's a pretty bad shot.
The famous fifth postulate with a different axiom. He didn't challenge the need for the fifth postulate, but we don't need to go into that anyway. If anyone wants to look at the Wikipedia entry for Playfair's axiom, you've got it there. The point is, that quote you're seeing called Proposition 9 theorem is actually not from Euclid. I'm not sure you could even find it in Euclid.
It is. It's from my book that's here right at the side of me. Let's have a look. Anybody else got a Euclid book that we've got there? It is Proposition 9. Two straight lines which are each of them parallel to the same straight line and not in the same plane with it are parallel to one another. That's what that is. Proposition 9, Betty. Book 11. Solid geometry. You might not have got that far. Shocking, I know.
I'm just having a look through mine now.
Book 11. Proposition 9. He's claiming that Playfair added that in an axiomatic system. Nice. I'm pretty sure you never made it to book 11, Betty. We can go over that, but I mean it's book 11. It's quite advanced. We only started to do the definitions and axioms last week, so we'll be going back over it again. Anybody wants to come in the Discord, we can go over this. But I mean, again, it's just t-shirt logic, stating that parallel lines. I particularly did this parallel logic because I know for a fact that this parallel stuff is the most triggering for a group of model afflicted people. Parallel lines is hard, like he says, the one that they like to imagine as being the fifth postulate. Yep. Kevin says also confirms in the YouTube chat. Yeah. Book 11, Proposition 9. Straight lines parallel to the plane. Not plane. Well, we can go over that at any point. So, Bebby, sorry, proof false. Nothing to do with Playfair. It's actually within the elements of Euclid. Should have picked somebody else, guys. I mean, I hope you weren't fooled by this with the Globers. I know most of the Globers that watched Bebby's one over there at Research Flat Moon channel won't watch this. So when he's lying like he just was there, they won't bother checking it up. They won't look at Euclid Book 11 because it's frightening for this group of people. They're never going to actually look for this stuff because they're scared of it. Really scared of it. Carry on anyway.
Bev last night presented it as being Proposition 30 of Book 1 of Euclid's Elements, but...
Proposition 30 of Book 1 is the other picture that's there. The one that's underneath it where it says the plane of the horizon. There's two. One in Book 1 that deals with straight lines and one in Book 11 that deals with planes. Because the straight line and the plane are developments from each other into 2D to 3D, it makes sense that the earlier ones about the straight lines are how it leads on into the planes within solid logic. Yeah, put the kettle on. Yeah. So, again.
It is a slightly different, that's a slightly different proposition. So, first point for logic, or rather for good scholarship.
It's not slightly different, it's got one extra dimension. One of them's in plane geometry within the first 10 books. And the other one is in solid geometry, Book 11. They're very different. Like one of them exists on a plane, a two-dimensional surface, and the other one exists solid. It's in reality. It's the geometry of reality, Book 11. All of the work that you do all the way up to it is teaching you how to perform geometry in reality, Book 11. Bebby hasn't worked that out yet. But it was nice of him to deliver this to the model afflicted.
If you're quoting something, make sure you're quoting from the thing you say you're quoting from.
Is he saying to me there that he's trying to berate me for not quoting from Euclid when it's quite obviously Euclid? And it's a meme. So not only is he wrong, but it's just a meme. Stating horizontal parallel logic, we call it.
Right, there are some minor errors, not serious errors, but there are some minor errors in what he's got there. So first of all, a tribar sign, which is the three horizontal parallel lines, actually does not mean horizontal lines, although he says it does. You can just see it. You see that picture one up from the bottom. That does not mean horizontal lines. It's actually in logic. In logic, it means if and only if.
Right. This is where Bebby's got really confused, and again, we did tell him this is T-shirt logic, and when we did go over the this meme that we did these signs and this, and I tried to tell him again, it's for T-shirt. It was just made to join a conversation together, to make something up that looks weird and mathematical, but isn't. Just to join a conversation together about the horizontal parallel logic. So when we did this, and I told Bebby when we did this, there is a mixture of logic and mathematical symbols, and one that we made up. So the two lines mean parallel in mathematics. The backwards C is the if-then from logic, like he says. Like certain things are logic, and the upside down V is an and. That means and.
The one we made up was.
Well, I'm going to get to that bit now. The three lines, like he's trying to say, within logic means something. Well, we were using mathematical symbols as well. We made this up for a T-shirt. We told Bebby this. So the three lines are mathematically meaning horizontal. He claims that we said that, and we did. It definitely did. The three lines with like an equals with another line on top of it or below it literally means horizontal in mathematics. Three parallel horizontal lines means horizontal. So yeah, and the one that we made up, obviously, the horizon, the one with the sun. We couldn't think how to do it. It took us about a day to work out how to do that.
Didn't it?
How are we going to represent the horizon in this logic? It's T-shirt logic. You just make it up.
I think I actually did make that one up. I couldn't find anything to represent the horizon, so I literally put that one together in a logo designing app. So that one there is literally made up.
Yeah. And then it was a matter of arranging it, and how do you arrange it? And we put one on top of the other one. So if we have the three bars, we'll have the horizontal lines, three lines making a horizontal, and with the logic wrote in between the three lines of the horizontal being parallel. It was all just symbolic for T-shirt logo to get away through this.
And as a conversation starter as well.
Yeah, that's what it's all about.
Which is evidently what has happened.
That's exactly what this was meant to be bringing around, was this conversation. Simple logic for people to discuss. And that's what logic is. It's an argument form, but argument as in this. Words put together to create a discussion about the argument. It's just a discussional thing. It's not a proof or anything like Bebby seems to think it is. It's just T-shirt logic from a group of people just sort of talking about stuff. Like, we know it's triggering because parallel lines are really upsetting. Like, they can't actually be there. They to a certain group of people, there can be no such thing as a parallel. They don't exist. Which is, it's an interesting one, but that's why we took this particular thing. I mean, we were tasked with the chance of putting level to horizontal, trying to link the two of those. And this is just one of the steps of the way that we go to get there. Level being horizontal, and this is the horizontal parallel logic. So I'll see one more of his critique of the T-shirt logic design that we told him. It's not structured like traditional logic because it's for a t-shirt design. Come on, don't be so anal about stuff. We told him.
Imagine how boring a logical statement would have been on the front of a t-shirt.
Yeah, because you would have had to have wrote the horizon.
Yeah. Then it would take somebody like Bebby to stop you in the street and ask you what it says.
You've not wrote it correctly.
Yeah.
Right, here we go. Let's try to see what else he's got.
You can just see it. You see that picture one up from the bottom. That does not mean horizontal lines. It's actually in logic. In logic, it means if and only if.
Is he not
So
showing
P,
anybody
if and
any
only
of
if
this?
Q, or in mathematics, it sometimes means identical to, or sometimes means equal by definition. The second point, which he's got completely wrong, is in Euclid, a line cannot be parallel to itself. Because what does parallel mean for Euclid? It means two lines that never intersect.
I can't remember anybody ever saying a line was parallel to itself. Ever. That's ridiculous. And no one I know has ever said that, other than Bebby, again. So what Bebby's doing is taking this over there as a straw man and saying that somebody else has said it, but nobody else has ever said it, just him. So he's getting away with saying this stuff over there. This is brilliant for Bebby. I mean, blatant lie. And of course, a line cannot be parallel to itself
At any point ever. But obviously a straight line intersects itself at every point, so a straight line can never be parallel to itself. For Euclid, you could obviously redefine parallel if you want, but looking at Bev's presentation last night, he was clearly saying he got this from Euclid, which he clearly didn't. I've got the link to the video.
Got what from Euclid? My t-shirt logic.
No, you got that from... Well, we put it together, but you got the t-shirt logic from me. I gave you the design. So that's...
But the actual proposition 9 that we did actually get from Euclid, we actually got from Euclid. So, like, obviously, we made up the t-shirt thing design for the t-shirt design. Euclid didn't get that, but all the rest of the stuff that we actually got from Euclid, we got that from Euclid. I don't know what Bebby's talking about, but I mean, anybody wants to have a discussion about what we did get from Euclid, then come and have a chat, because we got it from Euclid. We'll walk you through every step of the way, and this is simple logic. Go over it again, then.
Video
again.
Down there. Those who are interested. But there's some far more serious errors in this meme than that. So let's quote Playfair. The bit that is actually quoted in that meme. It says, two straight lines, note the word straight lines, which are each of them parallel to the same straight line, not in the same plane with it, are parallel to one another. So that's a theorem. That's a theorem about straight lines which are parallel to each other and nothing else. Bev says all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, note the word plane, and all horizontals are parallel to each other. Okay, spot the error. Well, actually two errors. First error is that, again, he's not quoting what he's citing. He's citing what turns out to be Playfair, but what he's quoting is something quite different.
What's he saying it turns out to be Playfair? What's that mean? Turns out to be proposition 9 in book 11. And it does say two straight lines, each of which are then parallel to the same straight line and not in the same plane with it, are parallel to one another. horizontals, more than one, are parallel to the plane. There you go, there's a plane. Same straight line. And not in the same plane. Well, it's obviously it's a different plane. Then all horizontals are parallel to each other. It just follows from one from the other. I don't see what his problem is. And it's not, like I say, it's not a proof of anything. It's just simple logic. Does one follow the other? Bebby thinks not.
Also, if horizontals means horizontal lines, that statement is false. Now, just think of this. We've got a straight line parallel to the plane of the horizon, and we've got another straight line also parallel to the plane of the horizon. And suppose both of those are in the same plane. And suppose one of them is pointing north-south, the other is pointing east-west. And those horizontal lines, while parallel to the plane of the horizon, are not parallel to each other.
Bebby's making a mistake about horizontals. I think Brandon did this when we were over there at Brandon's also. A horizontal is a plane, isn't it? It's not just a line. It's a how would you say? In a horizontal plane, all of the straight lines contained within it will be horizontal. But I mean, anyone can have a discussion about what they think horizontal lines are and how whether they're in the same plane or whatever. Let the discussion ensue. Well, I mean, I think what he's trying to say there is if you have a line going east to west and a line going north to south and they're in the same plane, then they'll be crossing each other, but they'll be in the same plane. And what this says, two straight lines which are each of them parallel to the same straight line and are not in the same plane with it are parallel to one another. It's simple. I mean, we can go through it at any point.
You're actually crossing at some point. Any questions on that?
He keeps asking people if there's any questions, but I don't think anybody is willing to discuss anything with Bebby. So
I personally don't think anybody that he's addressing has got the knowledge to ask him questions about what he's feeding them.
Yeah, well, nobody would know anything about Playfair. Or the fifth postulate and the famous fifth postulate, as he calls it. They'd probably feel a little bit embarrassed at him calling it the famous fifth postulate if they didn't know what it was and what it meant. Particularly if they've only ever heard us talking about it, the 12th axiom, triangle axiom.
I don't think any of them could structure a question in their own heads to ask, let alone actually ask him a question about what he's saying to them.
Right, so, okay, well, yeah, I'll go forward.
I'll continue.
Yeah, you can continue.
Now, the charity principle in logic, or in scholarship generally, says if your opponent, the other side, appears to be making no sense whatsoever, then try and understand them, try and reinterpret what they appear to mean in a way that does make sense. It's widely used in scholarship, not always. So perhaps Bev means something else. Well, actually, he didn't mean something else, because I wrote this presentation a couple of days ago. Bev, last night, actually said, he confirmed at some point in that presentation, to which you have the link, he actually meant lines. So he was saying horizontal lines that are parallel to the plane of the horizon, the plane of the horizon, must be parallel. That's completely false. So charity principle doesn't always work when you...
You have to remember, within this logic, it states, if horizontal lines are parallel to the plane of the horizon. It just says horizontals. But let's just say if you've got two horizontal lines and they are not parallel to the plane of the horizon, then that wouldn't be if they are. So the logical statement reads, if horizontal lines are parallel to the plane of the horizon. So it's talking about the horizontal lines that are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
And surely he's just made a positive statement. So logically it's up to him now to prove that positive statement.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's easy to do because you just have to show where the horizontal lines that aren't parallel to the plane of the horizon are. Mm-hmm. Or show a horizontal line that is not part of a horizontal plane. That would be simple as well.
Yeah, Debbie, when you've got a spare 5 minutes.
Simple geometric dealing with a logical argument is to deal with the logical argument and come up with statements rather than just saying words about charity principle and nobody making sense. How about actually attacking the argument rather than seems to be like the person? Really strange for somebody who's meant to be a logician tackling t-shirt logic. If you're struggling this hard for t-shirt logic or content or even whatever, don't know whether Bob sent him over to get some more content for his channel. Bring us some of that logic. Just logic from reality. Good luck, Bob.
Like to flat Earth.
Wait a minute, did he say anything about flat Earth again then? What?
Lines. So he was saying horizontal lines that are parallel to the plane of the horizon, the plane of the horizon, must be parallel. That's completely false. So charity principle doesn't always work when you apply it to flat Earth.
Ooh.
The charity principle doesn't always work when you apply it to flat Earth. Why would he be applying it to flat Earth? This is a logical argument about horizontals being parallel to the plane of the horizon. I mean, that's not flat Earth, is it? That's really strange. I mean, model affliction.
Okay, well, I'll try for a charitable interpretation. Don't want to be accused of a straw man, but the point is none of what Bev said there and that meme made any sense at all. The only sense I can make of it is this. Interpret it as saying, if all planes are parallel to the same plane, and those planes are parallel to one another, and that's clearly true. Oh. But note, and here's another error in Bev's presentation.
Right. If all planes are parallel to the same plane, then they are parallel to one another. Like almost as if you're saying, if all horizontals are parallel to the same plane, then they are parallel to one another. So if all planes are parallel to the same plane, then they are parallel to one another. So could you say if all horizontals are parallel to horizontals? That if horizontals are parallel to horizontal, then they're parallel to one another. Sort of. I mean, just as a quick one to say, to go with the logical sort of thing. Maybe Bebby might want to come back at that. What does he think?
Not only parallel to one another, but parallel to the same plane as well.
Yeah, I would say so.
Mm-hmm.
Not flat earth logic, though, again, Bebby, just reality. Horizontals are parallel. Observably. Measurably. We go, carry on.
An if-then statement is not an argument. He clearly takes it to be an argument because he said last night.
He said it was a proof at the beginning, now it's not even an argument. What's he talking about? Just t-shirt logic. This is bad.
Those planes are parallel to one another, and that's clearly true. But note, and here's another error in Bev's presentation, an if-then statement is not an argument. He clearly takes it to be an argument because he said last night, well, you can express the argument either as an if-then statement or if as a P, therefore Q statement. But, well, you can't. It's a proposition, it's a material implication, whereas an argument consists of one or more propositions or premises plus exactly one conclusion. If P then Q is a proposition, so not a premise or a conclusion, hence not an argument. The correct form, if he wants to present an argument at all, is if P then Q, that's your first premise, and P, second premise, therefore Q. So far I have reinterpreted Bev's argument in a way that now sort of makes sense. So the argument would be this.
Before he goes, this is at 8 minutes, we'll go back to the actual logic. Where's that? To see, because I did write it in a way. Oh. Well, I'll go back to it, and I'll go back to that. If P, then Q. P, then Q. Right, was what he said. Go back to remember that.
Would be this. If all planes are parallel to the same plane, then they are parallel to one another. Mm-hmm. All horizontal planes are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Therefore, all horizontal planes are parallel to one another. Is that...
Wow. Is it I think did he rewrite that for us? Let's have a look. Mm-hmm.
Or a conclusion, hence not an argument. The correct form, if he wants to present an argument at all, is if P then Q, that's your first premise, and P, second premise, therefore Q. Okay,
if P.
So far I have reinterpreted Bev's argument in a way that now sort of makes sense.
Right, so he's reinterpreted t-shirt logic for us nicely. He's not meaned it. I mean, this wouldn't look very good on a t-shirt at all. What do you reckon, DP? He's not done as good a job of this as we did, actually, has he?
We can have a go at it.
Well, yeah, I
Stick
mean...
it on a t-shirt and maybe Bebby might want to buy one.
See if Bebby can come up with the, you know, like with it framed within the thing as well. I mean... So, what do you reckon to his argument as opposed to ours, right? If it read, if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all horizontals are parallel to each other. And then if you look at it carefully, you take the if and then away. It says horizontals, all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Therefore, all horizontals are parallel to each other. That's the way it was wrote, but it's a meme form. I know Bebby doesn't really understand the meme or even understand how to communicate with people about these things. I believe it's called active listening, where you sort of make sure that you're understanding what people are saying correctly. He doesn't seem to have that ability, because he did come over. He asked to write it down a few times and we had to keep repeating it to him. And it still seems that he hasn't seemed to have got it. But, I mean, this seems quite good. We go, let's see what he does here. Now, remember, as well, this is Bebby, a man that came in here a bit ago, talked to us, and he's talked to us twice. He's done 2 presentations over there at Research Flat Moon's Adult Globe Earth Discord server. I don't know whether he stayed and had a chat with anyone. Rumpus came in earlier and said he was going to have a chat with Bebby. So that may be Rumpus having a chat with him. But that's it. As far as we know, that's as much as anybody's ever chatted to Bebby. He's doing this, and he is about to deliver this logic. I told him not to take it over there to the Globers. This is a bit too powerful. But check this out. Anybody might need clipping this from somewhere.
So the argument would be this: if all planes are parallel to the same plane, then they are parallel to one another. All horizontal planes are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Therefore, all horizontal planes are parallel to one another. Is that argument valid? So now we come to Lukasiewicz, who I quoted in the presentation.
Did you see the way that looks like it's been clipped? I'm pretty sure Bob clipped that. Because it just ended abruptly. Oh, is that when he had a power cut? He might have had a power cut and did that. Because there was deathly silence for that bit there. When he asked that. I'll go over it again. You'll know nobody says anything.
Horizon. Therefore, all horizontal planes are parallel to one another.
Therefore, he just sat in an Adult Globe Earth Discord server and said, therefore, all horizontal planes are parallel to one another, each other.
And nobody has argued with him about it.
Nobody said a word to him. Rather brave. I consider that. I mean, I'd mark this day as a day that goes down in history.
He took that to the core of, well, I'm going to say it, basically people that hate us and got no pushback from anybody.
Yeah. He delivered some of our perhaps most potent logic in there, and I'm not so sure they it computed. It may just be sitting there and waiting like a ticking time bomb.
I find it hilarious.
Yeah. Yeah. And like now we're going to go in there. Is it valid? Is this valid?
Is it valid? Is that argument valid?
No one.
So now we come to Lukasiewicz, who I quoted in the presentation last week. And this is really, really important. It's about assessing an argument presented verbally for validity. You can't...
Right. We did a bit of this last night, wizardry. Now, he's just took the horizontal parallel logic, wrote it, he says restructured it, and now he's gone to Lukasiewicz, which on logical form. He's not actually attacking the argument that we've brought forward. What he's doing, he's going to sophistry, playing about with the words and what other people think. I'll let you hear what other people think about logic.
Present a thought for validity because thoughts are psychological items, and us, we're clairvoyant. We don't know what another person's thoughts are. We can only assess a verbal expression of thought for validity. So Lukasiewicz says, there exists in logic a rule of inference called formerly Modus ponens, and still is called that. According to that rule, if an implication of the form if A then B is asserted, and the antecedent, i.e. A of this implication, is asserted too, we are allowed to assert its consequent B. So antecedent and consequence, these are logical terms inherited from the Latin, but it's not rocket science. Antecedent simply means the term that goes before.
Yeah.
Consequent simply means the term that goes after. So it's another word. Antecedent's another word for the A as you see it. Consequence, another word for B. He then says, in order to be able to apply this rule, we must know that the proposition A asserted separately, i.e., when you don't assert it as part of if A and then B, but if we assert it just as A on its own, we must know that that proposition expresses the same thought as the antecedent A of the implication, since only in this case are we allowed to perform the inference. We can state this only in the case where these two A's have exactly the same external form. Right, so we're not clairvoyant, assume that. We can't read minds. We don't know what
We're talking
the
about
person
horizontals
expressing
with
the
the
argument
A's.
means by A. So we can only assess
I'm
the argument
guessing
for validity by
horizontals are the
grasping the
same.
thoughts as expressed by the two A's. And a necessary, although not a sufficient condition, for identifying the two thoughts is the external equality of their expressions. So fasten upon that last bit, external equality.
Anybody? What was he just saying then? What was it important? Did it sound like you were learning logic from what he was saying there?
Sounded like a load of guff to me.
So the A's would have to be that's the horizontals.
Mm-hmm.
Would have to be the same. Well,
he's
they're
made
not the same, are they?
He's made a simple statement very complicated.
Yeah.
With
Why
what
do
he's
you
just
think he's
said.
doing that? Why do you think he's just dropped about the horizontals being parallel and now he's going to this little bit? This is sophistry. Anybody can't see this. Very simple logic. If all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all horizontals are parallel to each other. There's not many things within this logical statement that you could question around. And has he questioned any of those things? Or is he trying to question the logical form of if P then Q, modus tollens, not Q, therefore not P? Or is he going for the modus ponens? Yes, Q, therefore yes P. Wait, what is he trying to go for here?
It seems to me that he's more looking at the language, can I say, rather than, like you say, the modus tollens, the implications of what is being stated.
Yeah.
And the way the statement is made. It's just, for a guy who claims to focus on logic and know about logic, he seems to be avoiding the logic in the statement.
And not simplifying the logic. I mean, the idea of what we try and do here is to try and help people. Try and give people an understanding of the logic, of how it works in a simple form. He's not doing that. He's making it complicated. It seems like it's being made complicated by somebody who is just saying words to complicate a very simple logical statement. Everybody knows the modus ponens and the modus tollens are from antiquity. That's what mathematics is based on. These sort of statements. And a statement being either a true or false statement. You've just got to make sure they either are or they aren't. I'm going to carry on. I'm not too sure where he's going with all of this, but hopefully he'll sort of debunk the logic, hopefully.
So Bev's reinterpreted argument says if all planes are parallel to the same plane, then they are parallel to one another.
He said, Bev's reinterpreted argument. That's not Bev's reinterpreted argument. That's Bebby's reinterpretation of the logical
Bebby's
statement that he came round here that we've got as T-shirt logic. This is all Bebby's. Our logical statement reads as it is. Bebby's changing this here now. If he wants to come and have a go at the actual argument, then I suggest that's what he does, rather than rewriting it.
Premise 2 is all horizontal planes are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Now, you can immediately see, and again, this is not rocket science, the two antecedents in those premises, in the first premise, do not have the same form at all, because the sequence of words parallel to the same plane is not the same as the sequence of the words parallel to the plane of the horizon. If you're going to do logic at all...
I'd just like to put in here that Bebby's done that. Bebby's added a new statement in there that isn't the same as the one that he's reading. And now he's saying it doesn't work because the two aren't the same.
He's picking holes with the way that he himself has reworded the logical statement.
Yeah.
Which isn't our logical statement. It's his rewording that he's picking holes with.
Yeah. It's not our fault that he's reworded it, and it's not how he wants it to be reworded. I mean, that's not our fault, Bebby. Sorry. I've still got my T-shirt, though, so don't worry about that. I'm fine.
All, guys, if you're going to do logic at all, do it properly and make sure that you have the same terms, that the same term occurs in the same way everywhere in the same argument.
Hang on, Bev.
He's having a go at us because he's
a statement directed at himself.
Yeah.
Just there.
Well, I don't know.
Him.
He said, "Come on, guys." He's talking to everybody in that Discord server, surely. Or everybody listening to it. You people are listening to him doing his rewording of the logic. Come on. You can't be doing that. I'll put it back again. Listen to this. This isn't even good wizardry.
So, Bev's reinterpreted argument says if all planes are parallel to the same plane, then they are parallel to one another.
Not Bev's.
Premise 2 is all horizontal planes are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Now, you can immediately see, and again, this is not rocket science, the two antecedents
logic.
In those premises, in the first
good
premise,
logic.
Do not have the same form at all.
They're not the same.
Because the sequence of words parallel to the same plane is not the same as the sequence of the words parallel to the plane of the horizon. If you're going to do logic at all, guys, if you're going to do logic at all, do it properly and make sure that you have the same terms, that the same term occurs in the same way everywhere in the same argument.
So give him his due, Bev. He does actually admit his opening words there are Bev's reworded statement.
Yeah, but they're not.
So he has reworded the statement, and this is his
would have been
outcome.
Better if he'd have said, "Here's my rewording of Bev's statement."
Bev's statement, yeah, that would have been more truthful.
Yeah. And like, if you look at it again, it says if all planes are parallel to the same plane, then they are parallel to one another. All horizontal planes are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Well, one of them is an if-then statement, and the other one is all horizontal planes are parallel to the plane of the horizon. They're not the same at all, because one of them is an if-then statement, and the other one isn't an if-then statement. Is it? Like, it's definitely not the same, and it's nothing like our argument, right? They're nothing like what we wrote out. If you look at that, we wrote, if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all horizontals are parallel to each other. Where is that on that page? And why is that argument not being represented on the page? Why is he rewrote it only to say it's been rewrote wrong?
By the person who rewrote it.
By the guy that rewrote it, yeah. Like,
this Who is the guy that is doing the
debunking
presentation?
me because he's taken an argument, rewriting it for himself, and then debunking that.
That is the ultimate straw man or gaslighting, would you say?
This is terrible. Like, how does a man... Like, I mean, it just goes to show you how little logic... I mean, we already knew that the problem with when we start doing logic is they cannot keep up. They just can't keep up with us. So when Bebby knows that he can go into that room or wherever and do a presentation and no one's going to understand it over there.
And just to add in at this point that most of us, are banned from that server because they can't take the argument. They have to do all this behind our backs and talk about us rather than talking with us.
Yeah, they can't have this conversation that we are having right now. This is a logical argument that we're talking about. This is literally a logical argument, a discussion about the logic, a logical argument.
And that was offered to Bebby.
Yeah. If P, then Q. I know, I can see the guys are all out there. Team Bebby. He's putting Bev's argument into logical form. Is it not in logical form? If all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all horizontals are parallel to each other. Is that not a good enough logical statement?
Simple logical statement.
Yeah, it's very geometric as well. Like, so the logic and the geometry obviously go hand in hand, particularly in this. And nobody seems to be bothered about the actual geometrical aspect of this particular logical argument, which is it's hinged upon the geometry abound. And nobody's addressed any of that within this logical argument yet, other than saying he couldn't find the actual proposition from Euclid, so he decided to say it was Playfair's, which is a complete and utter... I mean, that may be where he's gone wrong, right? In his inability to be able to find the proposition within Book 11, dealing with planes, obviously, not just one plane, multiple planes, reality planes, three-dimensional solid geometry. His ability to find that may have led him to go all of this route now, because he's now searching for an invalidity within the logical form, and he's having to rewrite it to get around the fact that he has never looked into solid geometry. It's shocking. And I think I know where they're going. The chat's going mad, so you can obviously see where the problems lie within this. And we'll get through this.
Keep changing the words.
Changing the words.
Now, they've claimed to me in conversation that there was, I think he conceded there was a fallacy in the straw man argument I presented last week. But you see, precisely...
So he's willing to tell you that he presented a straw man argument, because we said to it, He'd made it up. Nobody had presented it to him. That last argument that he presented on Research Flat Moon, the other one that we went over, that was his. So he'd made a straw man argument. They called it Flat Earth Logic and took it into the Adult Globe Earth Discord server. Now, we said, initially, we said to him, I don't know why you're doing that. That's like playing with the Adult Globe Earthers. So, it's very, yeah. If we'd have done it, they'd have called us Flat Earthers. But for some reason, Bebby seems to have been able to make up a Flat Earth argument, a Flat Earth straw man, and walk in there. He's also done the same with this argument. He's reinterpreted it over there in the heart of that, done a presentation about this logic. I don't know what he's done. He's not debunking anything just yet. Particularly not the actual argument that was given to him and the statement that was given to him. He's just reworded it and said that the rewording's wrong so far.
No, I don't know why he's trying to link a geometric statement, a logical geometric statement, to a model either.
No.
I don't see what the connection is there. Why? I mean, the statement is purely geometric. Then, or geometric and definitional would be more precise.
Yeah.
And
yeah, that was meant to be the argument, was to get everybody into the discussion of the geometry and the definitions.
So how does this link to what he is calling a flat earth logical statement? I just don't see the connection there.
No, neither do I. Unless he thinks it's flat earth to think that the horizon is horizontal. Like horizontal could possibly be parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Mm-hmm.
The same fallacy in that meme. It's the fallacy of equivocation. If plane A is parallel to the plane of the horizon, and plane B is parallel to the plane of the horizon, then the term the plane of the horizon must refer to the same object in each of the two cases. So we have to assume that they mean the same. We need a further premise stating the same as a reference.
Well,
so just to understand
how many horizons do we have?
Well, yeah, he's doing the fallacy of equivocation now. So we're going to compare, obviously, horizontals and the plane of the horizon to his office. So here we go. Let's see how we work through this. Remember, there's horizontals and the plane of the horizon. That's all we've really got involved in this particular argument.
And bear in mind that the word "the" is a singular identifier.
Yeah. Okay, so
suppose I say, my office is on the first floor, and you say that your office is on the first floor. Does it follow our offices are on the same floor? Well, I suppose in a sense, meaning they're both on the same floor, but if they're...
Yeah, the first. Yeah. Within the logical argument there, yes, first would be the common identifier.
If they're the first floor in different buildings, then they're clearly not the same floor in different buildings.
Uh-huh.
But are they not the first floor?
So within the logical argument, yeah, it didn't say anything about buildings on different floors. But I mean, you could say that, right? You could say, are the buildings on the same floor? Are the offices in the same building?
Same town?
Would be a good question to ask for the logical argument. I mean, but that obviously that would need restructuring after that fact, right? It perhaps would be built into the, okay, well then let's say our offices are on the same floor in the same building or something, you know, like you just correct the statement through the discussion about it.
So, and again, I presented this last week. We have the fallacy of assuming the very thing that ought to be proved. The argument is valid if...
Of assuming the very thing that ought to be proved. Okay.
And only if the term the plane of the horizon refers to or means the same object in both occurrences. But it refers to the same thing if and only if there is just one plane of the horizon. Hence it refers to the same thing only if the Earth is not a globe.
What?
But the argument...
What? Let's go back again. What did he say?
This last week. We have the fallacy of assuming the very thing that ought to be proved. The argument is valid if and only if the term the plane of the horizon refers to or means the same object in both occurrences. But it refers to the same thing if and only if there is just one plane of the horizon. Hence it refers to the same thing only if...
What do you mean if there's only one plane of the horizon? I'm not too sure about that, but I mean...
How many planes of the horizon have you ever seen?
Every time you look at it, there is only one.
No, only one.
Yeah.
I think everybody has only ever seen
One plane of the horizon.
one, yeah.
Yeah.
Speak up in the chat if you've seen more than one.
Yeah. And it always lying in the horizontal position.
Never seen a vertical horizon.
No. So, in what we're saying is then, have you ever seen a horizontal that isn't parallel to the plane of the horizon? Or have you ever seen a plane of the horizon that isn't parallel to a horizontal? One or the other, I'm guessing. Just a question to ask. I mean, that's all this is meant to be. This is just logic. It's no big deal.
Or a plane of the horizon that's in anything other than a horizontal.
Yeah. Yeah, just ask yourself that. It's no big deal. Just simple logic. Here we go.
If the Earth is not a globe.
And if the Earth isn't a globe, I mean, hence it refers to the same thing only if the Earth is not a globe. So, what's he implying there? I mean, he can't possibly be walking in to a adult globe Earth Discord server and suggesting that if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon has anything to do with it not being a globe. I mean, why would you do that? I told him not to do this. This is a logic from reality. Do not take it into the heart of a adult globe Earth Discord server and hand it to them as though it's flat Earth logic. It's not. This is reality. We come from nowhere else other than reality. And it's upsetting, I know. It's really bad that Bebby was allowed to go in there and hand them this logic. I mean, they're going to say, oh, Bebby says your rewording is wrong and it's not really logic. Which doesn't really do much to the actual argument or anything. It's got nothing to do with the globe. Other than the fact that a globe is a mental construct in your mind. Also, it's a surface of constant curvature if you take the model on. Keep it in your mind, lock it away, and just do the reality logic first. Without trying to bring a globe into it. You would be better. And he says here, in this next one.
The argument is meant to prove that the Earth is not a globe.
The argument is not meant to prove that the Earth is not a globe. The argument is a t-shirt design logic that is meant to prove or help you prove that horizontals are parallel to each other. Just a mental process for you to go through, to question yourself. Could all horizontals be parallel to each other or not? Is there a possibility they could be? Forget about the model. Just simple logic. Oh, hey, Bebby. Beddy. Good. I hope your thingy with Rumpus went well today. Right. So, yeah, this isn't meant to prove the Earth is not a globe, Beddy. Like, we told you not to do this. It's just to do with horizontals and the fact that horizontals are parallel to each other. I mean, I'm sorry. But, I mean, we have to get through this.
The proof that the Earth is not a globe depends on the assumption that the Earth is not a globe. There was an amusing comment in the...
So, Beddy, the assumption of the begging the question ends up with the fact that your proof that the Earth is not a globe depends on the assumption that the Earth is not a globe. That is not the begging the question, because that's something that you've made up. This logic had nothing to do with the globe, Beddy. How can it be begging the question when you were the one that's brought in the begging the question thing about it being a globe? I'm just presuming you've done that because that's a favour to the Adult Globe Earth Discord server. You can't drop the model. You model afflicted and you have to try and get them cheering for something. I don't know why. It's ridiculous. You should be ashamed of yourself. The poor people in this Adult Globe Earth Discord server got you playing with the minds. It's dangerous, Betty.
In the discussion last night on Bev's channel, they're saying that the globe argument is, if the Earth is a globe, then it's a globe. They're saying that's a ridiculous argument. Well,
Betty. No models were mentioned.
It's the guy who renamed it the Flat Earth Logical Argument.
I'll just play this again, Betty. I mean, like, you say no models are mentioned. Listen to this.
Thing, only if the Earth is not a globe. But the argument is meant to prove that the Earth is not a globe.
It's not.
The proof that the Earth is not a globe depends on the assumption that the Earth is not a globe.
It's not.
There was an amusing comment in the discussion last night on Bev's channel. They're saying that the globe argument is, if the Earth is a globe, then it's a globe. They're saying that's a ridiculous argument. Well, this is the same, and that's not what the globe argument is actually. But this argument here is clearly that if the Earth is not a globe, then the Earth is not a globe.
Betty, you're rambling. You're rambling.
Prime time sophistry.
You do realise that when you came over here, Betty, it was recorded. We've got it all on record, telling you not to go over there with this and pretend it's flat Earth or anything to do with globe or anti-globe. We're trying to drop the model, Betty. Why did you do this? He shouldn't have took it over there, Betty. And I'll go over this again. Remind everybody, the begging the question that Beddy's decided he's going to put into this argument is the fact that the proof that the Earth is not a globe depends on the assumption that the Earth is not a globe. That's Beddy's begging the question within this argument that doesn't state a globe at all. This is shocking, Betty. You're making stuff up that isn't there within the very simple logical argument and delivering it to the adult globe earthers. They're not ready for it. This is shocking. I'll put it back again. I think this is quite good. This.
Appearances. It refers to the same thing if and only if there is just one plane of the horizon. Hence it refers to the same thing only if the Earth is not a globe. But the argument is meant to prove that the Earth is not a globe.
No, it's not.
The proof that the Earth is not a globe depends on the assumption that the Earth is not a globe. There was an amusing comment in the discussion last night on...
Right, so this is what he's going to say. There was an amusing comment in the discussion. Right, now, was this in the chat, Betty, and was it wrote by you? Because I know I've never said what this is, what you're going to say has been said. So I can only presume this, what you're saying now, was wrote in the comment section by you. We go. Anybody ever remember saying this last time?
Bev's channel. They're saying that the globe argument is, if the Earth is a globe, then it's a globe. They're saying that's a ridiculous argument. Well.
Unless he means, is globe. Is globe. Yeah, has to be. Is globe. That's not
Axiom
an
number
argument.
1.
That's a joke. Nobody's saying that, Betty. Except you. This is horizontal parallel logic. Keep the model out of it. And keep your bigotry out of it as well. Drop the model. Leave it alone.
This is the same. And that's not what the globe argument is, actually. But this argument here is clearly that if the Earth is not a globe, then the Earth is not a globe. Taking the question. There's actually another fallacy embedded in this. You can count up a few fallacies. I haven't given them all. It's called the fallacy of secundum quid et simpliciter, which is Latin for arguing for a proposition that is true in some qualified sense. Latin secundum quid, Greek per, to a proposition that is true without qualification, or absolutely true, simpliciter. Aristotle's sophistical refutations. This is where Aristotle lays out all the standard fallacies, which is still referred to today.
So it's true in some qualified sense. That sounds good, doesn't it? After saying it's a straw man and, it's all wrong, now he's saying there's another fallacy where it's true in some sense. That's interesting.
Book 1, Chapter 4, Section 3. So this plane is parallel to the plane of the horizon in London. So you're qualifying it. It's the plane of the horizon in London. You cannot conclude from that this plane is parallel to the plane of the horizon in any place. It may be parallel to the plane of the horizon in London. That does not mean it's parallel to the plane of the horizon in New York.
Well, I would put the qualifier in that if it's parallel to the plane where it is, and then when you move to a different position, it's parallel to the plane where it is there, but also parallel to the plane where it was, and parallel to the plane of the horizon in each direction. And then you can move, and it's still parallel to the place that it was, and still parallel to the plane of the horizon where it is. And then it can move again, and it's still parallel to the place that it was, and still parallel to the place that it's looking at, and the parallel of the place of the horizon. Then I would say it's got to be parallel to all of them through the logical statement.
That's a little bit wordy for a t-shirt, but
I know.
Can you
narrow
it down a bit?
I'm just trying to help Betty and anybody else that's trying to imagine how this would work. You could say the parallel to the plane of the horizon in London and a parallel to the plane of the horizon in New York. But you could go every step of the way from this place to that place to that place to that place to that place, and everywhere of the way it will be parallel to where it was from, parallel to where it is, and parallel to the plane of the horizon in every place all the time. No difference. Just as the logical statement goes, parallel to the plane of the horizon, all horizontals. So, again, simple argument. I mean, anybody else is willing to come and have a chat with us and to disprove any of the parallel stuff that we're talking about. Next one. Yeah, another.
There's yet another. Yeah, I found this. This is a completely different sort of fallacy, but I found this in another of the Try Thinking presentations.
Dear. He wants to be leaving
The
this
Earth
one
is a
alone.
sphere.
Oh, don't
premise,
listen to
then
this.
the surface of liquid water at rest must curve.
Oh, you don't
Q.
want to listen to that. Yeah.
Oh dear.
The water level is a tool to establish a horizontal
Look, any globers,
reference.
like, look away
the
now.
idea
We'll
is
pretend
here
we
that
didn't see this.
the argument
He
is
shouldn't be doing
aims
this
to
now.
establish
This
a
is bit
modus
bad.
tollens.
Don't
If
ever
given
watch
that if P
this.
then Q,
This would be dangerous.
you can infer that not Q implies
Wow.
not P.
Yeah.
The argument as it
I
stands
don't really
again
want it.
violates the Lukasiewicz principle. The Q in the consequent of the first premise,
There you go.
i.e. the surface of liquid water at rest must curve,
Oh,
is not the same as the negation of the second premise.
Yeah.
Because we're talking about water level
trying to
being
get
full.
out in front of this
and a good test for validity here.
Hang on,
is
back that up
just
a touch, Bev.
two words appear in
he's just trying to get out in front, so I wouldn't linger on this, DP, because we don't want to be doing that. I mean, they've got enough with the parallel logic to be dealing with. They don't need this one as well.
Mm-hmm.
Go on, what were you saying?
I think he muddled up the tools he's talking about.
I think so too, yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
But we can cover that later.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. This is far too advanced for any model afflicted people. But anybody wants to come into the Discord, we're going to be doing a special on this sort of stuff. It's coming very soon.
in one premise that don't appear in the other premise. Then you've got the fallacy of undistributed middle, as it's called. The second premise is incorrectly stated. Is also incorrectly stated. A water level establishes a local frame of reference, not a universal one.
Oh.
Hence, the argument also, as well as being equivocal, it also violates the secundum quid, i.e. the ignoring qualifications.
Yeah.
So conclusion, I think this is a conclusion for globers, really, because...
Right, so what we've just gone through there is some fallacies of something. He left the argument and went somewhere else into other things. And now he's gone to a completely different argument also. He's just stated that. Something else to do with something else. Nothing to do with this particular argument. He's done the begging the question that he made up completely about a model that wasn't injected into the argument at all. This seems like Bebby's got some other things on his mind, I'd say. If you would like to come and have a chat at any point, Bebby, I mean, we're here for you. We can have a discussion about this. The horizontal parallel logic, that is, not your globe or any of the fallacies that you want to make up, any of your rewrites or anything like that. We'll talk about the actual argument from first. I mean, if you don't want to talk about it, it's okay. I'm sure there will be many of other people that will want to talk about it. But he's just injected another argument in. He doesn't seem to have stuck with the same argument. I don't know where we're going, but he's got a conclusion here. So in the middle of his presentation of a logical argument, he's just added another logical argument of something to do with something else that he definitely shouldn't be giving to these people just yet. Obviously, he's been gone to the video. So this is his conclusion.
To present an argument in structured form, you have to lay out stuff in an orderly way, and you have to be patient about it. I've not seen anything in the flat Earth sphere that suggests that anyone there is capable of listing out arguments.
He's talk once again about the flat Earth sphere. Now, don't know where that is. Again, he might be talking. He might just be talking about Bob's adult globe Earth server. They may talk about flat Earth that much over there that he's thinking that this is now a flat Earth argument, because he's the one that's rewriting it. He might be a flat earther. What have you thought about that one? Could this be one of the cleverest flat earthers ever that's gone in there with some logic from reality, dropped it off in a globe Earth Discord server as though it's, I don't know, as though it's some sort of an argument from the flat Earth? But I don't know, it's a very strange play, baby. I think you're doing really well. So, like he's saying, present your argument in a structured form. T-shirt logic for a T-shirt and a meme. Baby. The logical argument you wrote down. You then rewrote it. So don't tell us about what we need to do. We're making T-shirts and arguments for discussion. Come and have the discussion. I'm not reading the chat, so I don't really know. I know he's probably typing stuff. I can see his thing. Right. So
he was actually doing a rumpus. He typed that he wasn't listening, just watching.
Oh, okay, that's good.
So
Patiently in a structure.
That's good. Wait, who'd want to hear yourself if you were doing this badly?
Good form. They rely on slogans, which like level is horizontal or prove a straight line, whatever that means. They rely.
Is that a slogan? Level is horizontal. I think that's a claim. Right, it's a positive claim, baby.
I think it's a statement of fact, personally.
Yeah. Well, again, positive claim, statement of fact. It's not a slogan. I mean, you could have it as a slogan if you wanted, but...
Well, let's put it this way. All levels that I've ever dealt with have been on a horizontal plane.
Yeah.
Wherever I've been.
And prove a straight line. What about that? Can you prove a straight line?
Oh, see the animation I did today? Yeah. It was in the GIFs.
Yeah, we'll get it out later.
Yeah, proved a straight line.
Slogan. Could we put it on a T-shirt? Would that make it a slogan?
No, we could put that on a T-shirt.
Yeah, there you go, Ben.
DP proved a straight line.
Yeah, I proved a straight line.
Yeah. Then it's applicable to each person that's wearing that T-shirt. Yeah, absolutely.
Line slogans, but they don't have the patience to present what is presented pictorially or as a slogan, as a structured argument. And once you've done that...
no, can we stop there?
Yeah.
We structure the argument first.
Yeah.
And then work the pictorials around the argument.
Yeah,
so you have actually got that arse about face, baby.
Yeah. Yeah, the actual logic came first before the design for the T-shirt.
Abso-fucking-lutely did.
I don't know whether you know how these sort of things work, buddy.
Argument for validity and soundness. A valid argument is one where the conclusion cannot be false with the premises true, i.e. where the conclusion strictly follows from the premises. And a sound argument is one where all premises are true. You've got to do that, or you have no...
Okay, so validity and soundness. A valid argument is one where the conclusion cannot be false and the premise is true. Right? So, could you have horizontals being parallel to the plane of the horizon and horizontals not being parallel to each other? Is that at all possible? I'd say not. So I would say that is valid.
Unless Bebby can demonstrate otherwise.
Yeah. And then it says a sound argument is one where all the premises are true. If the horizontals, all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, well, you just look up the mathematical definition of horizontal and it will tell you that horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. So that premise, I would say, is a true premise. And a valid argument. I mean, that's sound, so it's definitely sound. It just needs to be valid, and if it's sound and valid, hey up, then it's a good logical argument. By Bebby. Bebby said that. Just got to make sure there's no fallacies or anything involved in it, and I guess we can have that as a discussion.
Nothing.
Nearly finished.
And you need also to check for the well-known fallacies such as equivocation without qualification, begging the question, denying the antecedent, asserting, affirming the consequent, and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's it. That's my presentation. Next steps, if any. Well, there are two other arguments I think we need to be thinking about or critiquing. One, which you see quite often, is an angle is not useful information. That's my polite interpretation. I think the actual phrase is an angle tells you fuck all. But yeah, an angle.
No.
You can do fuck all with an angle. An angle. One angle. Just being in possession of one angle doesn't help you in the slightest. That's the geometrical response, right? Whether you've got it wrong again and said, like, because you've put here, an angle is not useful information. An angle is an angle. Statement of fact. On its own, fuck all use. You need other information to be able to do anything with it.
An angle is very useful information when you are measuring an angle. It's nice to know what the angle is that you're actually measuring. But what you can do with that angle with no other information, you tell us, Bebby.
Mm-hmm.
Betty.
But I mean, that's the discussion. He's right, though. I mean, that is a discussion that does need to be had. And I encourage that sort of a discussion. I'd really love to see it. I'd love to be involved in it, actually.
Angle is not useful information. You obtain only an angle from a sextant. Therefore, information obtained from a sextant is not useful information.
No, that's... Again, Betty is completely misrepresented an argument there once again. I'll say it once again. You can do fuck all with an angle. Now, a sextant measures an angle. So, a sextant gives you the ability to measure an angle. Once you've measured an angle, you are in possession of an angle. Now, at that point where you have an angle, that's it. You can do fuck all with that. You need other information to be able to make that angle useful. That is the argument that we bring from geometry. You can do fuck all with an angle, and a sextant is an angle measuring device. The same as a protractor. You can measure angles with those devices. That's it. And I know we had a discussion, Betty, with you when we were talking about that. Strange that once again you've misrepresented what we said. Maybe your active listening skills weren't up to spec, but this is where the backwards and forwards comes in through. And if you'd have told us that you had a misunderstanding, we would have surely tried to put you right again. If you'd have said that. But it seems like you've heard a few talking points from over here. You've bagged them all up, what you heard, and you've gone over there and dumped them on the Adult Globe Earth Discord server. I mean, you're right. All of these are the talking points that they've kicked us out for because we can't bring them to them. But, I mean, you've delivered them and packaged them and put them in there for us. Thank you very much. I would encourage the cross-platform communication. If anybody wants to unban anybody and invite us over for a discussion over there, we're quite willing to be able to do that. You don't have to come over here. I know it's threatening. But if you want to have a discussion about this, we'll open up the avenues of discussion and we'll come over.
Betty has just made a very bold claim in the chat. So could you have horizontals being parallel to the plane of the horizon and horizontals not being parallel to each other?
He's put yes.
He's put yes.
Wow. Oh, no, nice one, Betty.
That's something you need to prove, Betty.
We'll just put it out there for everybody. Betty has said he's asking we asked the question. So, could you have horizontals being parallel to the plane of the horizon and horizontals not being parallel to each other? There should be a question mark there, Betty. Next time when you're writing out as a question, put the question mark there. And he replies, capital letters. Yes. So, Betty, over to you now. Not now, but, like whenever you do your next presentation, I would like to see how you could have exactly what you've just claimed there. And we'll get that somewhere at some point. Right, here we go.
Interesting argument.
Last one.
Interesting to look at. There is also another one that you see frequently around the word proof. So science does not give us proof. Some globers say that.
There you go. This is the Proof Project 2022.
Mm-hmm.
What we've been doing quite a lot of extensively. We've got quite a few recordings to be able to. We're having discussions with people. What is proof? How do you gain proof? Different people, different opinions. Obviously, there's loads. And like Bebby says, yes, there is a consensus within the Globe Earth thing, adult Globe Earth, mainly Discord servers, those that they do not think there is a proof at all. None. In fact, they said because of the discussion that we've been having, they've been forced to get rid of proof. So, yeah, you're right. That does need more conversations, seeing as we're doing Project Proof 2022.
I'm not sure about that, but let's assume that's true.
He's not sure about the fact that the Globers don't think there is a proof. Oh, no, sorry. We can't really say Globers, can we? The scientific community within Discord. They're the ones that say there are no proofs.
Logic and geometry give us proof. Yeah, because Euclid.
I agree with you. Logic and geometry does aid us in giving proofs, but from what we've been talking, it's a personal thing. and we'll get there. You know, more discussion, more talk.
Euclid in geometry is entirely logical. Therefore, logic and geometry are not part of science.
Oh, that one. Now you've done that, Betty. I don't think I've ever heard anybody else say that before. What do you reckon? Have you heard that? Like, let's go back, because we are doing proof, and we have talked to a few people about proof, but this is good.
There's also another one that you see frequently about around the word proof. So science does not give us proof. Some globers say that. I'm not sure about that, but let's assume that's true. Logic and geometry give us proof, because Euclid in geometry is entirely logical. Therefore, logic and geometry are not part of science. Okay, well, that's not a valid argument to start with, and I need to understand that argument better, but
He's just made that up. He's the only person I've ever heard say that, right? In all of the discussions that we've ever had with anyone about proof, have you ever said or heard anyone say that therefore Euclidean geometry and logic is not part of science? No?
That would be a no.
No. I've heard that the scientific community within the Discord servers that we're in, model afflicted, of course, say that there is no proof, but I've never heard them say they're throwing out logic and geometry because of the fact that they have no proof. We've always said that there is proof. So we're with you, Betty, on that one. Proof does exist in logic and geometry, and since logic and geometry are born from reality, proof exists in reality. That's what I say. There's quite a few other people that I've heard say that too. Not from the scientific community, though. Really strange. Like I say, Betty, I'm not too sure whether you're from this arena or not, or where you've come from. But this particular argument, I'd suggest you have a few words with some people about what proof is first before starting that. But I mean, again, if that's what you're trying to do, get the conversation going, I commend you. And then his last bit that he's going to do here.
There are two possible lines of critique for the sort of arguments that you commonly see. And I'll just conclude by saying, well, a number of flat earths are sort of wielding sort of logical tools or wielding the idea of logic as though it's a gift to flat earth, but I hardly think so. Okay, I'm going to...
Right, he hardly thinks, because, I mean, you know, he says at the end that flat earthers wielding logic as a gift to the flat earth. Now, who would you presume that is?
That's him.
You. You.
Not me.
It's him.
No. Who else has done QE? Wielded logic.
Oh.
Oh, shit. He's got to be talking about QE in the Black Swan there, right?
But I don't really consider that as logic because it's so malformed.
Well, he's like I say, in order to be linking it to flat Earth, like we told him, Beddy, when he came over here, we are not flat earthers. This logic, horizontals being parallel to the plane of the horizon, is reality. Horizontals are defined as being parallel to the plane of the horizon. This is reality logic, not flat earth logic, Betty. So, again, stop talking about your model affliction and stick to the reality of the fact. Come and have the discussion. Don't misrepresent us again, please. And come and have a good discussion. I'm going to end that. So, I'll kill that screen. Now.
I was looking forward to the questions that weren't asked.
Yeah, that was it. The end of video. Nobody.
And
no questions from anyone. No feedback. No nothing.
No back and forth.
Just an argument delivered that was strawmanned, rewrote. No rebuttal. I mean, what was the rebuttal to his argument? Anyone remember? The rebuttal to, if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, simple statement, if, then all horizontals are parallel to each other. Well, the one that comes before, the antecedent, and the afterwards, is supported by Euclidean geometry. Stated, if straight lines are parallel to the same straight line, then they are parallel to each other. It just follows. Simple discussion. Very simple discussion. And I don't know what else to go from that. I don't know how much simpler we can make that argument. Right.
It takes a man of logic to make the argument more complicated.
I don't think he's a man of logic, to be honest with you.
No. No, I think he's more a man of language, of linguistics, of manipulating words.
It does not seem logically sound to me for somebody to get triggered. Like he said, he came in here as a guy triggered because somebody had called him a boomer. He came in to tell us about his Christmas sextant present that he was getting from his son. All chuffed to bits that he was going to be measuring angles and joining in with Bob proving the globe. But then we had a conversation about no proof and what it was, and he said the sextant can't prove the shape of the earth. He said that there's no proof within an angle because you can do fuck all with an angle. He admitted that too. Then we gave him the horizontal parallel logic, which he wrote down. Did he have any problems with the actual logic when he was here? I can't remember him saying anything wrong with the logic, right? He definitely didn't debunk the logic, and I don't think he debunked it over in that presentation there either. I think the only thing he said within that argument was that a horizontal in London, the horizon in London isn't the same as the horizon in New York. Well, obviously not. They're different places. But the horizontal in New York would be parallel to the plane of the horizon in New York. And the horizontals in London would be parallel to the plane of the horizon in London. And every step along the way, in between, from one to the other, both ways, all horizontals would be parallel to the plane of the horizon every step along the way. Now, I don't know whether Beddy is actually bothered looking into the geometric implications of that or not, whether he's just bothered about the linguistic things around it. Because the geometric it's like a geometric proof type situation where you can definitely make a claim. the same way for the logical. Let's have a look. I bet we've had some good clips. I bet have I missed them from the chat. Did Beddy, is he gone? Or what was his last one? Canals prove parallel horizontals. No, he says. Oh, I can't go back too far. He does a lot of quoting people, doesn't he? So what's everybody think? Our simple t-shirt logic, in actual fact, we're going to be sorting out the Streamlabs. We'll be getting the Teesprings thing on the go soon. So the t-shirts will be available. All t-shirt designs already done by DP. No doubt this one should be a popular one. I think it's one of my best t-shirts. The horizontal parallel logic one. But we're going to be doing a fair few. I don't think we can do... You can do F all with an angle. I don't think that'll go on a t-shirt. But we definitely... for the Globers out there, anybody want to support DP merchandise, we'll do a Is Globe t-shirt, Axiom 1. That's all you need.
To mention, Brad the Science Guy at this point has actually bought a t-shirt.
Yeah. So yeah, they are like, there's not flat earthers or Globers, like everyone, all sorts of different people have bought DP t-shirts, the Logic ones. DP were also, being the meme guy and the t-shirt maker now, has the ability, he always has had, to make t-shirts, a personal design t-shirts. So there's extra stuff, especially if you can come up with a good design.
Come up with a good design, and I will be more than willing to slap it on a t-shirt for you.
Yeah. We've got some artists around here, so who knows, you might be able to get a good artist with a drawing, making a t-shirt. Get it on a t-shirt design.
If you come up with a logical statement and you need it put into pictorial form, because that is the way we do it, baby. We come up with the logical statement first and then the image around the statement, not the other way around. Yeah, if you can come up with a good logical statement and need it put into a pictorial form, no problem.
Yeah, we're good at logo designs, all that sort of stuff, aren't we? Laying out stuff. That's what we're doing. I'm just checking Beddy now at the minute. Looks like he's writing some. There's a lot of quoting stuff, doesn't he? Is he actually saying that? I don't know. Active listening skills are a bit off, it seems, Beddy.
Quoting is a great way to say something stupid but not be held accountable for it.
Yeah.
By rewording somebody else's statement and then taking apart the rewording of that statement.
Yeah, and never putting a name to the quote either. So, I mean, it could be you saying it, or it could have been somebody else saying it. I mean, who knows? It's just a quoted statement or a quoted saying. You've got something wrong with the logic, Beddy. I know, it's really bad. Don't worry, though. I mean, people will be able to see through bad logic easily by processing it in their own head. I mean, it'll be easy for people to work out. They don't need your help, Beddy. We just
no idea about logic when he broke it down into flat Earth and ball Earth logic.
Yeah. Well, no, actually, And he broke it down and kept saying flat Earth logic, but he's never mentioned any globe Earth logic to come up against it. Like, surely, Betty, right? If you've got a logic that we say comes from reality about if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all horizontals are parallel to each other. I mean, the fact that both of those two things are true, and we know it, you should easily be able to come up with some logic for the globe, to just support the globe. And then we could formulate that logic into some sort of a method, and then we'd be able to go and do the method to find out that all horizontals aren't parallel to the plane of the horizon. It's easy to do.
Well, yeah, the plane of the horizon would be a circle at that point.
Yeah.
Because that's their logic, right? The horizon is a circle. Just like down is a circle, up is a circle, left a circle, right a circle.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, that's how they're described in mathematics. I mean, all you've got to do in order to fit it onto a globe is either bend the horizontal or bend a plane. Simple. I mean, just come up with your logic to sort that out and we're done. That's the way you do logic, isn't it? That's the way I do logic anyway. I mean, you can't do logic. You say, oh, you can't do logic like that. Here's how it should be wrote properly. And then have it supporting a globe. Because like we said, we aren't supporting flat Earth. We are just in reality. And this logic just comes from reality.
So when he says flat Earth logic, he really just means logic.
I think so. That's why I said it's a bit of a dodgy game. This man comes from nowhere, walks into an adult globe Earth server and starts dropping flat Earth logic. As though it's flat Earth logic for the globers to just sort of disregard as flat Earth logic. But there is no such thing as flat Earth logic. He didn't bother telling them that. That's dangerous, Betty. Like, you've got to realise that there are people that will go mad because of what you're doing to them.
Maybe he knows this.
Yeah,
maybe this
I think he does.
Maybe this is his ultimate goal. Maybe he's not what he appears to be.
He's the ultimate flat earther that's just gone in and dropped a load of stuff on them. Called it flat earth logic. I mean, how would an adult glober deal with something like that? If you were to hand them some logic from reality, plop it in the middle of them, and then go, here's some sort of a thing that doesn't really make sense when I'm debunking it. But I'll just leave that logic right there. See whether you can ignore it. See how long you can ignore it for.
Maybe he's trying to create flat Earth logic so that they have to create the ball Earth logic. Maybe that's its goal.
He might be inspiring the globers into doing some logic of their own to counter the horizontal parallel logic. I mean, they need some logic for horizontals not to be parallel.
You think they would write it in a conventional book, or like it would be like a ball, like the book would be a ball? Because you wouldn't even want to do horizontal anything.
Model affliction. Like I think I said to Spot On, this logic and this geometric argument that is derived from this, Betty, you're going to be helping them soon. Bendizontal geometrically is the only way out. Unless, I mean, hey, maybe there's some other way for you to, I don't know. Geometrically, I haven't got a clue, but I do know Betty's the man. He stepped up. he's the one that's destroying. Well, he's not actually destroying anything. He's making straw man flat earth arguments and handing it over to the globers and smashing them because he's made them up and they're absolutely shit. But I mean, he has dumped those arguments. Well, the horizontal one isn't that good, but the globers think he's done really well. So all you need to do is help them out, Betty.
It's not his best, but it's not a piece of shit, right?
Yeah, he's
as Sean Hawkins would say.
Betty said, for T-shirt, I vote if A is parallel to B, then A is parallel to B, A, and B is parallel to B. That's already on the T-shirt. That is the T-shirt logic, Betty. That is the design to initiate conversation on a T-shirt. You know how T-shirts initiate conversations. No, the T-shirts don't, but this is. See you later, Betty. Yeah, this is how we make the conversation based around this logic. Again, I'll put it up there. Where is it? There you go. Whoa. Horizontal, there you go. Oh, I think that's the movie. DP did a GIF, but
click play, it will show on your stream. As long as everybody stops posting in the chat for a second.
There you go, I'll play it again. Horizontal, if all horizontals. Get it into your head. See whether you can ask people, see if anybody can do anything with it. See whether anybody, see what sort of a conversation comes about it. I mean, that's what it's all about. That's what all of this is about. To have a conversation. We've got a new who's Flat Earth Goddess. That's a new one. It's all right though. I mean, Flat Earth Goddess can come in. Anybody can come and have a chat.
Yeah, can I just address Blue in the chat?
Yeah.
We objected to you live streaming a live stream as we were live streaming Blue. That was what the objection was, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, Blue. We had a premiere on. And if you remember correctly, you live streamed the premiere that we were doing. You can remember that, right, Blue? That is what you did. Now, we didn't object to it. It's just that the way you were doing it. You were live streaming our premiere. And then when we noticed that you were live streaming the premiere that we were doing, then you stopped live streaming it and deleted it. So, yeah, I consider that content theft, YouTube content theft. But I mean, it's okay. We're not bothered about it, Blue. Like, we know that's what you guys do. Did anybody put any complaints in, Blue? Has anyone? Did we put anything in? copyright claims, any sort of disciplinary action or anything, Blue? Did anything happen? No? No, because we didn't bother. We were just pointing out that you, Blue Marble Science, were live streaming one of our premieres. As we were premiering it, you were live streaming a live premiere. No remorse, no nothing. Don't worry about it, Blue. It's all right. As long as everybody knows who's doing that sort of stuff. Is Flat Earth Goddess coming? I don't know who that is. Look, I'm not here to argue or debate. I'm just here to unify conscious people. Yes, through my Unify FE movement. But it's more of a concept, not an exact description of Earth as a tangible thing, lol. It's much deeper. I'm about solutions. Well, we're about talking to people, so... Flat Earth Goddess, if you want to come in and have a chat, we're all up for chatting. Talk to anyone.
You know, we like, that's the thing, we have the solutions, right? Like, we're not going to endlessly argue over a topic for 5, 6, 7 years, right? Like, it's not going to, like, this is the facts, and we're starting to accumulate more and more facts, and we've gotten to this proof part that is really, you know, it's controlling, not controlling, but it's where everybody needs to go. How do you prove something? What do you know? If you can't prove what you know, how do you know it?
Yeah. Yeah, we've had, there's been quite a few flat earthers come round here and had discussions. We can have talks with anyone. It seems that we can have better talks with flat earthers than we can with globe earthers. Globe earthers always turns into a battle. With flat earthers, we can have a conversation. Flat earthers seem a lot more... they have an ability to talk about reality much better than the globe earthers. The globe earthers have to think that everything's a battle. They're the most model afflicted are the globe earth boomer. I've never found a more triggered person than the globe earth, adult globe earth boomer. Usually male. You're asking if you can use your copy of the stream. What stream? This stream, Blue? You gonna go over it? You've already made a copy of this stream. Is that what you're saying, Blue? I don't know. What do you know what he's going on about, Emma? Is he talking about this stream?
It sounds like he's trying to make an excuse or justify why he streamed your stream.
Or I'm guessing he wants to. I mean, if you want to use this under the fair use thing, then that's fine.
Yeah.
Why are we talking to a guy in chat who's fully capable of coming on VC?
Because he won't ever.
He's a boomer.
Adult
globe earth boomer. You know, he's one of those ones that are the most triggered because he's banned us all from his Discord server. He doesn't want to have a conversation, but he comes and sits in the chat. Now, I could almost bet that if Blue were to make videos and I were to watch any of Blue's videos, I think he'd have me banned in his YouTube chat. What do you reckon, Blue?
I think I'm banned in the YouTube chat.
Can I just point out as well, Blue, you know when we came over to your Discord server and we sat in there for 12, 18 hours? It was quite a long time. You know, we went over there. and you came in at the end when you kicked me at the end. That was when you objected to us recording. We've been recording all the time. And nobody else was bothered about us recording, Blue. No one. Just you came in at the end and objected to us recording everybody else and our own conversations that we were having. So, I mean, yeah, it's up to you, Blue. I mean, if you want to kick us out of your server, then fair enough. But other people said it was okay for us to record. So, yeah.
I was in his chat for hours, like 6 hours, and I wasn't in VC. I was just chatting, texting back and forth with a couple of guys, and it was actually a good conversation, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Well, at some point, Blue just comes in and says, "I'm tired of hearing you," when he hasn't heard my voice one time. I haven't been on VC. I was just typing, and banned me. Now, didn't give me a warning. I wasn't doing anything wrong. We were just going back. We were in the middle of a conversation, as a matter of fact, and just banned me because he was tired of hearing me. His choice. Just makes him look like a fool.
Yeah.
And then to come over here and keep interacting. Why, if we're so horrible that we can't even be in your server, why are you here trying to convince us of your bullshit?
Yeah, we've got Hex in the chat as well, and I'm presuming that's Hex, you know. The one that sounds like Brenda.
Yeah. Sorry, Master. You're not quick enough on opening your mind. Yeah.
Well, Hex is saying to Mr. X in the chat, if the plane isn't horizontal, would that be the plane of the horizon not being horizontal, Hex?
Or any old plane.
Or just any plane that's not horizontal, that's got nothing to do with the if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. It can only be the plane of the horizon.
I think he was talking about what I put in there previous about that my claim was that locks proved to me, my personal claim, that the canal locks are parallel with each other. And that's where it started. And anyway, he seems to think there's like the canal's got it's like a slope, I think he said.
Slope.
So anyway, that's I've left that away. Left that now.
That's
very
Blue.
much. He says doesn't slope very much.
Yeah, Blue had a slope to the water level. Actually, I've got a clip somewhere that when I said I could prove that the water level is horizontal, Blue said
that was miserable. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Blue said that he could prove that it isn't horizontal. So I mean, that's a nice challenge. I mean, I might have to find that clip, Blue. But I mean, do I have to find the clip, or can we just sort of do that? I'll present my proof that level is horizontal, and you can present your proof that level isn't horizontal.
He could team up with Betty on this one.
Yeah,
because that's exactly the claim that Betty's made as well.
Yeah, logic. You, Betty and Blue. Oh, what a team!
What a team! Yeah.
And me and DP. How about that?
They can have Rumpus as well. Chuck him in as well.
They can do a bit of active listening.
No, Rumpus will just rumpus the shit out of it. It's pointless having him anywhere.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe
Betty
Hex
and Blue
would like to come in. You know, he's pretty vocal in the chat there.
Betty and Blue could do a bit of active listening. No.
We could all do active listening with each other.
Mm-hmm. That would be really cool.
You state what your claim. The other person writes it down and states it back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Until we get a one that we're happy with. I mean, I wouldn't mind working over this horizontal parallel logic to come up with some logic that does seem to fit reality, even though I say the horizontal parallel logic does actually fit reality.
They seem to be asking for the discussion that we've been asking for the past 18 months.
Yeah.
But have been banned from everywhere for
having that discussion, or
having
trying
that discussion.
To have that discussion.
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah. This is a real reverse.
Yeah, and they ban everyone from talking in their servers and then come on here and just spit a load of shit in the chat.
Mm.
I mean, it's for everyone to see. Everyone can see it.
Yeah.
You know, like there's 3 or 4 defenders in there, and everyone can see it.
Weak argument, right? When you have a weak argument, you don't open it up to scrutiny.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, I noticed we have got the text trolls in the chat there, but I mean, this is almost definitely the most triggering logic to a certain group of people. That group of people, the hardcore globe defender community, because finding out that a horizontal, for one, is a straight line and 2 is parallel to the plane of the horizon is troubling geometrically to a model. That's why we ask people to leave the model at the door whenever you enter in here. It doesn't help. And also, if you do have a model, then get ready for some conflicting things to be coming at you. The cog dis that comes once you start thinking about this geometrically is troubling.
Can I also just point out here that Betty has taken this argument into the very core of the adult Globe Earth Discord server and made it Bev's, air quotes, flat earth logical statement, when Bev has actually stated many, many, many times that he can prove, that is, prove with a capital P, that it's not flat. So, therefore, it is the ultimate straw man argument that Betty has presented. What are you doing, Betty?
I'll be back in a minute.
Anybody else's thoughts?
Yeah, morning, DB. I'd like them to tell me, how do they draw a graph if their horizontals aren't parallel? If a horizontal is different all the time, then how do they ever draw a graph?
Yeah, it's like when plotting any of the data, right? You would plot the 0 as a straight line, not as a circle.
Yeah, they're saying that just because they've gone, like, you're in London and you look at the horizon and you go, okay, this horizontal is parallel to that horizon, then you go somewhere else and look at the horizon and you go, okay, this different horizontal is parallel to the horizon as well. Well, those 2 horizontals necessarily are parallel to each other because the horizon is still just horizontal. So if those 2 horizontals don't end up being parallel, you literally have a geometry where you cannot create graph paper. Like, it's ludicrous.
You got to imagine.
Yeah, I mean, like, can anyone in the chat or anyone, any defenders come forth with any blueprint or scale drawing of any building that isn't based on planar surveying. Canals, roads, building construction, all of it. Go on, show me one that is actually one that they used with something other than parallels, straight lines. I don't mean just a picture off the internet either. I mean like an actual something they use when constructing whatever they constructed. All elevation drawings in construction are worked off one baseline, the zero datum.
All elevations in mapping also.
Shortest distance between 2 points is a horizontal line.
Yeah, reality. Skyscraper, you're not going to make the walls point outward, right? Like, even, I don't know, maybe it's just me, but like, okay, the whole horizontal thing, you know, they're like, oh, well, but horizontal, like, is in tune with vertical, right? So people mix up their left and rights all the time, but up and down is like so just empirical, right? And to say that like down isn't down is just, oh man, that's just like peeves me so much.
Blue, I mean, come in for a chat, Blue. I mean, you've got the he's saying LIGO. I don't know what that is. Is he saying that LIGO's all horizontal parallels?
Just saying a word, right? It's like a Christian just going God, LIGO, orbits, gravity, right? No demonstration, no nothing, just this word. And you should just accept it as it is.
The implications of trying to go away from reality.
I was just getting ready to say he made a fatal flaw with his little lens hanging off his seismometer. Model affliction flaw.
Yeah, it's the animosity and the dislike and how upset they get with it. It's over the top. I mean, it's just a discussion where you talk to people, but you know it gets heated. There's a certain group of people that shouldn't be. These are the people that shouldn't be in a text chat. They should be having a calming cup of cocoa, watching some telly and not getting stressed out about anything, but they choose to be obsessed with people that they assume are something that they don't like, rather than coming and having a chat. Trying to drop the model. We've noticed just recently that when conversations occur and the model isn't brought in, then the conversations can be nice, civil, about other things. But the moment the model gets brought into the conversation, they turn into heated discussions that seem to get on rails, and you cannot get off those rails once you start, and that you know where the discussion's going. It just ends up with people getting heated into an argument. But that's the model. We're having to drop the model this year. And with this logic, I mean, obviously this is going to carry on and on and on, because we're here and we're still talking about this logic. Now, I'm going to have to put it up on a page on the website, I think. This particular logic will go over. I'll put this particular stream on, maybe, or we have to do one just specifically for that logic, then we can explain it all and put all of the definitions that we've got to go with it. So if anybody wants to, again, that's another one. I'm putting that forward as a logic presentation. This logical argument needs one, writing up. It needs being able to present it. We've already got plenty of memes and things, but I'll try and structure it and make a good video out of it, maybe 5-10 minutes or whatever, going over this particular argument. Anybody that wants to come in, get involved in it. If you've got any points you think you can help us out with in a way to structure it to get it any better, or anything like that, to way to present it, come into the Discord server, Next Level Discord. We will be glad of anybody to help for any discussions or anything. Everybody always helps in whatever way with any conversation that we have, positive or negative. It all helps, and all of the discussion goes to help us learn more, because that's what we're after, and we can only learn by talking to each other. And we can only help to not misrepresent each other as well with our new learned technique of active listening. But that needs a two-way communication. Unless we have that two-way communication and a discussion, we are no better. So we need that within this server. Anybody got anything? It seems like we've got a new flat earth goddess in the
Yeah, the point here is to prove, right? Like one side saying A, one side saying B, and we're going, okay, well, let's see who's right.
Yep. Yeah, we can't. If we're proving something, then we would hope that the other side also can prove something on their side. That's why we're trying to do the proof for proof. Not we present a proof and then you debunk it. Because that seems to be, there's a community of people that call themselves debunkers. Well, I'd like to see some positive claims made from these people. I mean, they're meant to be the ones with the mountain of evidence. We will go with the proof for proof. Once we've decided what everybody thinks a proof is, I mean, I think I'm ready to present my proof personally. But it doesn't seem to be anybody that wants to match us proof for proof. And until there is, I don't think I will be presenting my proof to anyone. Although I've probably done a couple of presentations already of it. The first bit anyway. The 8 will be being released soon also. We've got many projects on the go. And I know the group of people that are already getting a little bit triggered by the simple horizontal parallel logic. It's just one of the steps in a long series of proofs that start at nothing and end up with level being horizontal at the moment, but we will be expanding that to build upon that, because that's the idea. We build proof on proof on proof. Taking our inspiration from Euclid. Whoa, spot on. What's that? Canal. Profile. Delaware. Not America. Elevations of lock levels. Yeah. Parallel horizontals. The elevation changes occur at the locks on a canal. Blue and Hex. Paige, what do you do to these people, Paige? You should be ashamed of yourself, dudes. Just... He's talking about money or jobs. I really don't like this. I shouldn't really look at the chat, should we, while we're doing this? So, that was a review of Beddy's go over of the horizontal parallel logic. Now, going back over that, which I would suggest anybody would do, it's only 19 minutes of a video. I would say to check for wizardry by trying to go over exactly how Beddy decided he was going to, I say debunk, but I don't think he did at all, the logic for horizontals being parallel. And because of the way a modus tollens, if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P, runs, if you say that all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, therefore all horizontals are parallel to each other, negating it would mean that horizontals are not parallel. Well, that would be the claim for the opposition, I would say. Or at least I would say the need for that group of people to debunk the obviously truthful logic that all horizontals are parallel to each other may ask people to question why that group of people cannot have horizontals being parallel to each other. I mean, could you think of a reason why that obvious fact of reality might be a problem for someone? I can't see a problem because that's how reality is. So therefore it's not a problem for me. But some people obviously have a problem with it, and not just a little problem. Enough of a problem to ban everybody off from this server near enough on their Discord servers, and then come and sit in the chat for this live stream once you've banned everybody. Smack talking. I'd say that's a problem. If you're doing that because you can't debunk horizontals being parallel, then you might have a problem. Like a serious problem. And I don't want to add to that serious problem. So I'm sorry, boomers. If you're triggered by t-shirt logic, then I would suggest please don't come and watch anymore, because this is going to get very unpleasant. maybe we have to do a T-shirt like that, DP, sort of. Model affliction will have problems. Please don't talk to me. If you're model afflicted, keep out, keep away. It should come with a warning. Model afflicted, beware. Don't ask me about my logic. There you go, that's a T-shirt for you.
Any more ideas? Just keep them coming.
Memes and logic. Triggering boomers. I'm sorry, Blue. We hurt you coming around. I think that's what it was. We went over there and we had a couple of chats with Blues people in Blues chat, and we were having a good conversation. Sugar Cookie was there. He had a good time talking to PhD Tony. Who else did we have? We had conversations with all of them. I think we had Terry. I can't even remember. There's loads. We've been over to everybody's servers. The only ones that we didn't really get chance to have a chat with anybody was on Bob's. Other than that, we had some good conversations. Would you like to do this level horizontal thing on a neutral channel, Bev? Well, Blue, are you offering? You have a proof that level is not horizontal. Brilliant. Yeah, when can we set this up? Blue, it looks like Blue's accepting the challenge. Everyone, check it out in the chat.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll back down. He'll back down just like all the others have, Bev.
Is that like a Mr. Sensible?
Yeah. Conspiracy cats as well.
Yeah.
They've all just backed down. They give it to Billy Big Balls and then they just run away.
Blue, it's presenting your proofs that lead you up to the conclusion that level is not, you're going for level is not horizontal. And I'm going for level is horizontal. It's quite easy. And we do proof for proof. And my proof, I'm presenting it, so I will go for a straight line. I would start with proving a straight line. I would hope, Blue, that you would do the same. But first off, Blue, we might have to, I take it, Essie, you're here. You still can talk to Blue, can you? Because we might, if Blue can't talk to us or anything like that, we might be able to send Essie over, have a conversation about proof first. So then we know, we can understand what you accept as a proof and how proof works for you. And then we can try and hopefully fit that into the presentation. But I can only present what I've got for proof that I can do. So I think we do need the proof conversation first, and then we'll be prepared for the proof for proof challenge, Blue, where I end up with level being horizontal, and you can end up with your proof that level is not horizontal. I don't know, slope, curve, depends what you want to go with. I don't want to be saying what, but that sounds good.
Sounds like a plan, yeah? I'd love to hear that.
Let's see, I don't know whether he said anything there.
And if Blue wants, we can do the proof on his server. Ask them what proof is. Sure?
Yeah. we go over blue, and then we can understand. I mean, that would be the first statement that we would make of as how what you consider a proof is and how you are going to present your proofs, and then go into presenting the proofs. That's the only fair way, as long as you present what you consider a proof to be and all of that before presenting your proofs, then that could be fair enough. If we all have different ideas of proof, but then at the beginning, if you state out what it would be. But I mean, again, SE knows what we're dealing with from our side, so obviously he'd be able to explain that.
It's simple. Both parties have to agree on what proof is. So we talk to both parties say what proof is, and once the agreement is reached, then the conversation/debate could happen.
Sounds fair. Active listening on proof, where we both come to some sort of a mutual agreement on how to present the proof to each other. And then we just present it.
Then there'll be no disagreements. Both parties agree to what proof is.
Yeah,
it should be exciting. Yeah. What do you say, Blue?
Rumpus is trying to jump in on Blue's team. I wouldn't say you'd need Rumpus to help you there, Blue. Rumpus, this is just between me and Blue. Blue is the one that made the claim that he can prove that level is not horizontal. And I obviously make the positive claim that level is horizontal. So the proof is only to prove what it is. And that'll be good because Slice Barkane's doing his test later on in the year. You could get him to help you with your proof there, Blue.
I bet you won't get past step 1. What is proof? Let's give it a go. Blue, what is proof to you, sir?
Is he in here? He's not in here. Has he joined? I don't think he wants to.
That would be nice if you joined, Blue. Civil conversation, what is proof? You tell us and you leave. That's it.
Yeah, I don't think he's not going to do that today. But I mean, as long as we could set it up for a series, a bit of a build-up. I mean, we did have the other day, we had Mr. Sensible came over here and recorded Blue. No problem. And he, in that recording that he did over here, Blue, he said he was willing to debate Right the Hand on Debate Night, Sean Hawkins' channel, over his mage thing. Something to do with Right the Hand said that mage would prove nothing, and Mr. Sensible said it would prove something, but then later on said it would mage prove nothing. So I don't actually know what that debate would end up like, but he did say he would debate. So Blue. Yeah, Yeah, the Blue's backing out of it already, right? So, Blue says, Bev, you're the one that made the claim. You said you can prove that level is horizontal. Yes, which is true. And you said, straight after that, Blue, and I can prove it's not. That's you said that, Blue. So you made a claim to the contrary. I claimed one, that I could prove one way, and you claimed that you could prove the other way. That's the way it goes, Blue. So there's two contrary things there. Now, the claim is proof for proof. I start off with a straight line, Blue, and you will start off with something. I don't know what you're going to start off with, but that's where we will go. And I will end up with a proof that level is horizontal, and you can have your one. Simple. I'm looking forward to it. I've been trying to get this conversation, all of these conversations out for quite a while. As you guys know, we've got tests, we've got logical tests, we've got all sorts of things that run all of them. We've been on the whiteboard. We've tested every one of the things that we're talking about. And it looks like Rumpus is very desperate to get hold of this stuff. I wouldn't be bothered about mine, Rumpus, at all. What you should be doing is getting Blue's proof that level is not horizontal. And then you'd be fine. You don't need mine. In fact, well, I mean, just wait until Blue shows his proof. I mean, he's bound to. Proof for proof, Blue. He's trying to back out already. This is sad. So are you saying now, Blue, this isn't going to be proof for proof?
Is he running from you the same way people run from me after challenging me to a debate?
Straight away. I mean, just a little bit earlier in the live chat, he was ready for it, and now...
What is it about these people? They say they will, and then they don't.
Yeah, must have got a case of the sensibles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It says they first off they try the neutral platform, and obviously Raucous here, but they banned us from all of their platforms because I don't know. I'm presuming because they don't want to talk to us, or they don't like us asking questions. All sorts of different things. But it's keeping the chat running. So thank you. We've got Rumpus in there as well. We've got some high class. Can you remember what Rumpus was saying when he came round here earlier?
Oh yeah. The whole body of evidence. The whole body of science is behind this.
Yeah, Rumpus is looking for the drop of the water level in the canal.
Rumpus, you remember the whole body of science?
We're going to see some videos very soon. He did show us some of his slides he's got for his presentation. Rumpus has been working on it very hard.
Oh, that was high class. I must say, top quality slides.
Yeah. Go for the slope or the drop or the hump. We did a presentation yesterday, Rumpus, and I know Beddy was also talking about the Bedford Canal, as is strangely enough, and the way that they all went for the hump. Even Jesse Kozlowski last night had a 28.5 meter hump in the middle. He didn't mention how much lower the far end was of the bridges that he's got. He just had a hump in the middle, which I presume left the other two bits level at the other end, even. Because having a 28.5 meter hump from the chord sort of implies that you can't have a drop at the other end. But that's what Rumpus is going for. Rumpus is going for the drop and not the hump. I repeat, Rumpus, when he's doing his Bedford level test, he's looking for the drop of the water. I don't know how much drop he's looking for. No, I don't know. He's just lifting sticks up in the air to prove the drop. That's fantastic, that, isn't it?
Yeah. What's a neutral channel, Blue?
This is a neutral channel. Oh, is this for the proof thing?
Agrees with that.
Is this for the proof thing? Well, he can do that in his own. Like he can
not
sit
the
down.
The debate.
Oh well, get the proof thing over and done with first, right? That has to be done, and that's
Sean Hawkins' channel. He's still looking for that first debate. I'm just going to put that out there.
It's not a debate. This is a proof for proof sort of presentation thing, isn't it? So, but I mean, again, yeah, I would have it over at Sean Hawkins. I'm sure if there's anybody in this business that's neutral, I'm sure Sean Hawkins would be the man.
Ooh, you hear that, Blue?
Right, Blue?
You think Sean Hawkins is a neutral?
Yeah,
platform?
He needs a bit of help. Rumpus said, for the Lake Pontchartrain Bridge to be level, it has to be curved. Has to be, Rumpus. It has to be. That's another t-shirt, that, Rumpus, right? Is globe. It has to be. It just has to be.
Wow.
Oh, listen to the Rumpus. You can see what's going on. Like Rumpus says, yeah, don't allow them to give conditions. Just get them into a debate. They are scared and will find any excuse to back out. Blue, anytime.
You're on now.
Yeah.
Like literally, you're in here now. You guys could literally join right now. And you're sitting in chat calling them cowards when they are on a live stream telling you can come in and talk to them right now. Holy shit. Spineless fucking cowards.
Yeah. That's Rumpus, though. I mean, obviously, people will be looking in the chat from Rumpus's side going, that's right, Rumpus, yes. Yes, they will back out. Well, again, we've offered Mr. Sensible, McToons, Fight the Flat Earth, Conspiracy Cats. Anyone else? Who else is there? Blue, Bob. Anyone else?
What's his name? B-Ball, no balls.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's low level. But DP said he'd have a go at give.
What do you mean?
Blue
I say I'll have a go at him. He wanted it with me,
and
then he's run
I know.
away.
I mean, it's like I say, I wouldn't bother with somebody like him. You know, but...
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Whoa, hey. Yeah, he's Rob.
Hey, so I just wanted to show everybody how easy it is to go from YouTube to Discord. Just like Paige. We were in the YouTube and now we're in the Discord. It's that easy. Come on, Blue. You can do it, buddy.
No, he's scared to come here. This isn't new.
Stay away.
This is frightening for them. Don't think that they could come here. I mean, we only talk about reality here, and these are full-on boomer globers. Like, how could they possibly think people who talk about reality is neutral? I don't actually know what they would consider neutral, but like I say, Sean Hawkins, debate night. Is that okay for you, Blue? Would you consider that? Oh, he's taking... He's distracted.
We're wasting more airtime with them dudes.
Yeah, Rumpus, yes. Yes, I've asked them for a debate. Well, I say a debate. Proof for proof challenge. It's open to anyone, Rumpus. Anyone. Proof.
Sean is not acceptable.
Proof. Sean's not acceptable for Blue.
It appears so, yeah.
Ah.
Poor Sean.
And this will be a debate. But how do you debate a proof, Blue? Do you want to debate my proof of a straight line, and then whatever you decide to put up as a proof, you want me to debate that? Perhaps we could do that, Ren, first, right? Okay, then, Blue. I mean, that's good. Let's debate the proof of a straight line. I'll show you my proof of a straight line, and you can debate that if you want. And then you can show me your proof of a straight line, and I'll debate that if you want. I mean, if that's how you want to do it, proof for proof, and we'll debate each one's. All of them. Blue. I'm not asking Rumpus, because I know Rumpus hasn't got any proofs. He's looking for the drop of the water level. He's not got a fucking clue about anything. What's Hex talking to me for? Like, I've never talked to you yet. Hex, what are you talking about? My cat's hungry. Bev, no, that's ambiguous. There isn't just one horizon, so no single plane of the horizon. Nice one, Hex. Is that your rebuttal to the horizontal parallel logic? So do you think, Hex, do you think that proves what you've just said, that horizontals aren't parallel?
Can you just go back over what he said? Because I'm not in the YouTube and I couldn't quite hear what
he
said.
He says, no, that's ambiguous. There isn't just one horizon, so no single plane of the horizon.
How many horizons have you ever seen, X? Incredible.
Yeah, I've definitely, Blue, absolutely claim that level is horizontal. And yes, I can prove it. You, Blue Marble Science, said you could prove that level isn't horizontal. So, yes, Blue, anytime you want, I will match you proof for proof. And you can end up with your proof and I'll end up with mine. But I suspect that you're going to say no, because I know how you prove that level isn't horizontal. That's by saying level isn't horizontal. Or whenever I go, here's my proof that level is horizontal, you'll go, no, it isn't. Much like Hex. We've come up with a level is horizontals are parallel logic, and you just go, no, they're not.
He's just going to say that I know exactly what Blue's going to do because they're such a brainwashed crazies. It's going to look through the auto level, right? 30 miles away through this auto level, see half a mountain. You're like, oh, it's dropping. Then he'll calculate some stuff and say the line, his direct line of sight is the horizontal and the water level is curving away.
You don't think he'd be silly enough to get that picture that Ranty got, do you? And go, look, horizontals aren't level. Level isn't horizontal. Look, Ranty's found a picture on Facebook and stared at it for 200 hours. I don't think he'd be that silly to use that sort of a thing. Oh, that's another one, actually, that we've asked to have a chat. I mean, you should think that Ranty, at least, would be wanting to do something. He seems to have gone really quiet after making that bullshit up about that picture. He's never really explained it to anyone, has he? He did that one with Ruhif and Katz, but then never really explained anything. Really strange. So again, like Ranty's another one that we've offered to come and have a chat about any of this sort of stuff. I mean, if you want to set up a debate, come and let's have a chat about it. Oh, George. Wow. I'm not worried about proving anything. You will have your proof though, right, Blue? You've got your proof ready for when we meet with this proof. I will go and prove a straight line first. Do you understand, Blue? I'll do that proof. You do your proof. Then we will move on to the next proof, building upon the straight line. I will. To prove more.
George said equipotential. I get $1.
George put, level is gravitational equipotential, so in general it's a curved surface. Well, I'd say vertical. A plumb bob is a tool, which I think you say gravity, but I say just vertical. So, I mean, that's what I would use if I was trying to explain. I mean, what do geometrically, how would you describe gravity? Anyone else? Oh, Rumpus is in. Does anyone want to
what, he's in VC?
Hear what the Rumpus? Yeah, he's deafened, like, but I mean, he'll be listening to YouTube.
Do we have to? It's just going to turn into a slanging match.
At least he's brave enough to come in here, right? He's left Blue out there. Maybe he's come in as a
but he just screams. That's why he comes in, right?
Yeah. Well, you know.
Well, let's give him a go, and if he let's give him because it's Rumpus, and we have to kind of
if he can be grown up, we've got to give him a chance to be a grown up.
Let's give him 5 wankers.
A moron. How many morons?
3 you twats and 8 morons.
8.
I'm gonna go with over on the 8 morons before he gets kicked.
Okay.
Which do you reckon he'll reach first? His wanker limitation, his twat limitation, or his moron limitation?
I don't think he can hold on for the moron.
Twat. Yeah. Twat first, right.
Going with moron.
Right.
Yeah.
And what sort of time?
The morons.
What sort of time frame? So we need somebody to keep an eye on twats, we need somebody to keep an eye on wankers, and we need somebody to keep an eye on morons, please. And a timekeeper as well.
I'm counting twats. You get
You're
the 20.
counting twats? Yeah, trust you, right hand.
I'll keep the wankers.
I'm
Nice
going to
one,
keep
Pope.
an eye on the others.
Bev, you have, as far as I know, you have never presented an argument except for some scratchy little cartoon thing that you did about level being, the horizontal for the horizon being parallel to the horizontal. And what's more,
do you want to get it right? Do you want to get it right before
even in that little thing, you don't make it
try and
clear.
state it,
You
Rumpus?
don't even make it clear that you're
Would you
referring
like
to
to
horizontal.
try and
Would you
get
like to
it
stop interrupting
right?
me? You don't even make it
Please
clear in that.
state
Be
the argument,
quiet.
Rumpus.
Make
Be
what
quiet.
clear?
Be quiet. You don't even make it clear whether you're referring to
Please
horizontal line.
state
Be
the
quiet.
argument,
Be
Rumpus,
quiet.
so we
Be
know you
quiet,
understand
be
what you are
quiet,
talking
be
about.
I don't know
quiet.
what he's talking about.
You don't make it clear whether it's a horizontal
make
plane.
what clear?
Be quiet.
What
be quiet.
do we
You
not
don't
make
be
clear,
quiet.
Rumpus,
Be
please?
quiet.
We're doing
You
active
don't
listening,
make it clear.
Rumpus.
Be quiet. Let me finish my goddamn sentence.
Please
you don't make it clear and you're on
state
be
the
quiet,
argument,
twat.
Rumpus,
Be quiet, you twat.
so we know
Be
what you are
quiet,
talking
twat. Be
about.
quiet. I'm referring to
How
the
many's
meme.
that?
What it is, that little
You're
cartoon
getting
thing
over
he's
limited
done.
here on your twat
And
countage.
you don't make
Rumpus.
it clear whether you're
Pushing
talking about a
your limits.
horizontal line or a horizontal
Please
plane.
state the argument,
Be quiet,
Rumpus,
twat. I'm
so we
asking
know
Bev
what
to
you are
state his
talking
argument.
about.
I'm asking Bev to state his argument.
You
I
come
don't
in
wish
here
to state
telling
his
Bev
argument.
it's wrong, so please
I
state the
want, yeah,
argument
but I can
so
only.
that we know
but no
what you are
one
talking
knows,
about.
No one knows what Bev's argument is.
So why have you
What?
come in here
Which
telling him it's
argument?
wrong?
Because what I have heard has been
Which
wrong,
argument,
and I'm getting him to
Rumpus?
clarify it. The only thing he's presented is a gibberish piece of scratchy cartoon drivel, and he claims he knows about logic, and he can't even present an argument.
Right.
So
Is
if you
it?
wish
Are
to
you
state-
Rumpus? Are you talking about the if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all horizontals are parallel to each other? Or,
Is that- right, that's
or,
your claim. That'll
or
do.
are
That'll do.
you talking about all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, therefore all horizontals are parallel to each other? Which one of them or both of them together?
Okay, there are two, are there? Okay. So give me the first one again. Is that the one that's got on your scratchy cartoon?
I haven't done a cartoon.
You've done. You see, you have not presented anywhere a full
It was me.
presentation of your
It
argument.
was me that did the cartoon, Rumpus.
Well, there we go. So even Bev hasn't even done anything. This, as usual, he's not presented an argument.
We put this together.
He's not
We
written
put this
anything.
together.
But he hasn't
together.
presented. He has not presented
Rumpus,
an
do you wanna
argument
answer Bev's
in
question?
textual form.
Did I
So
not
we've
just
no
present
idea.
that just then to
So,
you?
and we don't
Do you
even know when you
Is that
talk
not
about
what I was doing?
horizontals whether you're talking about a line or a
Do you
plane.
want to
because it's
answer Bev's question? Which one are you talking about?
the scratchy cartoon one is the one.
Which one that Bev said to you
I think
are
it's
you
the
now
first one.
talking about?
The
The
first
if.
one is the one. I think.
The if then.
So that just repeat it.
Why do you
just so we all
find this
know.
so difficult?
He wants
Be
me
quiet,
to repeat
Twat.
it for
Be
him.
quiet.
I'll do it again.
I don't want to put words in his mouth.
If
So, Bev, present the first argument. Say it again. So I can write. I'll tell you what. I'll write it down in the chat here, so we can all know what it is. So your argument, I'll write it down. So as you say it, I'll write it down.
Okay, like
So
it
here we go.
is in the thing. Yeah. All right.
So you tell me what it is, and I'll write it down here.
Okay. If all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the
Hold on.
horizon,
If all horizontals
then
are parallel,
all
hold on. I can't
horizontals
keep up,
are
Bev. You have to slow
parallel
down.
to each other.
You have to slow down. If
All
horizontals
are parallel to each other, therefore all horizontals are. Did I miss that? Parallel to the plane of the
that's
horizon.
not an interesting.
therefore.
Well, that's obvious. If one thing's
Of
parallel
course
to
it's
another
obvious.
thing,
It's logic.
no, that's just drivel. It's the other one about the horizon we're interested in.
You could have asked your mate Betty to give you it. We gave it to
no, he
him
hasn't.
weeks
No,
ago.
he hasn't got the argument either. None of us have
we've just gone over a thing where he's went
None
over
of us have got your argument.
Well, he's
That's
lying
why
to you then.
I'm
Rumpus.
trying to get you to so you can
He's
write
lying
a
to
statement.
you,
No, he
Rumpus.
isn't.
We gave
no,
it
he
to
isn't.
him weeks
No,
ago.
he has not. He has not presented
We
an argument.
gave it to him
No,
weeks
you
ago,
haven't.
Rumpus.
And
The
that's what I'm trying to
horizontal
get. No, you
parallel
haven't.
logic.
No, you haven't.
We've just
So
been
I'm
over a
trying to
video
write
where
it
he
down
went
now.
over it.
So I'm trying to write it down
That's
now. So if you can
shocking,
articulate it, I'll write it down.
Somebody is really, really frustrated.
Because I can't get Bev to present his argument.
Right,
That's
okay,
why.
Rumpus. Are you going to stop for a minute?
Right, just articulate your argument.
Are you ready?
Yep.
Right. If all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Okay, are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Hey, Bev, do you know the really
Good one.
funny thing about this, right, is it is actually written on the cartoon.
Yeah,
word for word.
Right, that's why I've been asking if the cartoon represents the argument, but he's never confirmed this.
It's fucking written on the cartoon,
Is
you
that
twat.
Bev's argument? Is that Bev's argument? What you've written on the cartoon?
It's just logic.
Is it
Rumpus.
your argument, Bev, what that cartoon says?
Is it my argument?
Yes! He's just said, the moron has just said it's your
just
argument.
logic.
Is it or is it not?
That was just logic.
Is it your argument, you twat? Stop.
Oh, you're reaching your limit of twats, I'm afraid.
This is it. You're trying to dodge it, aren't you, Bev? You don't want to take ownership of that.
Getting close to your twat limit,
Hey,
Rumpus.
Rumpus, can you not just calm the fuck down?
No,
No,
he
he
can't
can't.
calm the fuck down.
He's upset. I mean, this is
He deafened himself.
this is triggering logic. I mean, that's what we do.
Right, can you present your argument, please, Bev? Is it the
Okay.
same one as that cartoon?
Yeah, the one that we gave to Bebby when Bebby did his presentation.
Right,
Yeah,
it's the same. So
it's
that
like
is
it's
your
crack
argument.
this shit for you guys.
Oh,
isn't
that
it?
is your argument, is it?
Cartoon.
You know that's not an argument. Well, quit saying it is.
And Rumpus,
I'm
you
only
know
trying
a
to get Bev
cartoon-
to
you
present
know a
his argument,
cartoon
and
is
I just cannot get him
animated.
to do it. So this is the action of a deceiver. This is someone who knows they're talking bollocks.
Rumpus,
they
shut
don't
up.
want to present their argument because
You're
they
a
know
fucking
deep down
idiot.
it's bollocks.
Do you want me to? Do
see
you want
how
me to go
evasive he's
over it
been?
again? I quite like saying
Just
this. I'll keep
articulate
going
it.
it. Okay.
Yeah, just
If-
articulate it for me now.
If all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon,
Right.
then all horizontals are parallel to each other.
Excellent.
All horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
No, they're not.
Therefore,
No, they're not.
all horizontals are parallel to each other.
Do you accept that the horizon doesn't rise to eye level? Try it again. Do you accept that the horizon does not rise to eye level? I don't know why the twat is trying to intervene here.
What's that got to do with this logical
Because I'm
argument,
about to show
Rumpus?
you. Do you
You're
accept
funny.
that the horizon does not rise to eye level?
Twat limit warning.
Whoops.
Whoops.
Is that
Do-
one
I-
left?
he's
Is that the last one? Final
Do
warning.
you accept that the horizon does not rise to eye level?
What do you mean? Will I accept it?
Let's
or-
try it again. Do you accept that the horizon does not rise to eye level as you go up and down?
I can prove the horizon does not rise to eye level.
Great. In which case, then, if we talk about the plane of the horizon, that is the line from you as the observer to the horizon, that must be inclined to your local horizontal. Therefore, your statement that all horizontals are parallel is incorrect.
Sorry,
Very
say
simple.
that again. Say
Finish
that
it.
again, Rumpus. Go
Sorted.
over that again.
Finished.
Say it again, please.
Say again, Rumpus.
Right. The plane of the horizon, because this is the thing, you don't define, when you talk about horizontals, whether you're talking about a horizontal line or a horizontal plane.
Yep.
So that's one of the problems in that statement. Number two, if we assume you are referring to a plane, so when you're talking about horizontals, you're talking about horizontal planes, then if you accept that the horizon does not rise to eye level, then the plane of the horizon, which is from your eye level, your eyes, to the horizon, must necessarily be inclined to your local horizontal. Therefore,
sorry, say that again. It must be inclined. What are you talking about? Rumpus.
Parallel.
Rumpus, what are you talking about? It must be inclined. What must be inclined?
Your eye line from your eye to the horizon, you moron.
Nope.
He's literally just
Wow.
drawing the line from your
What does
eye.
that mean? That isn't a
The plane of
horizontal
horizon.
rumpus.
Exactly, and that's why.
No.
Horizon,
Just because you're looking down does not mean that horizontals are not parallel.
Right.
What are you talking
you
about?
Are looking down. Let's try listening. Try listening for one moment. If you're looking down to the horizon, the plane of the horizon from the horizon to your eyes, that plane, is inclined to your horizontal. Therefore, they are not parallel. Therefore, your proof,
You are
is
not
utterly
looking
wrong.
horizontal. Your eyes are not horizontal. So it is not in a horizontal plane, you moron.
You utter twat.
There
The
you go.
horizontal, as measured by a
have a
plumb
listen
bob,
to the one that I've put in with McToons.
A perpendicular to your plumb bob at your location is your local
nothing
horizontal.
to do
The
with
horizon
rumpus.
is not parallel to that. The plane of the horizon, which is the
It's not
plane
parallel
of
to a vertical,
your
definitely
eyes
not.
to the horizon is inclined to that.
Perpendicular.
Therefore, the plane of the horizon is not parallel to the horizontal.
I don't think you understand what parallel
You're not
is.
looking horizontally, are you, Rumpus?
It doesn't matter where
You're looking
we're
down
not
at
talking
the
about where you're
horizon.
looking.
You've
It doesn't matter where you're
said
looking. We're
this.
talking about the line that joins your eyes to the horizon, and that is
That
inclined
is your line of
to
sight,
your local
Rumpus, and you're
horizontal.
looking down
The
at
plane of the horizon, which is the thing that
You are
joins the
looking
horizon
down
to your
at the
eyes,
horizon,
is
Rumpus.
inclined to your local horizontal. Therefore,
You
they are
said-
not parallel. Finished.
You said you were looking down at the horizon, Rumpus.
No, you're not actually
that
looking
is
anywhere.
not a horizontal plane, is it?
The line or the plane.
Yeah. Rumpus,
What
what
a
he's saying
fucking
here
idiot.
is the horizon, he's looking down to the horizon. Now, that doesn't mean anything. I guess he's thinking he's looking from the side, looking down. There is nothing to do with horizontals or the plane of the horizon. Neither of those have got anything to do with Rumpus looking at anything. Within the logical statement. So
yeah, it's a slanted line. It's not even a slanted line. He's not looking down. He's looking forward, right? But not straight down at an angle. Like he's looking down at an angle, and
I've put
that has nothing to do with the horizon.
I've put a clip in the live stream, live chat now. It's 23 seconds. I'm going to press play. It's very low. I don't know. There's something going on with Discord that it drops the volume of everything when I'm in here, I think. So I'm going to put this on. Have the volumes up to max. McToons, 23 seconds, playing it now.
Okay.
So the horizontal would be going out from your feet, and that would be the horizon on the water.
That would
level.
be
would keep going out. Yeah.
That would be horizontal. That would be the line defined, or the plane defined as horizontal.
Yes. So from the water level, from your feet, would go out towards the horizon horizontally.
Yes.
There you go. So from your feet to the horizon would go out horizontally. So from your eyes to the horizon would obviously be a slope downwards, which Rumpus has just said. We've agreed to it. Now, if you were to have a horizontal at your eye line, it would be parallel to the horizontal that goes to the horizon. That's why one doesn't rise to the other, and Rumpus doesn't understand what a level is. He's already admitted that it would be below your eye level because that is horizontal and your eye level is horizontal. They're both horizontal. Also, Rumpus is really struggling with what a horizontal is. He seems there's some sort of a confusion between a horizontal line and a horizontal plane. Well, the horizontal plane is always there. The horizontal lines all lie within that plane. All of them. Every horizontal line lies on a horizontal plane. Every horizontal plane is infinite. In reality. Does that explain the horizon with Rumpus? Do you think that's enough? Can we let him off mute again? Because seems a bit hard to be getting that sort of stuff out. And I know he's close to his twat limit. He's a bit low on the...
Should we have a twat reset?
Well, I don't know. Well, like Sugar Cookie's in charge of the twats. It's up to Sugar Cookie. Maybe he might want to pull a couple of them back again to see whether... I wouldn't be bothered, actually. I'd say Rumpus best watch the twat usage.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was in charge of the others. I only got one.
Yeah. So that was the one bone of contention that Rumpus has had is him looking down at the horizon. Obviously, because the horizon is bound to be below eye level. Because as we know, horizontals don't rise, levels don't rise. No matter how many pictures George Nutsack wants to try and show you, they don't actually do that. He's just one of the fake surveyors that hasn't got a clue how to set his tools up, like the main surveyor.
Hey, Bev, wasn't George in the team with Soundly and Jesse? The video you put last night.
I think he said he was there when they went to the lake. I think he was talking about the Rainy Lake thing. I think that's when George and Jesse...
They went and stayed with George, they said, didn't they?
That's right.
And they chatted about Bilu.
Bilu, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Talk about aliens.
The Brazilians, yeah.
Oh, were they Brazilians?
Yeah, they were Brazilians, yeah.
I thought they were Spanish, but yeah, I'll correct that for
Brazilian
next time. Yeah.
It was it was a very good documentary, but in the end, they went to Bilu, Bilu, the alien thing. Yeah, but they proved that the Earth was level, all the same.
Yeah, I mean, that's easy. Obvious. Yeah.
Bev, if I was to draw what Rumpus said orthographically, I'd have my little man on the left with a line going out from his feet, horizontal, and then a line going out from his eyes, that's horizontal. And what Rumpus is saying is he now draws a line from the eyes down to the right-hand side of the page at the horizon at the feet and says that line is horizontal.
Yeah, but see, like Rumpus would say that, but where would you put that line? I mean, when you draw that line, you're putting a distance to the horizon. Like you would be... If you drew that for Rumpus, you would be putting a line to the horizon at a distance.
Yeah, my eye level line and my feet, my horizon, the horizontal line at my feet.
Yeah.
But I would add a tilted line from my eyes to the ground to make what he is calling a horizontal.
I think the point that Paige is trying to make here is that your eye line and the plane of the horizon are never, ever, unless you're laying on the beach, and even then you'd have to be in the water, they're never on the same plane as the horizon.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They're still parallel to each other, just plain parallels. But to get what he's saying, you'd have to draw that line from your eyes down to the horizon at your feet. It's ridiculous to say that that's horizontal.
Well, yeah, and the fact that if you were to do it and like you go to the side, do it orthographic, you know, like come to the side of it and look at yourself looking out, you would have the horizontal for the water, and your eyes, they would be parallel.
Yes.
Now, if you were to draw a line that isn't parallel, well, then it wouldn't be horizontal.
Yeah, it wouldn't be horizontal.
Yeah,
so
that's
the line
simple.
from the horizon is a tilted. It's a tilted line. It's got a decline in it, down. You know that. I mean, shit. This is kindergarten stuff. What vertical and horizontal actually are is kindergarten stuff. They have one orientation. Doesn't matter whether you see 50 different horizons from 50 different places on the earth. All those horizons are horizontal. So if you make another horizontal line that's parallel to that, all those horizontal lines that you've made parallel will also be parallel to each other, because they're all made parallel to one horizontal, one orientation.
Yeah, that's what I say. In reality, yeah.
Nice summary page.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, but I mean, that's just what happens in reality, right? I mean, there's no need to bash anybody because of that or whatever, right? There are obviously model afflicted boomers in the chat that are saying you're stupid, but you're not. You know, obviously, that makes perfect sense. I mean, that is logic. That's how it works. You can feel at ease with that. And you shouldn't have to have people like us saying, yes, Paige, that's how it is.
Correct, yeah. I've never had to draw a horizontal line or a vertical line that wasn't exactly the same as any other horizontal or vertical I've ever drawn. So, you know, they need to come and show me how they tilt these horizontals or tilt these verticals in their geometry, because it makes no sense.
That's why we've been saying for quite a bit there is no geometric proof, evidence for the globe model. Nobody's ever been able to show us any. Ever. And that's why the proof project that we're doing is so important. Because this is where we find our proofs. That's where we find our proofs. Hopefully. And eventually we know that we will be showing these proofs. I mean, we do. Within this Discord server. It's not a secret. There's no need for us to be a secret. Anything that we do here in this Discord server. But we do ask, we would make it public that the people that are the boomers in the chat that are shouting and screaming, acting like fools, are the ones that won't be able to come and match us, not be able to talk about anything that we do talk about. And it shows. It shows. Anytime anybody wants to come and have a chat about this.
Should we take a chance and unmute the rumpus now?
He's been unmuted. He's just
Oh,
not
is he?
done. Yeah. He's on a private mute. Blue Marble, are you sure you're okay? He's talking to Rakir. Aren't you the gut that spent 6 hours in my Discord chat insulting people? Seems disingenuous to me. No, Blue. Like Rakir was saying earlier, he was in the chat just talking to people. And then you came after 6 hours of him doing that. You came and kicked him for it. You're getting upset, Blue. Is it because somebody like Rakir was talking to people nicely, and that it's not part of the narrative that you need to be pushing at the minute? It's bad, Blue. Sad. Did you like me? The logic if P then Q. I get that again. And from the agents chat. Oh, copy image. You like this? I really like this one. Glad I found it. The one that says, if an angle is inscribed in a semicircle, then it is a right angle. This angle is not a right angle, therefore this angle is not inscribed in a semicircle. Anyone know what that is? I mean, it's perfect, but that's the basis of the Pythagorean theorem. That's the basis of the understanding that triangles only have 180 degrees, or the sum of two right angles, because one of the right angles is inscribed on the semicircle. The other two angles make up the other.
The angle is always against the circumference of the semicircle, or the...
It's the tangent point, isn't it, of the intersection of the triangle.
That always has to be a 90.
Mm-hmm. Perfect logic, right? Always. And with geometry, and with one of the most basic foundations of geometry, the semicircle, the triangle, the right angle, 180 degrees. Two right angles make a circle, because the other half, the other two, you've got four right angles, all right angles being equal. Boom. Triangles cannot have more than 180 degrees. Geometric proof. On proof. On proof. And that's the one that they use as an example. And we're going to be able to do that. Hopefully be able to change the little logic sayings in there. We could just put in, if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. I mean, it's only an if. Only an if. You've just got to prove it isn't. That's logic, reality. It should be dead easy. The fact it isn't means it's got to be reality. And if it's reality and it's logic, then you've got one chance. You've got to accept it. Or go mad. Or just forget about us. Leave us to doing what we do. On our own. Proving stuff to each other. Helping each other. We don't need people like Rumpus, really. Unless, you've got to be able to see what people are like and what happens to people when you say this stuff to them. And obviously, the people that we're talking to and we're talking about at the minute are the people that get ultra triggered. There's nobody gets any more triggered than the people we're talking to when you say things like this. Normal people, it's a different matter. Normal people, well, most normal people aren't even aware that the globe is there.
Apparently Bev Hex is in.
In here?
Yeah, he says to me, I'm in. I don't think you can hear me.
Do you think he's not in here?
No, he's not in here.
He's not in the landing either. He's
oh,
not.
Hex, you're not in.
Yeah.
If a mod can drop a link to the Discord in the YouTube, that'd be great.
Hex has been in here though, right?
Yeah, he should be a member. Or was that over on the other one?
No, I think it was here, wasn't it?
Was it here?
Yeah. Hex has been in. Yeah.
Yeah.
Might not have used that character for a while.
Might let it slip a bit.
There you go. There's a link in there now.
Thank you.
I wonder if Blue Marble will come in.
No
what you think?
way.
No?
No.
Pancake channel.
We've got your trigonometry covered, Chad.
They'll get cooties. There's girls in here.
There you go, Chad.
Off mute, yeah.
We've been doing it for a while, Chad. We haven't got any of the other ones, but trigonometry, absolutely.
Well, damn, I thought I just made something up.
Hey, you've got to be good to beat us, Chad.
Hang on. I just wanted to let you know I clicked that link in the YouTube chat and now I'm here. It's that easy.
Yeah. Welcome once again, Rob.
I'll be on mute.
So the
Shitty mic.
I can go back to YouTube and then come back in before any of these losers will come in.
Well, like I say, there's going to become a point, right, when it's not really worth talking to them.
I think that point's been and gone, Bev.
Yeah, there's no progress to be made. But, I mean...
Bev,
go on.
Bev, isn't Blue Marble Science, isn't he one of the big ballers? He's a big YouTube channel, hasn't he?
I don't think so, no. He's not as big as you think.
I thought he was up there with, not the Rumpus. Rumpus doesn't have a channel. But the other guys, like...
Rumpus has got a channel.
Has he?
Yeah. Yeah, he's going to be putting some videos out on it soon, he says.
Oh, yeah, since last year. Yeah, I'm still waiting on them.
I mean, I don't think Blue is even as big as Bob. And Bob isn't that big either, really, is he?
No.
I mean, Jem? Nah, I wouldn't say. I mean, I'm not... this is only a little channel.
Who would you consider a big baller channel? I'd say Ranty is getting big. Who else would be big? Fight the Flat Earth. He'd be big, wouldn't he?
I don't know. I think the Fight the Flat Earth and his particular way of doing whatever is backwards. It's the wrong way round, isn't it? Like, that's got to... He's not going to get any more because he just preys on people from Facebook and Twitter and...
Yeah.
And particularly he's getting, he's like scraping the barrel of just anybody he can trigger to get on there.
Yeah, going for the drama. That's it.
That's all he goes for. I think that's going to end. So he's not got much hope. He can't turn into a science channel, can he? Fight the Flat Earth.
Who else would you have? Conspiracy Cats. What about him?
Well, I don't know. He's like running a fucking network, isn't he?
Is he?
Isn't he? I think he's got like an empire of YouTube, YouTubers, and Ranty's trying to do the same. He's trying to get people on side so they can run this little network of people.
Yeah, the keyboard network. Yeah.
Troll network. And sort of like smaller YouTuber network where they all support each other. I don't say the ballers. None of them have got anything. They're all just, they call themselves debunkers.
Yeah, I was just looking at the chat here. Hex is in here for hours. blue marble sciences in here for hours, you know, and they're just chatting. So why don't you just come in here into the Discord, like, and tell us? Fighting typing, guys. Come on in.
They've banned us to stop from talking to us.
Do you think they're afraid of the logic, Bev?
They can't have the logic. We've been saying that for a fair bit. That's why we say in here you have to leave the model at the door. Because the logic will trouble the model. And then it turns into some sort of a battle.
What about George? Is he banned from in here?
George,
come in,
don't, please don't. George is, we don't want to upset George.
No. Is George the retired baller? Is he?
George is. Have you ever heard of the Penrose?
The Penrose?
Yeah.
No, tell me. What's that?
There's a state that you can go to with your mind, right? Where it goes beyond the limits. Penrose said once that if you study the geometry enough, then you can sit on the boundaries of the rules and jump over the other side.
Oh.
And create your own rules. Well, if you do that, it's within the mind. And if you can go beyond the rules of geometry into a different place, then you've gone too far. You sort of lost yourself within your own mind. So we call that the Penrose. Well, Penrose is in space, so you can actually do that, right? Your mind can go to those places. It's not good for you. I don't consider. You should stay grounded and, in reality for as much as you can. But Penrose goes off into space. Well, George, you are welcome. Yeah,
but
I really like you, George. I think George is the globe Penrose, whereas he's tried to work this out. He's found the geometric understanding of reality and the model, and the model's winning for George. Reality's disappeared. George is now within the model, but geometrically it doesn't work, and so he's troubled.
Sure, he's an old fella now,
Yeah, my dad did the same.
Understand because his ego won't let him go now. He doesn't want to study anymore.
I think it's an age thing. My dad does exactly the same. So I understand, but my dad doesn't chase me.
No.
My dad doesn't come into chats now to sort of have a go at me. Because my dad knows. He knows that level is horizontal. He knows that the canal is a horizontal plane. But his brain can't allow him to not think globe. He's in the same position as George.
What
except
is it, the brain? Is it the brain or the ego? What do you think? A personal ego, you can't let it go. You just can't let it go. The understanding that it can't be a globe.
Well, yeah. Well, I think with my dad, there's no knowing. I mean, he hasn't got an ego. It just, I guess it's a lot of work, right? Once you get to that age, and
because I'm pretty sure, George he's a very intelligent guy. Like, he's old now. I think he had a great career, making money, and now he's in these chats. He's probably retired now. He's in these chats, and people are telling him what he learned over the years, what he taught over the years, is all fucking shite. And he just won't let go of his ego. He doesn't even want to look into it.
He has a lot of hatred in his heart for us.
Oh, I know.
George.
He wanted you dead.
Yeah.
To see that. Yeah.
I know, but that's the sort of thing that
terrible thing to say.
I don't want to put George in that position. You see, now, if George feels that strongly, the last place he should be is in the chat listening to us.
Yeah.
Because that hatred isn't going to go away. It's just going to build. And every time you say, "Oh, we're concerned about you, George," that upsets him even more.
Crazy.
Yeah.
I would never wish death on a glober. That's terrible talking. That's terrible thinking.
Well, I guess that's what happens. I think within this community, I don't like saying that because it's not. It's more like an arena. There are a group of people that really dislike another group of people.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
That type of thought process and thinking of other people, that harm should come to them, that's really bad for your soul.
It is bad, yeah. No matter what we believe, it's like this topic. What is it? It's a matter of opinions, You can never wish bad on people like that. That's terrible kind of thinking. Anyway, George has come back to his dinner.
Yeah.
Have a good dessert, George.
X is in the live text. Says he can sort out his mic.
Oh, Hex is coming in.
Right, he doesn't need to use push to talk. Should be right.
Just come back to last night's stream, Bev.
Yeah.
With Soundly and Jesse. So they figured out a 28.5 bulge. Did anybody ever take a photograph, from far away from the bridge, like a horizontal kind of a photo? Did we ever see that? Did Rakia ever do that?
Rakia's done some.
I made a meme.
Did you? And
you wouldn't believe it, would you?
No, I wouldn't.
Top. Where am I landing? Top right. No, not landing in live chat.
I think I found a clip that I got as well
Top
from
right
somewhere.
of this picture.
Of course, the bridge would be curving because that's the structure. It would curve.
Is that what you mean? The view in the top right there.
Is that the bridge there in the top right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that right in the middle of the bridge?
I'm not sure which section of the bridge that would be, because obviously it's a section of the bridge, so I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Which one it is.
And have you any idea how far away the observer is?
They could have a P9000, P1000, P900. They could be miles away.
Well,
you just don't know.
I don't see a bulge of water there, do you? No.
No. Well, I mean, like you say, if that were the case, and you were to put a horizontal, like an auto level, you would be looking for a hump. Because the horizontal obviously would have to be with the plane of the horizon, and they're saying a hump from that chord. Now, you couldn't have a horizontal auto level inclined to look up. That just simply wouldn't be possible. So, I mean, basically what Jesse geometrically showed in that picture is literally impossible.
It's impossible.
Yeah.
There'd be bulges everywhere. At 360, you'd have to have a bulge everywhere. You know what I mean?
Yep. And when the worst part of it is that chord right in the middle where he did that. Because let's say, imagine.
Now, hang on, Bev, just a sec, right? See that top hand picture there, where DP posted, right? The top right hand corner, right? There's supposed to be a bulge there, okay? Just say we're looking north, okay? There's a bulge of 28 meters, okay? If there was the same bridge direct south of us, would we see a drop of 28 meters? Just say, huh?
Yeah.
You know
Yeah,
what
and
I mean?
this is all of this. Like, you're doing this in your head now. And how many impossibilities do you have to process in order to get wherever you want to go?
If I'm looking north, just say that bridge is north of me, right? I'm looking for the bulge, 28 meters in the middle of that thing, okay? So if I have the same bridge south of me at the same distance, I should be looking for a drop of 28 meters. No?
Well, that's the double drop and the hump. That's the paradox that exists if you have a model. But what I would say to you is the only reason you're thinking this in the first place,
because I have the model in mind,
is because a model's been put there in your head, right? You're thinking of the model, and that model is making you think like you are doing. Now, at some point, you might justify what you're thinking because you can make it fit on the model. But that's all you're doing, is you're trying to put what you see. Well, not even what you see, because you're not seeing it, are you? You're still just trying to justify something to put on the model.
Yeah.
Justify what you don't see.
Yeah.
Exactly, yeah. No,
Yeah.
it's just repeating what the baller said. You know, they said that there's 90 degrees hump. So I don't see the hump. I already see the hump.
Yeah. There is no hump. There cannot be a hump. Not even on their model.
Yeah, Walter doesn't act like that anyway. We all know that.
Yeah. The model just makes you think that.
Hex is in the chat.
Oh, Hex.
In here? No, in the text chat.
Yeah, can't he figure out how to get into the voice bit?
He can't figure out how to get into the voice bit. He's been in. He knows how to work Discord. Just the usual sort of things.
Yeah, but it's funny. At the end of your stream last night, you said that Soundly and Jesse disappeared after measuring the R, like the curvature of Earth.
No. Jesse did that one with Soundly. It took me a while to get that video, because when they were doing that, I was on Twitter.
Okay.
And then I came into this arena. I've been trying to talk to Jesse Kozlowski for ages on Twitter. I'd talked to all of the surveyors and chased everyone I could on Twitter. Ordnance Survey UK. Done all of that. Then I came here to Discord to chat to people. Fight the Flat Earth brought me in, called me a child abuser. Had that debate with him. And then carried on trying to find Jesse. And eventually ended up on Jose's. And Jesse Kozlowski on Jose's said to me that the water level drops from the horizontal at a rate of 8 inches times the distance in miles squared, right? He said that. And after he said that, because I said, one more thing, is that measurable? And he said, oh yes, it's measurable.
And that got you thinking.
Well, that was it then. It's like, okay, You say it can be measured. Well, I know that the water doesn't drop. So the moment he said that, I knew he wasn't a surveyor.
Yeah.
A surveyor would never have said that. And then when he said that, he knew that's where he messed up. And he's never talked to anybody since. He can't talk to anybody because there's no way he can justify that it's measurable, because nobody's measured it. Nobody can measure it. A surveyor would tell you, you cannot measure something that isn't there. You can't have a drop of a water level over distance. That's an elevation change. That's how water flows.
Yeah, well, that killed his name, but he still might be talking under a sock account. You know what I mean, Bev? Might be,
yeah.
He might even be Hex there. You know, you never know.
Yeah.
He could be somebody else.
G'day, Hex.
Hello, can you hear me?
Ah, Hex. Yeah, you're very low. Hang on.
Okay. Who might be me? I'm me, nobody else.
Yeah.
But I guess that's what you thought last time too.
What? That you
That
might
I
have
was
been Jesse Kozlowski?
I don't remember who, but you thought I was someone else. I don't think
there
it was
there
Jesse.
the bets were going round a bit again. Not me. Other people thought you might have been Brenda. I think.
Aha, that's possible.
Yeah, that's
Nope.
possible. That you are
and
Brenda.
other people thought you might have been the Rumpus. But it doesn't matter now.
Nope.
You know, we can hear
Yep.
your voice. It's okay.
Okay. Aha. Yeah.
It's Globe.
So, can we just confirm you are Hex, the internet
Yes.
character known as Hex, yeah?
How is my volume? I'm hearing you very loud, but I can't
Sounds fine.
turn that down.
Are you that internet
Okay.
character known as Hex?
Yes.
Yes.
Other people were saying you might have been that. Is it Bob Dole, the real Bob Dole? Have you heard of him?
I love Bob Dole. This can't be Bob Dole.
I don't remember who he is or was or whatever. Sorry. Yeah.
Nasty,
Well,
nasty cough you got there.
Quick cough, that.
Argument of yours.
Should get that cough looked at.
Just a sec, Hex.
Yep.
In the last 5 years, did you ever change? Just a question. Did you ever change your internet name? You know, in this arena.
Probably, but I haven't been here, and I don't remember if I was talking to any flat earthers. But
Okay.
it would have been on the YouTube channel, not voice chat. It would have been the.
And would I
Chat.
be so bold to ask what was that name
Well,
you had before?
Why? What's got
I don't
talking
know.
to flat earthers got to do with it? Why do you normally answer like that?
Could have been Quectioop. The top row of the keyboard.
Okay.
Or possibly Elcric.
Yeah, I wonder
Anyway,
why.
Hex, welcome to the chat. What do you got?
Well, about this T-shirt argument, I think what you're failing
T-shirt
to
argument.
you're failing to take account of is that there isn't.
It's not the
even
2D
on your-
T-shirt argument, is it? You're not bringing that one
By
up.
the
Is
way,
that the 2D surface of a t-shirt argument?
well, it's more what's printed on it. But what if you don't want to be called flat earthers? Should I call you pancake earthers or?
How about you
Because
just
pancakes aren't necessarily flat.
How about just drop the bigotry, maybe?
I don't know if it's
Or you
bigotry,
can address
but,
each person, maybe address each person individually and not us as a group, right? We're not we're not a hive mind.
Okay. Well, anyways, I think you are even on the pancake Earth. There is more than one
Dude,
horizon.
try
It depends-
try and drop the model.
The model is implied because you keep saying that horizontals are parallel. On the pancake Earth, they are parallel. On the globe Earth, they aren't. So if you drop your model, then you don't get to say that horizontals are parallel.
You're forgetting about reality, X.
You need to, yeah, but your pancake reality is different from my globe reality. And
Pancake
I
is
don't
not my
accept
reality.
that your reality is a true one. And if we had a vote, you'd lose.
How many realities are there?
In reality, I'd say one.
Okay, so there's only going to be
uh,
one answer to this question then.
Yes, but we are, well.
So in reality,
I and most of you are probably not going to agree on.
well, we got to agree on reality. It's reality. So in reality, is down always down? Right? Like these are the questions.
Down would always be down by definition, but it's not always the same direction.
Well, then it's not down, then is it? Right? So in reality, and
it's not. It's a local down. It's
hold on.
Not a universal down.
Okay, but in reality though, right? Like down where I am here, and then I move 10 feet forward. It's the same down in reality.
Let's say move across. Let's say move to the other side of the Earth.
Well, we'll just do 10 feet at a time, right? Down will never stop being down, and it's sure as hell not going to become up, right? Like it's not going to, it will. Down will become up.
If you move from Sweden to New Zealand, then down
that's reality?
will become up.
I'm in
Can you hang on. He said if you move from Sweden to New Zealand, down will become up.
Well, technically,
did you hear that?
No,
technically, it would be halfway between Australia and New Zealand, if I remember my globe right.
You don't think if somebody came to you and was like, "Yo, man, down is up," right? you wouldn't you think that person's crazy? If they're trying to tell you that down is up, you would be like, "Oh yeah, down is up." Yeah, that makes total sense. That's not a law of contradiction.
Not if what they mean is that their down is my up. Well, no, if they came.
But you don't own down, dude. And this is the thing. You're trying to say in reality, down is up. That's what you're saying. Not my down, not your down. You're saying in reality, down is up. And that's okay.
And you're saying that in reality, down is always in the same direction. But why should we believe that?
Heck,
I mean, hey, if you want to down is up, go ahead.
Towards their feet. Have you ever met anyone who says down is not towards their feet? Has anybody
Well, if they were standing on their head, but
towards my feet?
If I
can we establish common ground at least, Hex, and say that both down. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Let me finish.
Interrupt, Bev.
Jesus. Can we say that in reality, both down and up for everyone is vertical?
Yeah, but vertical
always
is also likely to be local.
Yeah, to everyone.
So vertical could be horizontal then, right? If down is up.
Hex.
No, don't give
vertical
him that.
For one person can be horizontal for someone a quarter of the way around the world, yes.
X on a ball earth, could we say?
No, let's not. Let's not do that. You're giving him a model. We don't talk about models. Anybody. Emma says, leave your model at the door, remember?
Okay.
Well, you are referring to your model, which you call reality.
We don't have a model, we just have reality.
You think the Earth is a pancake.
Stop trying to tell us what we think. Stop trying to divide our thoughts for us.
If you are claiming that all horizontals are parallel, then that implies a pancake Earth.
Prove they're not. Prove they're not.
Well, there are all kinds of
Prove
experiments that
they
can be done.
are not.
Well, prove that they are.
Prove they are not. You are saying they cannot be. We say they observably are. It's up to you to prove they are not.
Horizontal is level.
Why would it be up to me to?
Because everything I observe,
yep.
everything I observe in a horizontal plane, no matter where I am, is horizontal and parallel to the plane of the horizon. No matter where I go, it's up to you to prove that they are not, seeing as that is your claim.
Seeing as how it has been scientifically proved for thousands of years, I don't.
Geometrically, we are talking about geometry.
Well, wait a minute, though. That's not bad. He said scientifically proved. So, which is the scientific proof that has proved the globe, please? Hex, go.
Virtually proved. It's been shown to. It's
virtually, with like a VR headset type thing.
All you've got.
It has been shown to a extremely high degree of
So
accuracy.
not proved now then.
Affliction.
Technically not, no.
Technical. Well,
so you have
in
no
the
scientific or geometric proof of your model.
In the same way that I can't prove that there are no dragons or leprechauns.
Yeah, you can't prove a negative. We know that. So
Yeah.
are you saying? Are you putting? No, wait a minute. Are you putting your globe as a negative? And that's why you're saying you can't prove it. It's like a dragon, is it? The globe. Is that the analogy that you're doing? No.
It sounds very much to me like you are.
It's more like a falcon. I can't prove that they exist either, at least not right at the moment.
Yeah, you can. I can definitely see a peregrine falcon. Definitely.
Yeah.
Kez.
Right now.
Australia.
Put it on camera.
Yeah, but you've had. How old are you, Hex? Not to dox yourself or anything. Roughly, how old are you? Just a decade. 60 will do. So you've had 60 years to get a scientific proof, and still you have nothing. I could go outside tomorrow, and if I'm lucky enough, I'll see a falcon.
But we're not really talking about falcons. We're talking about
you were talking about falcons.
He was talking about dragons.
The shape of the Earth here. We're talking about what horizontal and vertical are in reality. You know, I go outside, I look up to see the sky, I look down to see the ground.
Yeah,
you go
as do most people.
Same thing. So prove that yours and mine are different. Prove I've seen something different to you.
Well, can we
go over pancake earthers because
there's no pancake earthers here, so don't worry about that.
Yeah. Otherwise, I could reference all kinds of experiments.
Yeah, there's no pancake earthers here, so don't worry about it, Hex. Can we say that the horizon, at least a horizontal, is parallel to the plane of the horizon? Would you agree on that?
At the same place, yes.
At the same place.
Your horizon is the same as your
the plane of the horizon.
Your plane. No, yeah. Your horizontal is the same as or is parallel to your plane of
the horizon.
Plane of your horizon.
Is your horizontal parallel to the plane of your horizon?
Yes.
Yeah, and everybody's horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, which would make the horizon being parallel to a plane and horizontal. It would make it straight, wouldn't it?
Well, it's wait. This was the horizon.
Yep. Horizontals being parallel to the plane of the horizon. Yes. For starters.
No, well, the horizon isn't straight because it's a circle.
A circle is a two-dimensional shape.
Yeah.
And that two-dimensional is, you could call it a plane figure, couldn't you? You could definitely call a circle a plane figure.
A plane figure, that might work. I'm uncertain as to how you define that. But
a circle.
A circle is not the same as a disc. The circle is the edge of a disc, you can draw a circle on a disc.
Mm-hmm. But all horizontals would be parallel to the plane of that. Because, like, you could call a circle the plane, couldn't you? A two-dimensional thing. Same thing.
The circle isn't a plane. The circle lies in the plane.
Yeah, but it would be a two-dimensional figure in a plane. It's the two-dimensional. The plane's two-dimensional. A circle is also two-dimensional. A triangle, 3 coplanar points, would fit on top of the circle, wouldn't they? Like, it would all be plane. So, in order to have parallel to that plane, that's what a horizontal would be. Wouldn't it?
Yeah. The horizontal that's measured in the same place as the horizon.
The plane. The planes would be parallel.
Which planes? The circle and the horizon?
Horizontal. Yeah. The horizontal and the plane of the horizon.
And the horizon would be parallel if measured in the same place.
Yep. The planes. Plane parallel.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Well, anyways, whatever the shape of the Earth, the horizon is not always in the same place. If you move around, it follows you as you move, and if you go
always in a parallel plane.
Yeah.
That's what you claim.
Well,
you've just said it. Just agreed.
You've just agreed. It's always in a parallel plane.
No. Well, they
just leave your model.
They're not always in the. They're not all always in the same parallel plane.
Ah, now this is something you would have to prove.
Well, no, you can move up and down, right?
Oh my gosh, Paige, please.
No, and then the circle expands.
What circle?
I'm not certain of
Still
the
on the
horizon.
same plane, though, right? The circle expanding won't alter the two-dimensional plane that the circle's in, will it?
On a globe, the horizon gets lower as you go up. I'm not really certain as to what happens on pancake Earth. Whether it,
in reality, if you raise up, then the ground below you proportionally gets further away. The higher you go up, the further the ground gets away from where you are. It's really weird.
You could say it drops down or drops away.
Well, you're going up.
I guess on the pancake Earth, the horizon would always be in the same plane, and all horizons would be in the same
Earth
plane.
again.
Yeah.
That's really weird.
You objected
What is this?
I object to you imagining sort of weird models.
Bev objected to calling it the flat Earth at one point. I believe he claimed. I think it was
just reality, Hex. Reality's the only place you need to be in this room, right? Just talk about reality, like we are.
So that just gets confusing.
We mean we don't agree on what? Well, but you keep talking about pancake Earth. Reality definitely isn't that, right? You don't think it is, do you?
I don't know.
No, good.
No.
Right. Well, so there's no need to bother keep mentioning it.
But you objected to calling the quote unquote flat Earth flat because you claimed it had mountains.
It's
or was
not
that
flat.
something else? I'm sorry.
No, that's not. It's not flat, so it's definitely not flat. Don't call it flat. It's definitely not a pancake.
Definitely
so don't
not
call it a
pancake.
pancake. Just stick to reality.
If we bulldozed all the mountains and made everything smooth as it could be, would it be flat?
Water, yes.
If I had wings, would I be a bird? Like, what the fuck difference does that
You
make?
mean if you made it flat, would it be flat?
Yeah, that's what he's asking.
Oh, nice.
X, you mean like
no,
a mirror?
Because mirror, okay.
Yeah, okay.
That'd be flat.
Yeah, and you put water there. Would water find its own level? Would water be level on a mirror?
What does that have to do with anything?
Like you're saying, like if you took away the mountains and the valleys, okay, we're not living on a flat Earth. We're living on a level Earth, okay. So if you take away the mountains and the ravens and the valleys, okay, just water, okay.
Okay, yeah, I would. Personally, I could accept that as level. The thing is, I know some people have been saying, some globe earthers have been claiming that there's a difference between level and horizontal. And I'm not quite sure which they mean is which. I consider them both to be more or less the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
I would say that the ocean are more or less level. And wherever you measure them, they're horizontal. So...
And that horizontal sits in a plane, yeah?
No.
Well, you just said it does.
Weird.
You just said the horizontal sits in a plane.
It can't be on the sphere.
Not 10 minutes ago.
Well, 10 minutes ago, that wasn't. We were talking about something else.
Well, you were talking about horizontals and planes of the horizon, and you agreed that horizontal sits within a plane.
Yeah,
like
if you measure a horizontal line or
what would you use? What would you use?
If
What would you use to measure?
Bubble level or something, and measure horizontal, and then extend that to a line or plane, then that would still only be horizontal if measured in the middle, where you establish the horizontal.
So what the horizontal? Yeah, what are you doing with the horizontal to get it to be level only in the middle?
Well, it's extending it from the local horizontal.
So what happens to the plane for you to get it to be level only in the middle? I don't understand.
No, he didn't say level, he said horizontal.
Sorry, horizontal.
It diverges further and further from the surface of the Earth.
The horizontal diverges from the horizontal plane, is what you're saying. Correct me if I'm wrong.
In some sense, you could be right.
How do you mean some sense? Clarify it for me.
The surface of the Earth.
It can't be any sense where a horizontal diverges from horizontal. I mean, that's ridiculous. You do realise what you just said. Yeah, sounds like you are. Try again. Do you want to back up DP and take him back to that bit where you think you help him out?
I'm saying I'm a little... I said I was a little confused about the difference between horizontal and level.
Well, that's obvious because you've now got a horizontal diverging from a horizontal. So yeah, if you want to back it up a bit, as Bev suggested, and
pick
try
one
again.
of them. Pick one of your horizontals that you don't want to be a horizontal, but call it something different, right? I'm guessing you've come up with this paradox now where level and horizontal can't be the same for some reason. You seem to have had something's told you there at that point.
They could if the Earth was flat, but since it isn't.
Well, no, you see, because that's the very tool that we use to measure elevation changes, which means it's not flat because of the tool called a level, which establishes a horizontal plane of reference.
I wasn't talking about the tool. I was talking about the concept or whatever of.
What do you mean? The concept of level, the tool that establishes a horizontal, or a concept on a model?
No, the concept of a level surface. Which you use a level. Use a level to level level surface.
Yeah, you use a level to establish a level.
You establish a horizontal plane of reference.
Absolutely, which is by definition level.
Yeah, the level is the tool.
But if you you can measure level, but if you extend that out, then it diverges further and further from.
But that's a horizontal.
Horizontal.
Yeah. You've said
that is the
level
horizontal.
Well, it's only horizontal.
Is in a horizontal plane.
It's only horizontal at the. You can't have a horizontal plane on the globe Earth.
Again,
dear. Wait
again,
a minute, DP.
He's got his horizontals.
Yeah, did you hear what he just said though?
Go on.
Tell him again, Hex.
I would say that the surface of the Earth, or the surface of the ocean, is more or less level everywhere.
Yeah, and what did you just say about a horizontal plane?
And also horizontal. But if you measure a horizontal at one place and extend it, it ceases to be horizontal except in the center.
Was that the point where he said he can't have a horizontal
plane
on a?
He said there's no horizontal planes on a globe.
On a globe?
Yeah.
That's impossible.
That's a bit weird, isn't it?
Yeah, that was a bit weird.
What do you think made you say that, Hex? I mean, come on. There are horizontal planes, aren't they?
What?
There are horizontal planes in reality, isn't there?
No. I don't think there are.
What?
You can have a plane.
Oh dear.
But so we can't make a box. You're just saying that it is impossible to make a box. Well, that's a plane, dude.
Hex,
yes, but if it's big enough, then.
Oh, so we can't make a big box.
Can we keep him on these diverging?
Yeah.
Can we keep him on these diverging horizontals? Because this is hilarious, and his non-plane ability on his model.
He's just found out that a horizontal, which we all know is a straight line, he's just bent it. Because it now can only be horizontal at a point. Why is that, Hex? Why did you take an infinite horizontal plane and turn it into a point?
Because
the titonomy?
Because
horizontal is perpendicular to vertical. And vertical is more or less towards the center of the globe Earth. Therefore, it points in different directions, in different places. Therefore,
so can you have
is also different.
Can you have a horizontal point that's perpendicular to a vertical? Do you think that's possible?
No, a point isn't horizontal or vertical or anything.
A horizontal is perpendicular then, right?
You can measure horizontal at a point.
Yeah, but the horizontal is perpendicular, you said. And perpendicular, geometrically, is a straight line, isn't it? Two straight lines.
I'm not absolutely certain that a horizontal is
perpendicular to
particularly
vertical.
meaningful. And it seemed to me that you were a little bit unclear as to whether a horizontal is a line or a plane.
It's a plane, obviously.
Is it?
Absolutely.
Then why is your... Do you have this T-shirt slogan somewhere I can check up on again? It seems to me that...
Okay, you don't have horizontal planes. You've just admitted it. You've just lost them. Did you notice the point that you lost a horizontal plane to your model? It was somewhere in the middle of the conversation you were having with DP.
I'll post a T-shirt in chat.
It's like magic. It went poof. DP just made it vanish. It was an infinite horizontal plane.
I don't believe in those.
DP, I know DP said something and poof.
Hang on, Bev. I just got one thing to say. I did that.
You're a wizard, DP. You're a wizard.
Hey, can I go back? Maybe I misheard, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong. But Hex said that when you start to extend the horizontal, he said when you begin to extend the horizontal, it's only horizontal in the middle.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Well, are we okay with that?
That's the point that he lost his horizontal planes. They disappeared. He didn't have them after that. DP took them away from him. Ripped them away. Actually, he didn't. He didn't. What happened was Cogdis jumped in and Hex's globe model went, you're not allowed them.
Yeah, actually, I didn't take them away. He gave them up. He surrendered them.
His model just sort of went, yeah, all right then, I don't need them.
Like
I'll have you, model.
Hex, can you explain what you mean by the horizontal only being horizontal in the middle? What are you talking about?
He can't explain it, Travis. It's a geometric conundrum that he's just fallen into.
So, okay, hold on. So, Hex, do you retract your comment then?
He can't. That would mean him losing his model. His models took over. He took horizontals off him.
Hex, do you understand that?
We told him to leave his model at the door.
Yeah, well, clearly he can't. He's like Linus. He has a security blanket.
Mm-hmm. They know. That's why they don't come round here that often. It just triggered.
Oh, well.
Something brought them in with this horizontal parallel logic. It's like a bait, isn't it? It's like a lure. It's almost as if we dropped a little bomb over there in the middle of Bob's adult Globe Earth Discord server, and the boomers that can't understand what's going on have just got triggered to come over to think, because I did tell him, I said, we're not flat earthers. Don't take that over there and pretend it's flat earth, because it's not.
Bev, we're not dropping bombs. We're just talking about logic.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah, I'm saying Bebby did that. I mean, they kept us all away. But Bebby took it over there. Told him not to.
Like, all we're doing here is talking about logic. But I don't understand what they're giving out about.
Mm-hmm. I think that was really good, Hex. I think we should be... There's only 20 odd people watching, thank God for that. It's near the end of the show, 5 hours in. But that'd be a nice little clip, whatever DP did to you then. That was lovely. It'd be a warning. Don't come round here with your model.
Don't come around here no more.
Bendizontal. He went, boom, bendizontal. That's the only way.
Hex, what you think about that?
He's got a horizontal now that looks like a ball. It's just a series of horizontal points. And every one of those make his model in his mind.
He may have a problem with his mic.
He lost his rainbow connection.
Quite like the idea of that. He's all of those points that he's just got have been sucked into the model that he has in his mind, the concept of that model. And now all of those horizontal points are being reassembled to look like the model that he can imagine in his mind. Model Affliction 2022.
Yeah, they have they warp everything, right? Like the ball warps the lines and the space, right? Because you could be like, oh, you'd have a no Earth, there's horizontal lines there. You put Earth in and it warps that stuff. It's just crazy stuff, man.
Yeah, Hex is having problems with his connection.
Okay.
Oh, you're back.
Just got up off the floor. Coming back. Coming to
You
again.
there for Hex.
Yeah, Hex. He's like, what the fuck happened there?
Hex, did you fall off your chair?
His horizontal was angled a bit too sharp.
The connection he lost had nothing to do with Discord.
Yeah, I was feeling a bit lonely because he hadn't got Blue to back him up.
Rumpus, is Rumpus gone? See, Rumpus is like, I'm having none of that.
Yeah, he was in the chat squirting for the last 2 hours. Yeah, with Blue. Oh, he's gonna maybe he'll be back in.
Rumpus left the VC as soon as Hex came in.
Hex, you back?
Low.
Yeah, you're very low, Hex. Turn up your volume.
Wow.
Still no sound.
Well, I could hear you then.
No, we can hear you. Very low, but I have you on full.
Power. Oh yeah. Okay. Way too.
Redmond.
What is it like a lawnmower? It's like a lawnmower bed.
Redman, your mic open.
I got him. I got him. Quick on that one. George, leave it alone. Bloody bigotry, George.
George, how are you, buddy?
George, we just live in reality, dude. Your model shouldn't be so important at your age. Just live in life. Like, you drive your car down the road. It doesn't have to involve a model. Just admit it's a mental concept of whatever you want to think it is and go on with your life. There's no need to get involved in model battles. Just deal in reality, not what you think reality wants to be. I can't imagine putting myself in a position where a horizontal plane can just vanish. Vanish to a point of nothingness.
You can't understand all his paychecks where I lie. George, it doesn't matter. You aren't a good living. Now just retire. Doesn't matter.
There's a new guy. There is a new game at the minute, and all of the old boys, the old school, the old dogs. You're not mentally equipped. It's a new game. It's an obfuscation game. The new guys know just not to even bother trying to engage in any of this stuff, George. It'll do your mind in. You end up losing horizontal planes. It's not good for your mind. Just forget about it. Just go on with your life.
Yeah, we woke up before the retirement, Bev.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sharp. I drink distilled water. Yeah. My mind is clear.
So, Bev, can I ask you a question? When did you start? Of course, you're like the whole lot of us. You went to school. You were taught it was a globe. When did you start waking up? Is it way back?
Well, yeah, I'm looking back on all of this. I am different, and it's because at the age of 7 or 8, I can't remember, I was in a car accident. My mum died. And I was awake through it all. So something must have happened at that point, that I must have seen something that my brain just couldn't cope with. So it just shut off, right? There's no memory of that. And I'm thinking that that made me who I am, right? At the age of when you're growing up, right? Your brain goes through different processes. And in the early stages, your brain is in, I think it's gamma state, which is the one where you're hypnotized.
Yeah.
Right? So you suggestible, right? I think that's the way it puts it. But there's nothing holding you back, right? So in the early years, your parents are meant to look after you and give you a boost start. So in the early years, everything that you take in is taken in as a truth. It's trusted, right, to give you a boost start. And then at the age of 7 or 8, it flips, where then you start processing it to decide, whether to trust that information or not, right? There's some sort of cognitive sort of process that goes on that doesn't happen in the early years to 7. So when that happened to me, I lost all of that early stuff, and from that point on, I thought I was normal, but obviously not now.
So you didn't get the lies from Santa. You didn't have all that in your childhood.
Yeah, no, none of that.
No.
None of the model, right?
Okay.
All of that stuff that was taught from parents and all of that.
So obviously, you weren't indoctrinated from the early age.
Yeah, I like I say, I lost the model, right? Okay. But not just the model like that, model of everything. So as I'm growing up, everybody obviously, because I've been in the accident or whatever, and everybody's he's a bit weird. So I'm sat watching everything and everybody that's going on because I don't know what I'm meant to be. I'm sort of processing what everybody else is doing. I still do it. Still process everything and think, well, I could be that, could be that, could be that. And, you know, like I just sort of watch everybody else to try and get a grip of what I'm meant to be. And now that must be something to do with that early years. Right? I don't know. So as I'm growing up, I'm just living. Only when it gets to the point that fight the flat earth, really. Or, you know, like just sort of looking through stuff, you know, as you do, you just sort of expanding. I noticed that there was something weird, like my lad's got autism, going through and taking him to go to, you know, through the process of that. We get the thing that says, you know, he's like this and he's like that and he's a bit. And I showed that to me dad, and me dad looks at it and goes, "Isn't everyone like that?" And I looked at it and went, "I thought they were too." And, you know, like, so like my lad's autism diagnosis to me and my dad was like, that's like normal. Like, everybody should be allowed to be like that, right? And you just develop, right? So my lad's like that, and I'm walking round the shops, and my lad will just sort of point at like big fat women and go like, look at the size, that fat woman there, right? And obviously,
you tell him to shut up.
No, I don't tell him to shut up. He can't, right? Because that's. So the woman looks at me and I'm like, well, he's not wrong. Like, you know. So I know that my lad will just literally speak the truth. And the way I've brought him up is that I think that's right. You know, that I'm not going to tell him not to do that. So I'm going to have to teach him how to cope in a world where there are people that you say certain things to and they go fucking mental. Right? So I'm on a journey to work out, and it started at Brexit, my personal journey to help my lad. Obviously, always been helping him from ever. Like, we never had...
Just to cut you out for a sec. Just to go back to your car accident.
Mm-hmm.
Was it a terrible accident where you... What was your...
I don't think...
Did you have brain damage or...
No.
Something? Were you in a coma?
No.
No?
No, like literally nothing.
Physical
nothing wrong with me at all. I walked away from it. I think I had a broken toe.
Okay.
So like it's all just sort of I don't know, call it PTSD or something, right? Yeah. A form of PTSD. Where it's just sort of the memories or whatever, you know, they must something in my brain must have just gone, you don't need to see this.
Yeah, because I'm asking you that because when I was 14 or 15, I had the meningitis, meningococcal. That was a bad disease. And I was dead for 1 minute, I think. 1 minute and 30 seconds. You know, and I was dying. You know, and then I came back.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I'm not a really religious guy, but there's something there. I was pulled towards something. You know, and then when I come out of that, you know, I was only 14 and 15. I was a year out of school. I was behind everything. You know, all my friends took pity on me. I was the soft guy and shit like that, you know. But then it only took me till 2017 to wake up, you know. Are we the chosen few? Like logic, you know, people that have logic. Because I see these ballers, they can't understand the logic of things. You know what I mean?
Well, I say that.
No, sorry, but just let you finish. The
Go on.
ego. That's what I'll try. The ego. You know, the ego. Your
The
self-ego. To let it go. To say when you're wrong. You know what I mean? Say when you're wrong. To let it go when you're wrong.
Well, I mean, like, you have to have an understanding of wrong, because these people that we talk to, obviously, they're right. They think they're right, and we're wrong. So there's an understanding of, you know, like it's a...
But I can own up when I'm wrong. So can you, Bev, I think.
Yeah.
You can own up when you're wrong. You made a mistake, you probably say it. But these guys don't say it.
Well, I don't think anybody really likes admitting the wrong, or even taking it. Like Buster has a thing where, if you take on trusted information, whether it was right or wrong, like as soon as you take it on and accept it, then that becomes your trusted information. That's correct. Then that will skew you whichever way you're going to go then from then on in. That becomes your base. And that can lead you to know right or wrong or whatever. You know, like you can turn it upside down. Yeah.
We all learned about the globe, about space, the moon landings and that. But we did our researches.
Yeah.
You know,
Well, I didn't. That's the point that I keep going through, right? That everything that goes through school and all of that stuff, there's nothing. Like, you don't actually get taught anything. The memory you have of all of that stuff comes from what you've talked to your mates from and what films you've watched. And your childhood, that memory being locked in that most of you guys have got, right? And you have to shed that. Mine went instantly. It takes a long time to rid that's been put in there that you don't even know, right? You're fighting against something that's like you haven't got a clue. Why?
In school, Bev, you're told that the men went to the moon. But when you do your research, you realise they couldn't have.
I can't remember being taught that they went to the moon in school. Like, I can remember seeing programs on the TV and, like, did they go to the moon and all of that, you know, because that was on BBC. Like, just putting the picture up on the TV saying, did they go, was enough to get the pictures of them, you know, what they consider them being on the moon, right? Those pictures still go up there. And that's in the memories of everyone, right? That gets linked to the model. Well, it didn't. There was nothing for it to link to me. So everything that I processed was processed just as is. And I think that that's the point, is that there is no model to link anything to. There is only reality. And that's all I've got to go off. Like, most people around will still have a semblance of the model. They'll still be fighting it. But, you know, as a learned process, every time you do something and you look into it or whatever, then you will lose a piece of it. And most of the people around here that'll be looking for all of those answers every time, you're breaking away those little pieces that are left of a model. Maybe there's not much of a model left for anyone.
Yeah. So the big question is, Bev, from me to you, where do we live? What do we live on? What is it?
I live here in the UK.
You live here.
I've not got a clue.
Your level.
Well, like the UK.
The rest of it you don't care.
Well, the UK, I know. because the grid map system, right? Yeah. That is level. Like the canal down the road goes 27 miles without locks. That's a plain. It's, you know, like.
And I'm in France. I know it's level as well.
Yeah.
Have locks. Yeah.
And I bet all your horizontals, horizontals are parallel.
In Australia, and the guys in America, it's level as well. So.
Yeah.
Could I ask? Yeah. What makes you think that gravity is so ridiculous? I mean, taken at face value, surely it's no more ridiculous than magnetism.
You mean vertical?
Gravity.
I mean a vertical being towards the center of a spherical Earth.
If we all hang it right, every one of us now, we were just talking about the horizontals being parallel to the plane of the horizon. If every one of us hold a plumb bob up and walk around with a plumb bob, every time we hold it up to that horizon, it will be perpendicular to it, no matter wherever we do it.
Yes, but that doesn't tell you anything about whether it's parallel to every other plumb bob.
If it's always perpendicular to horizontal.
What?
If it's always perpendicular to horizontal, and all perpendiculars to a plane are parallel, then if we establish a horizontal plane.
Why do you think all horizontals are parallel?
All horizontals, because they're all parallel to the plane of the horizon.
But the horizon isn't the same everywhere.
The plane. Do you understand what parallel to a plane means?
Yes, but since everyone has their own horizon, why do you say that all of these horizons have to be parallel to each other?
No, the horizontals will always be parallel to the plane of the horizon.
That, but you've never, as far as I can remember, given any argument for thinking that is the case. You just state it.
Like a geometric. Can you see what a horizontal plane parallel to the horizon?
Horizontal parallel is a geometric term.
Yes.
But horizontal is physics.
Is a geometric term.
It's not geometric. No, it's physics.
A plane is.
I didn't say plane.
That's geometric, though.
Plane is geometric.
Yes.
But
horizontal
is
geometric.
Is physics.
It's geometric.
It's not geometry.
It is. Horizontal is geometric. It's a plane.
No, it isn't. It is a physical term. Once you establish
in reality,
plane,
it's
you
horizontal. It's a reference frame in reality.
You can apply geometry to it.
Yeah, because it's a reference frame in reality. That's where a plane comes from. That's where geometry comes from, strangely enough. It's not the other way round. You don't make geometry first and then get a horizontal plane. The horizontal plane exists in reality. It is linked through logic to geometry. Geometry is the description through logic of reality.
Logic by itself is worthless. You need some empirical basis.
That's what reality. That's what geometry is the logical description of reality.
But why is your model of reality? And everyone has a model. You can't just. Nobody has direct access to reality. You have to make a model of it based on.
What do you mean nobody has a direct access to reality? What do you?
You beat me to it, Modus.
DP's back.
It's got to be the silliest thing I think I've ever heard.
Yeah, this is Hex, though, right? Remember who we're
Nobody
dealing
has
with.
direct access to reality.
Go easy
Come
on
on.
Hex, because I think he's having a few problems here.
Yeah.
Explaining himself.
Yeah, it definitely is.
Okay, but I'm still saying that that's one of the silliest things I've ever heard.
Yeah, you're still right. Yeah.
And you said my words, word for word, Mobius. Thank you.
Reality
I was the
is
same way when he said it. When he said it, I was like, that stuck out like a sore thumb, like that. Yeah.
reality isn't a thing that you can know. You can experience it and you can measure things in it, but reality doesn't just pop into your brain with full knowledge of what it is.
Are you
Can you-
from a Bob's pot? Hey.
Sorry?
Sorry, no. Reality is not a thing. Is that what you said?
No.
What'd you say?
Reality might be a a conglomeration of all the things that exist.
Right. Well, so let's get back to reality. Hex, can you set and measure from a horizontal plane in reality?
Sorry?
And you set. Are you listening? So I don't have to repeat myself yet again.
Active listening.
What do you mean by set? Is that the
Can you establish?
surveyor's term? Okay,
Can
that
you
probably is. Yep.
can you establish? You with me so far?
Yes.
A horizontal plane in reality, and take measurements from that horizontal plane.
You can establish a plane, and you can establish that it is horizontal at the point you are measuring.
In reality.
But if you extend it to hundreds
In reality,
of miles,
I don't care how
reality,
far. Thank you.
if
That's
you
good enough.
extend
Thank you.
Sorry?
That's good enough. Thank you.
Now let him go. If you extend it, what?
100 miles, there's no way you can tell directly that whether it is still horizontal 100 miles away.
Funny. This is the exact conversation we had with, what was his name? Hoymar. Yesterday.
Yeah.
Do you know Hoymar?
No.
You've not
But
heard of Hoymar?
it's an obvious objection.
Can you? I have a quick question about the horizontal at a point. Are you saying that you cannot measure, or you cannot establish that same horizontal from one point to another to get a vertical measurement from that horizontal at both points? Like if I take a level, like a carpenter's level, and I establish a horizontal line with that carpenter's level, are you saying that that point at one end of the carpenter's level is not on the same horizontal that I established with the carpenter's level?
I don't think a horizontal is a term that really means a lot. You can establish a line, like the length of the carpenter's level, and you can measure that the center of it is horizontal. But any carpenter's level you can buy at a hardware store and transport in a van is going to be short enough that the difference from one end to the other is going to be minuscule. You can ignore it. But
so are you saying that it's bent? The carpenter's level?
No, I'm saying that if it's straight, then the ends, if it's straight with 90-degree ends, then the ends can't both be exactly vertical at the same time.
So where's the vertical?
In the center. If you level it, then the vertical is perpendicular to the center of the level.
So I have to bend the horizontal carpenter's level.
Yeah,
in order to make right
bendizontal
angles. Yeah, bendizontal.
Yeah. Yeah. I could.
It sounded like you were getting comfortable with that then. You were just putting your hand around it, going,
not
yeah.
believing this I could understand. But I really think you are being disingenuous in either pretending or making yourselves fail to understand this, because the concept is simple. Take a look at a globe, the map type globe, and get some little plastic figures and stick them to the globe with double stick tape.
Globe.
Well, the thing that they have in classrooms or whatever, a plastic ball with the map printed on the outside. Yep.
X.
And
Go ahead.
And then stick rulers or pieces of wire or whatever to the globe as tangents, and each one will be horizontal for the little plastic figure that's standing on it. It's not a complicated concept. As I say, whether you believe in it or not, that's a different matter. But
I think it's great. It's not complicated. Really... You could stick little figures on a ball. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can.
Hex, can I just ask you a question? Okay, you're in a position. Okay, you're standing on the earth.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Are you, if you do a 360, are you looking at a bulge or a drop over 100 miles?
Will be a drop. It actually depends on whether you're looking. If you're looking straight out horizontally, then you have a drop. But if I'm looking at you standing 5 miles away or whatever, then
no, 100 miles. I'm saying 100 miles.
Well, okay, we won't be able to see each other, but sure.
No, just say 20 miles. Okay.
Okay, then I have to dip my line of sight in order to see you, and so I'm looking through the earth at where you are.
So you're looking at a bulge.
In a bulge, yes.
Okay, so and you turn around the other way. There's Bev the other way. Are you looking through a bulge as well?
Yes.
If you do a 180 and Bev is behind you 20 miles away, are you looking through a bulge as well?
Yes.
Yeah.
But the
go on, can you do 4 of them? Can you do 4 of them?
We're both at the same level.
And if DP is to your east, okay, and let's say Mobius is to your west, you look at them, you're looking through a bulge as well.
Yes.
There you go.
But
level
Earth.
You've just had a hump.
That's level Earth.
It's a hump all the way around you.
You just proved flat Earth. Well, not flat Earth, level Earth.
Well, yeah, I believe I agreed that the Earth is level a while back. Of course, that was just before I got confused about level and horizontal. But
you've just put yourself in the middle of a dip, though, haven't you? All the way around you.
No. As I say, you're looking down.
No, but Bev, if he could see you from 20 miles away,
yeah,
you could see him, so he's not in the dip. You know what I mean?
We saying he could see a bulge.
Yeah, but
well, you can see it as a bulge or a dip, but if
you're looking horizontal or you're looking down.
Well, it depends. If I'm looking horizontally, I see a dip, and if I look down, then I see a bulge. Simple. If you're standing at the bottom of a hill, and you look straight up well, then you see, if you stay at the top of a hill, and then you see the hill slope down away from you.
No, but Hex,
if you...
No, I asked you the question. 20 miles away, you said you're looking at a bulge. You could see Bev north of you. You'd be looking at a bulge.
Yes, yeah? But there's no height difference. And if I walk to meet
a bulge for me is a height difference.
On the flat Earth, it would be, and at a different scale, if we don't.
Stop! Drop the models. You're fighting against a model that doesn't exist. Just think about reality.
But your reality is your quote unquote reality is based on your model.
I'm guessing because I've used these tools and I've looked into this. My reality is actually reality. I've actually looked at this stuff. I don't think you have. So you're imagining two different models. And you haven't ever looked at this from reality at all.
Hex, this is not a flat earther channel, it's a logic channel. It's a level channel. Yeah.
You're not doing too good at the logic. This
we were just explaining,
Peppy guy or whatever his name was. I think he was right in most of his claims of fallacies. The one Bev was talking to or reacting to a video or something or another.
Blue Marble, no?
No, he's talking about Bebby. Beddy. The logic guy. Okay. Did you get that, Hex? Have you been prompted? Did you want to have a go at something to do with some logic, Hex?
Hex, did you watch the live stream last night that Bev had on? Were you in here last night?
Not last night. I think earlier yesterday, I think.
No, you didn't see Bev's live stream last night. It went on for about 5 hours. You didn't see it, no?
I don't remember when it was. I did see one yesterday or the day before.
You didn't see the live stream then with Soundly and Jesse measuring the bridge?
No.
No?
I don't think so.
Okay. But they found after 12 miles, they found a curvature, a bulge of 90 feet. 90 feet. 28.5 meters. After 20 miles.
Yeah, I saw the chat. The chat was full of that.
12 miles.
The chat was full of discussions of that, but nobody really.
Yeah, but they measured that.
Yeah.
They measured R.
Measured, photographed, and modeled it.
Life, yeah, Rakria's bridge. Yeah, that was measured on the ground. Measured that. 20 feet. That's 28.5 meters bulge after 12 miles, I think it was. Yeah.
90-foot bulge of water, Hex.
And yet it's level.
How could it be
a level bulge?
A level bulge.
A level bulge. Yes. How can you get a level bulge?
Gravity.
All right, here we go.
Verticals. Sorry, verticals.
Gravity.
Because of verticals, you can get a 28.5 meter hump of water across that lake.
Because of vertical, because vertical isn't the same in all directions, so that the
vertical is always vertical. Don't say it's not vertical. It's definitely vertical. Are you saying verticals aren't the same?
You know, they're all vertical.
Hang on, Bev, just a sec. Can I just ask Hex a question? You said gravity, okay?
No.
What is gravity, Hex? Mass attracting mass.
That's the easiest way to look at it. Apparently,
that's old,
a better explanation is that it's mass bending space-time.
Whoa. Is it bend it upwards? The water
inwards, I would think.
puts a hump in the water.
Yeah.
Space-time is three-dimensional. It must be bending in the fourth dimension.
So it came from the Big
right.
Bang, did it?
So what's time in that? What's time in that scenario? What dimension is time?
This is
Oh,
the
that's
question.
right. Sorry.
Now,
Space-time is four-dimensional, so it must be
okay, so
bending in the fifth dimension.
Okay, Bev, Hex, this is the $1,000,000 question for you. What came first, gravity or mass? That's the $1,000,000 question now. What came first, gravity or mass?
I wouldn't know.
See, Hex doesn't really know anything about that sort of stuff.
Well, depends.
He's a geometric specialist, aren't you, Hex?
It probably depends on what you mean by mass, whether you mean actual examples of mass or the concepts of mass.
Well, just go back. I know we're not allowed to talk about models in this channel, but the Big Bang, okay?
Oh.
Nothing from nothing, okay? Once there was nothing, and then bang. We got
According
mass
to Lawrence Krauss, anyways, yep.
and gravity. What came first?
I don't know. I suppose they came
We don't
together.
know, do we? Pseudoscience. But yet you guys believe in this shit.
Well, the problem I have is that people want to say logic, this and that, but don't you think your explanation of verticals and horizontals don't they violate the law of non-contradiction?
Why?
And are completely illogical.
Yeah, because one person's vertical is another person's horizontal and vice versa. That's the definition of violating.
And on the pancake Earth, one person's west is someone else's northwest.
We never made that claim.
Wow.
I don't say you're making that claim. I'm claiming that it's the same general principle.
We still didn't answer the question about the
look at a Gleason's map.
You're making an unfounded claim about a straw man model.
Yeah, he switched the subject pretty quick. Yeah.
Well, if you have a model that you prefer, then you could
or you could just answer the question.
What question?
Oh my goodness!
I was going to make a claim, but
the question that Buster had asked you.
If the Gleason's map isn't representative of
he's just gonna keep going.
Reality,
we're not allowed to talk about models on this channel. You have to talk about reality, logic. That's what we're talking about. Leave the model at the door.
In your reality, what shape is the Earth?
It's still going on.
Oh, stop it with the shape.
Well, let's go at it a different way. If I would make the claim that I have a horizontal, and perpendicular to that is vertical. Shout out Mobius and Bev. Every perpendicular along that horizontal, those verticals are parallel to each other. Now that's my claim. Now you go ahead and make your claim about horizontals and verticals, and we'll see whose logically lines up better.
I say that is the equivalent of drawing a east-west line on the Gleason's map, and then expecting every north-south line along that east-west line to be parallel.
Is east and west your vertical or horizontal line? Since you're equivocating it, and you're making yourself sound foolish. Did you hear his question? His claim that he made, and then he asked you to do the same, and then you went to east and west. Are you okay, sir?
You already know that I disagree and claim that verticals are in different directions in every place. I'm just trying to explain the principle of how that would work. I mean, don't mean physically, but
he just asked you which one sounds more logical.
Are the horizontal in every direction, Higgs?
What?
Your verticals in every direction. Vertical, are they equal to horizontals in every direction?
Every vertical is horizontal to someone who's a quarter of the way around the Earth.
Why a quarter?
Because if someone stands,
that makes more
because
sense.
because the
this is the
vertical
layup,
on
man, right?
at the North Pole is along the axis of rotation, and on the equator that's horizontal.
Well, you could just as likely say somebody at the North Pole's handing out presents. All of that line of logic's going.
Yeah, and I don't know why this popped into mind, but you know how football teams have a real tough schedule, and then they schedule this cupcake team, just kind of have an easy win. This. I mean, if you don't mind, could we call you after we have a couple of tough discussions, and just have you on for an hour just to make ourselves feel good? Because man, you come up with some stuff.
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? It's crazy.
It doesn't matter.
It is getting that way, yeah.
It doesn't matter who you discuss with, because you just insist on your own quote-unquote reality and refuse to listen, or at least think through.
It's not like we have reality, right? It's not like your own. Like we all live in reality, don't we?
Nobody has direct access to reality. You need to
yeah, I do.
Study and,
right now.
I have access to reality every day.
Yeah, right now.
Every day. Do you know why? Because I'm not dumb. I think. I use critical thinking. I'm not indoctrinated anymore. I was, but I woke up.
Thinking will only get you so far. You need to study the evidence. You need empirical.
Could I ask?
Fact.
Horizontals aren't level. Is that your thing?
What horizontal?
Aren't level. Is that your way of thinking?
Sorry, what level?
Your way of thinking is horizontals aren't level. Your way of thinking, because you believe you live on the ball. Thus,
well, they aren't level very far. They start off level, but as you get further, if you extend a straight line, it'll start off horizontal and level.
And where's the tangent?
And the further away you go.
Yeah, what? Where can you measure that when you start bending? Where can you measure that? What distance?
Depends on how accurately you can measure.
Yeah, well, can you measure it? Has it ever been measured?
What?
Has it ever been measured? Can you measure it?
Yes and no, not directly, but in principle.
So you believe in a thing you can't measure? Is that it? Is that it, Hex? Is that all you got?
I believe it has been measured.
I just have one quick question.
Has been measured. I believe. Do you know what? When I was 8 years old, I believed in Santa as well.
I don't remember ever believing in Santa.
Okay. Go ahead.
Just one quick question. Why would you make that statement? We don't have access to reality. I'm just curious.
Well, I think we're talking at cross purposes. I mean, we live in reality. We can as you're trying to say, you can stick out your hand and touch something, but you don't have access to full knowledge of what is real. You need to study empirical evidence and empirical facts, and if you don't take just standing in one place, you can't access information about whether the Earth is a ball or a pancake.
Got it. That's what I was thinking.
It's so big that the.
So would you agree with the statement that you've accepted some information, and the reason you said you don't have access to reality is because you've accepted some information that would make you say something like you don't have access to reality? Like you've accepted information that the Earth is whatever, but you would make a statement like we don't have access to reality because you've accepted the information that Earth is this thing, but you can't fully know it.
I don't think that has much to do with the Earth. Certainly not the shape of the Earth. It's just the nature of reality.
It's just a curious thing that you would say we don't have access to reality, but at the end of your statement you said we need to know the full scope of it, but you can't. So it just seems like a circular kind of logic.
He said after the Earth is level, but after a certain distance it bends.
No.
Yes, you did.
I asked you. It bends. I didn't say that it went straight and then bent. It's just that you need to go quite a distance before the bend adds up to enough to be measured.
But
straight.
But we should know that distance. We should know that distance. What's the distance?
It's straight.
You said it bends, but it's not bent?
No. I said it doesn't go straight and then bend.
You said that it
bends.
He said
it's all bent.
It's bent, and you disagree.
Or
and then proceeded to say that it bends.
If you build a flat patio, then that is straight and
He's looking for bendizontal. Come on, Hex. You've already embraced it once.
Exactly. There's the Earth isn't smooth enough to
and if you had to put a shape,
how it bends.
If you had to put a shape to bendizontal, what would it look like?
An oblate spheroidal pear shape.
For Google says it is.
Not lumpy.
That's bendizontal. The ones that us in reality imagine a horizontal plane, but something's led you to believe that it's a spheroidal pear-shaped thing.
That seems like it's loaded with even more problems.
That is fantastic.
It's nothing at all like a pear. It's very, very, very slightly pear-shaped. It's very, very close to a sphere, but it's slightly flattened and very, very, very slightly lumpier.
How would you know?
Bottom.
Is this the?
Listen to Neil deGrasse Tyson.
This is a horizontal plane.
I think this is where he's talking about we don't have access to reality, like what he's just like explaining it. Maybe I don't know.
That's his reality that we don't have access to.
Right.
Well, I believe that scientists and Aristophanes and Neil deGrasse Tyson and so forth have done a lot of measurements to learn about reality. I think that you are just accepting what seems intuitive to you.
What, you're accepting what's intuitive? Are you?
No, I could say that's what I think you're doing.
But
and
understanding that
to...
a horizontal plane is a two-dimensional plane as understood within geometry, you're saying we should give that up because that's intuitive, and we should embrace the pear-shaped bendizontal.
That scientists have discovered over the millennia.
Can I have a go, Bev?
Well, yeah, I think that's...
Hex, if I had a glass of water, okay, and I turned it upside down, 2 foot off the ground, what would happen to the water?
Depends. If you put a sheet of paper over the
no sheet
opening
of paper.
and turn it upside down.
I have a glass of water, I turn it upside down. What happens to the water?
It should flow out. How
flow
so?
Out onto the ground.
Or floor or whatever, yeah.
Okay. If I have a 90 foot, 28.5 meter bulge of water, what should happen to the water?
Depends on whether it's level or not.
No, it's a bulge. It's a bulge. It's
it's
not level.
It's not a bulge. It's a part of the curvature of the Earth. It's part of the spherical space pair.
Space pair. Never heard that one before.
Can we call it the bendizontal space pair, please?
Sure.
Yeah. I like that.
So that water you've heard water seeks its level. Well, the level is
yeah. So how could that happen on the bulge?
Basically, well, it's not really a bulge. It's part of the curvature of the Earth.
No,
the sphere.
No, just let me. Just
you can see it as a bulge.
So it's a bulge, okay? So you're looking. Let's say you're 20 miles away. You can see the bulge, okay? But if I go 10 miles,
what?
If I go 20 miles, I'm on top of the bulge. So there should be another bulge behind me and in front of me. No? And east, west, south, there should be a bulge everywhere.
If you take a ball, a globe, for instance,
yeah,
and hold it up so that your eyes are very close to the surface.
And pour water on it?
No. And
why not?
Because that is a dishonest way of providing a distraction.
Why would that be dishonest?
Because it
water
is
finds its level.
Well,
always.
Pouring water on a ball isn't in itself dishonest, but implying that globers should believe that the water should stay on the ball is either extremely ignorant or dishonest.
And you say
failing or refusing to understand that gravity, the Earth's gravity doesn't disappear just because you're looking at a football. And
it's just
gravity
vertical.
Of the Earth,
it's just vertical, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing special about it. It's just literally just vertical.
But it's the Earth. The Earth is so much bigger, more massive than the football, so it's the Earth that determines which direction is vertical.
So it's the gravity of the Earth that levels out
attracts the water. Yeah, and pulls it off the ball.
That's why it off the ball, and it makes it vertical. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and then the moon's gravity makes tides. Is that it?
Yes.
Yeah. And then the sun's gravity pulls us all along. Is that it?
And contributes a little bit to the tides as well.
A little bit. And can that all be measured? How much
Which
moon
the
gravity?
gravitational pull, tides are certainly measurable.
How much earth gravity holds the water to the ball, and how much moon gravity makes the tides? Can you tell me that?
Quite a bit less, but
yeah, a
the
little
moon,
bit less.
the
What's the
moon.
numbers? What's the numbers?
I don't know.
Can we stop talking about his model?
I
mean,
know.
no.
About the model. Yeah, sorry, Bev.
But the moon isn't lifting the tides up. The moon is pulling the water from.
I'm more interested in the horizontal at a
quarter of the way around the Earth.
Sorry, guys. Talking about the model.
No, it's all good.
So the moon's gravity.
See, but now you're gonna have to come back. Get back. Come back here. Yeah.
The Earth.
Come back.
Get him back. Get him back, Bev. Get him back. Get him back on track.
Once you lose them to that, once they take flight, we were doing well keeping on the floor.
Oh, it's a bit like the Cavendish experiment that the moon is pulling
seismometer
mainly perpendicular to the Earth's gravity, and so the Earth.
We like perpendicular to verticals.
Not a tug of war.
Since we're talking about perpendicular, Hex, I have a question about the horizontal at a point. Have you ever used a laser level? Do you know how they work?
You level the center of the laser, or maybe it's the end. But
right, and you spin it on its axis.
Okay,
on a vertical axis, and it shoots a laser. It shoots a laser, like if you're in a room and you put this thing in a room. It doesn't necessarily have to be in the center of the room, but just anywhere in the room, and you turn it on and it shoots a laser in a 360 degree, and it gives you a horizontal plane.
Close enough. Considering the size, length of the laser beam. If you had a very, very powerful laser and telescopic optics and expanded this to 100 miles or whatever.
That's just a practical application of a geometrical principle, right? A geometric principle. So the geometric principle doesn't change just because the tool is less practical at a certain distance, right? Or are you saying that the geometric principle is only limited to the ability of whatever tool you're using?
I'm saying that you're measuring over the size of a room or even a couple hundred meters or whatever.
The question.
What was the question?
The question is the geometric principle limited by whatever tool you're using to practically demonstrate the geometric principle?
That's a pretty complex question for this time of night. I'm not sure I know quite what you're asking. The geometry works the way it works, and the
tools are a way to practically apply those geometric principles, right?
Yeah.
We use tools to build things. I'm asking you if the geometric principles that we rely on to build things are limited by the tools that we use to practically apply the geometric principles.
No, but how to put this? What you're really relying on is the difference between the horizontal and the level being small enough that it doesn't make any practical difference.
Well, that's why I asked you if the principle is limited by the tool.
What has to do with the?
He's also made a claim there that there is a difference between levels.
If you extend a horizontal, if you establish a horizontal and extend the line out, let's say 20 miles or 100 miles or whatever, then there will be a difference between the height of this line.
Or are you telling me what you know because you've accessed reality and can show this? Or are you telling me what you
I know because scientists have access.
Hex, hang on, Mobius, you're roboting Hex.
Yeah.
Give him robot. Stop talking over people when they're in the middle of their sentences, please, Hex. It's very impolite.
Okay.
And you could tell that Mobius was roboting, so please give him space. You're given.
Sorry, I'm in a bad spot.
You're given space. You are given space to give your answers. Okay. Please do the same courtesy.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm tired, and I thought I was answering his question. I thought he had finished or whatever, but
you must be exhausted.
So Hex,
not really. But
hang on, can we?
Miles or so, Hex.
Sorry.
So after you believe the Earth is level, so after 100 miles or so, it begins the curve.
No,
that's what you said.
I didn't say it begins to curve. Begins to curve at, well, no, I was going to say it begins to curve at the tips of your shoes, but it doesn't. It's always curving.
It's very slight.
Yeah. It adds up.
The mile squared, is that it?
That is a approximation, and it's often misused. It's that is I believe that's the drop, and it's often used to calculate what is hidden, which is, I believe, a mistake.
Sorry, the drop is used to calculate what's hidden. You are tired, aren't you? Are you sure you're okay?
If you use your laser level and extend it out, let's say a mile, then the
really good laser level.
If it's a foot above the ground at the laser, then it should be about a foot and an inch with 8 inches per mile squared, and
above the
one
ground
mile,
though.
So
You say
8 inches, a foot plus 8 inches between the laser line and the ground.
Could the ground not could you not be like a hill or something?
Well, yeah, if everything is completely smooth.
Smooth.
If we do this over water, except then if we're that close to the water level, we get a lot of refraction and stuff.
Would the water drop away from the horizontal?
You there? It would seem to do that, but it doesn't mean that the water level gets lower. It means that the laser beam gets higher up.
It would be a measured drop, though, right? It would be measured
from the line of sight or laser beam to the ground. Yes.
From the horizontal to the water.
It's not a drop in altitude.
Well, no, because it would be elevation.
Because it would be sea level. If we're doing it over water, then it's
no,
sea level all the way.
No, the water would be whatever level the water is, and you said it would drop from the horizontal. I think you should be going to bed, Hex. You've obviously got mentally tired coming over here.
No.
You've been worked your
having
noggin.
I must say, Bev, he was good fun. Hex, you're more than welcome to come in anytime you want.
Hex has been in before.
Yeah, we're a good bunch of guys in here. No worries. We don't shout and scream like rumpus.
You have been in before, Hex. Do you not remember?
Yes.
How long was it us before?
Of course he remembers.
But anyways, I don't suppose you are going to explain why we should believe that the horizontals are parallel. Besides that it seems intuitive.
If all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
But there is more than one horizon, so therefore there can't be a plane of the horizon.
Well, if the statement says if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. I mean, have you ever done any mathematics?
I think you got that backwards now. First you state that...
Have you ever done any mathematics? Like you're not a teacher or you don't make videos on that sort of thing or anything, do you?
I believe you started by saying that if
do you make videos on that sort of thing?
You keep interrupting. I believe you started by saying that if a line is parallel, if something is parallel to something else, and something else is parallel, then they're both parallel. And then you state. Then you state.
Do you not know the argument, Hex? Do you seriously not know it? And you come in here and try and tell us it's wrong.
Well, I can see what's wrong with it when I have it.
You don't even know it.
I can read it, and I still know what.
You don't even know it, Hex.
Well, I believe in this case I was remembering it better than Bev.
Do you want to go away and learn what it is you think you're telling us is wrong?
Why don't you tell me what it is?
Why should I tell you? I know exactly what it is. You're the one that has come in here trying to tell us that it is wrong. And you don't even know what it is. So I'm going to politely suggest that you go away, learn the argument, and then try again another day when you're not so tired.
That would seem fair. I sort of feeling like we're taking advantage of you here, Hex.
I would still, if it is at all possible, like an answer to my question of...
You haven't presented a question yet.
I'm trying to do it. Why we should think that all of the planes of the various horizons are parallel.
Various horizons? How many horizons have you ever seen?
Well, every time I see a horizon, it could quite probably be a different horizon than the last time.
Does that depend on your location or the amount of horizons?
The horizon, what?
Does that depend on...
The horizon follows you if you move around.
So it is the same horizon?
No.
You just said it follows you around.
You are...
I only see one horizon.
Very, very pedantic.
Well, I'm only doing active listening.
If you move, you'll see a different horizon. You'll see the horizon in a different place. the horizon that you see will be in a different place, so it will be a different horizon.
Okay, so you are changing location, therefore your horizon is changing.
Yes. So
how many horizons are there?
Well, how many people are there on the Earth?
We're only talking about one in particular, and this one is you.
No.
Yes.
I don't see why that is important. My question is, since there are multiple horizons,
how many horizons have you ever seen?
That is totally irrelevant.
Well, you claim there are multiple horizons. How many horizons have you ever seen?
How would I know? I have no idea how many times I've seen the horizon and for how many locations.
So, location based.
Yes.
How many horizons are there?
Multiple.
To you?
Depends on how you look at it. I'd say nearly infinite number. And what difference does it make?
You have a nearly infinite number of horizons.
What difference does it make how many I can see? Right at the moment, I've got all my shades down and I can't see any horizon.
All right, so that's a nice obfuscation. Okay, you go to the beach. How many horizons do you?
You're very good.
You go to the beach.
You
go to the beach. How many horizons do you see?
Depends on whether I walk along the beach and how far.
Oh my goodness! Why are you obfuscating? You are looking out to sea.
It doesn't matter.
And you see the horizons. How many are there?
It makes no difference to my question.
Why can you not just tell me how many horizons? One.
It's irrelevant.
Did you just say one?
I said it's irrelevant. Since there are multiple possible horizons, there are also multiple possible planes of horizons.
So you go to the beach and you see multiple horizons. You really are not in touch with reality, are you?
And you are really not interested in having a honest discussion.
I'm just trying to clarify what you're saying, Hex.
Bullshit.
No, honestly.
You're trying to distract.
You told me there are multiple horizons.
And there are.
I'm just trying to quantify where you have seen multiple horizons. Because from my point of view, I've only ever seen one. I've only ever seen one horizon.
You've only seen the horizon from one location?
No, that changes wherever I go.
Yes, so you've
but
seen
it is still
horizons.
The horizon.
No.
Do you know?
From your standpoint, it's the horizon, but for someone somewhere else, there's a different horizon. So there is no universal the horizon.
So Hex.
Multiple horizons. Given that there are multiple horizons, there are possibly multiple planes of the horizon. So why should we think that all of those planes are parallel to each other? Are you going to talk about parallel planes of the horizon, or are you going to ask me how many?
If you claim there are multiple horizons, then why?
Ridiculous.
Why is the word "the" a singular identifier used in front of the word horizon?
For the same reason that the station is used if I say to my friend, I'll see you at the station at 12 o'clock.
Yeah, you are identifying a singular station.
Hex.
Right, but that doesn't mean that there is only one station in the world.
That station has been identified. You know which station you are both talking about.
That doesn't change the fact that there are multiple stations.
There is
many stations, and many horizons.
So
Are
you
you
say
going to
there's
continue to
multiple horizons.
fustigate, or would you possibly consider answering my question?
What would your question be, Hex? Seeing as
Given
you...
that there are multiple horizons,
okay,
why should we think that there is either a singular, the plane of the horizon, or that all of these planes are parallel to each other?
Well, you have to look at this from the opposite way round, Hex. You have to look at it from the established plane being parallel to that horizon, and then that plane sharing a shared straight line segment and being in the same plane as the next person, the plane of the horizon.
Why would there be a singular plane of the horizon?
Because there is only one horizon, Hex.
No.
DP, we have a question in chat.
You are being totally
Mozo
ridiculous.
asks Hex, which horizon do you identify as?
I am not. I am a person, not a horizon.
Oh, but which horizon do you identify to your horizon?
With which horizon do you identify with?
That's the question in the chat for you.
What difference does that make?
Well, let's get back to the planes. He's obviously not going to answer that one, and really, it's. So come on, Hex.
I think it's really based on your model. You believe that the Earth
Hex,
is
we
flat.
don't have a model.
Yes, you fucking do.
No, nobody said the Earth is flat here. The only person that has brought a model into this conversation is you, Hex.
Yes, but you are arguing. That is also disingenuous. You are arguing.
No, it's not.
You are arguing for
You
things
are
that
the only
require
person that has
a
brought a
flat
model
Earth.
in. No, we are just talking about geometric principles, Hex.
On a globe Earth with gravity, the horizontals and verticals will not be.
I've got one question for you.
You are
Hex.
when you presuppose that all horizontals are parallel, you are presupposing a non-globular model.
Hex, does your claim of gravity, I'm going to give you gravity right here, right now, does your claim of gravity affect geometric principles?
Horizontal is not a geometric principle. It is a
but a plane is geometric.
Yes, but whether or not it is horizontal is physics.
But whether that plane can be affected by gravity is a geometric question.
That's just ridiculous. How would a plane be affected by gravity? Unless you mean a physical sheet of metal or.
No. I'm talking about a geometric plane.
That isn't affected by gravity.
Okay.
But whether or not it is horizontal depends on the direction of gravity. Or downity, if you prefer to retract your agreements of gravity.
No, I gave you gravity as that instance, as that, for instance, that example. So.
Okay, but in that case, we have to live on a globular Earth, because a flat Earth would be scrunched up into a ball.
No, I'm just giving you that to base the question as to whether gravity, your claim of gravity,
affects geometric principles. There was nothing to do with model affliction at all.
Everybody is afflicted by models. You can't function otherwise.
Only if you let it trouble your head.
Oh, is that it? It's a normal condition.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hex.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily.
Hang on, Hex, just a sec. Do you understand this channel? Yeah. We're not afflicted by models.
Yeah, everybody's afflicted by models. Of course they are. He knows.
You're just,
we're the logic channel. Do you know that?
You've just discovered that by not admitting to being flat earthers, you can deflect a lot of questions and critique.
But what if it can be proven that it's not flat?
Bam. You know how that's done, Hex? Go on, have a guess. Do you know how that's done?
Sorry, I missed what was that?
What
Did you
if
not?
it can be proven that the Earth, as you claim, is not flat? What if that can be proven? And that is why we say we are not flat earthers, as you say we are.
You gonna give me that the Earth isn't flat?
I live on a hill.
We've been telling you the Earth isn't flat, but you keep wanting to pin that on us.
Yeah, well, that's why I tried using pancake Earth. Of course, pancakes tend to be relatively flat, but on the other hand, the Earth is pretty flat, pretty smooth.
You tried using the ridiculous straw man. Nice admission there, Hex.
Well, do you have some other thing I could call it besides?
You have a message in chat from Johnny Charlton. He says, "I'm a baller. Let me tell you about multiple horizons. This baller is so brainwashed, it hurts me to listen to you." That's coming from your side of the fence, Hex.
What?
You just said multiple horizons, right? This is coming from a baller, Johnny Charlton.
Well, I'm not really explaining what they mean.
They're saying
you at multiple horizons.
They're saying it's ridiculous, Hex.
Well, it isn't. Even on the pancake Earth, can't think of anything other thing to call it. You have different horizons in different places.
On a pancake Earth.
Each person only sees one horizon, but there's more than one person.
Well, I did say it was particular to you.
Well, Johnny Baller, Johnny Charlton, he's a baller. He said there's only one horizon.
Well, he doesn't know what he's talking about.
He doesn't know what he's talking about. Okay. He's a baller, Hex.
He doesn't understand.
I don't care what he is.
Multiple horizons to get away from the argument.
Perhaps there's some better way of expressing that, but it doesn't really matter because you are just using it to deflect from the question.
State the question again, Hex. I'm sure I've answered it.
I'm not sure I remember what it is anymore.
So how...
well, I think you didn't. I was asking why we should believe that multiple planes of the horizon are parallel to each other.
Well, did I not say to you to reverse the question, Hex, and start with the plane?
So you didn't answer it. Oh.
Yeah, I did answer it.
Start with the plane. What's the plane?
Say that again.
What plane?
A plane.
Okay.
A plane that is established horizontally.
You're adding information.
Well, you're establishing a horizontal plane. Did I not say you established the plane horizontally?
Yeah, eventually.
No.
Okay, yeah.
Before you falsely laughed and tried to get me with a non-gotcha, establish a horizontal plane.
Well, you established that the plane is horizontal in the position that you're measuring it in.
Question.
What would the plane be if it was established horizontal other than horizontal?
Well, it would be horizontal in the middle, but the edges would be inclined. Further, the further you go.
Are you now saying that a horizontal plane bends, Hex?
No.
Well,
yeah, he said it was pear-shaped before.
The Earth bends away from it.
Away from the horizontal plane.
Can I ask Hex a question?
No, away from the plane.
That's what I said.
Horizontal plane he had earlier.
Well, I missed that.
Hex, are horizontals level?
I don't know what a horizontal is. It's a horizontal plane, or...
So why are you here, Hex? If you don't even know what the fuck a horizontal is, why are you here?
He's
learning
geometry.
To know what you mean by
he doesn't know what a
term.
He doesn't know what a plane is.
A geometric term, or can't be, because horizontal isn't a geometric.
Hex, I thought really you should take my advice. Go away, learn some basics, and then come back again when you're not so tired.
You don't even know what a horizontal is.
You are making yourself look a complete arse.
A horizontal line, plane, etc. So it could be level? Either a line or a plane.
Level? Horizontal plane, is it level?
He doesn't even know what a horizontal
plane is. Since it can only be horizontal in a place where you measure it as horizontal.
You might even be able to help us bring a few people back to reality. You know, after hearing you, Hex.
Him and Bebby together. Jeez.
I mean, how much do you think you're helping the cause? I mean, if the cause is globe, how much do you think you're helping that? I mean, I know what the sort of stuff you have to say is the stuff you have to say, but are you the man that they put forward to say it? Because otherwise it sounds ridiculous. From like, if a normal person were to say it, it would sound silly. But I mean, you really have said some of the most ridiculous stuff I've ever heard anybody ever say for the globe model.
I can even go further there, Bev, because this guy Hex, he was been chatting in the chat for the last 3 hours before he came in here, and we asked him a simple question: is a horizontal level? He doesn't even know. What's he doing?
The question is based on a misconception.
Misconception of what?
It's based on the
your misconception of a model
that
clouded you.
Horizontals can be extended.
Do you not think a horizontal is a straight line?
Hex,
if it's a straight
forget
line,
about your model, okay? Forget about your model just for a sec. You're not living on a ball, okay? Is a horizontal level? Forget about your living on a ball. Just think for a sec, okay? You're on a mirror, okay? Can horizontals be level? Is a horizontal level?
Don't put him on a mirror. Yeah. Put him somewhere practical. Put him on a fucking building site. Yeah. Is horizontal level?
Depends on the shape of the Earth.
Oh my goodness.
There we go. Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
So that whatever level is to you, it depends on what your opinion of your model within that little bubble you've got inside your head.
Yeah, that's it, Bev. Yeah.
That's the concept that you decide whatever you think it should be. But it's really strange. Whereas we that live in reality are quite confident in saying level is horizontal.
He's gone on into a crazy laugh now.
Of course you are, because that corresponds to your model.
We're just saying we live in reality, right? And you say you're the one that can't say what level is. Now, why's that? When we say we live in reality and we're quite confidently say it, you say you live on a globe model, but you can't say what it is. Why is that?
Technically, you are correct that you live in reality, but that doesn't mean that you have a very good grasp of it.
Hex, we're not talking about. When you come in here, you forget about your model. Nobody has a model in here, right?
That doesn't mean
we're
I'm
not
going
talking
to
about
your
flat
model.
earth or ball earth. We're talking about horizontal and level, okay? So you say that horizontal can't be level. Is that what you say?
In reality, yes, but if we forget about...
In reality, horizontal can't be level? Is that it?
I can pretend to forget about the globe Earth, but I'm definitely not going to...
Don't pretend. Just do it.
Matter.
Just do it. Can horizontal be level?
It depends on the shape of the Earth.
But no, it doesn't depend. Can it be in reality? Depends.
No, it can't.
It can't. Horizontal can't be level.
A horizontal can't be extended out and remain horizontal. It's only horizontal where you measure.
Stop thinking about your ball now. Stop thinking. Can a horizontal be level infinitively?
No, so it's pointless. It's pointless. He is too deep into the model affliction, and we know for a fact. We know for a fact that a level horizontal line can be established and can be extended indefinitely.
And
it's a geometric certainty.
How do you know that?
Because it can be done, like anybody can do it if you just have
provable,
demonstrable, repeatable.
That's the thing as well. Who was hoping to get our work. You might as well try. Do you anyone want to have a go at see what proof? Like, do you have any proof?
A Serengeti would be the best one for this. I think.
Personally, no.
You don't have any, did you say?
DP, I need a smoke.
Yeah, well...
this is interesting, Hex. You've admitted that you don't know what a plane is. You've admitted that you don't know what horizontal is, but you are
I didn't
something,
say I didn't know what... Well, I might have said I don't know how these other globe earthers differentiate between level and horizontal.
No, you specifically said you don't know what horizontal means.
No, I said...
Yes, you very much did. This is recorded.
I know I said that I didn't know what you meant by a horizontal.
No, you specifically said you did not know what horizontal means. That's what you said. You can go back and listen to this.
And he said he had multiple horizons.
No.
Yeah, that's an indirect admission, but he directly admit not to knowing what horizontal means. I think that's more prescient here. Why would you, having admitted that you don't know what horizontal means, come into a logic/geometry debate, or whatever you want to call it, and then make claims around something you have no idea about? You admitted it yourself.
I think you're taking that out of context.
Absolutely
I've said multiple times that horizontal is perpendicular to vertical.
And Hex, you know what? We're going easy on you because we didn't even talk about verticals to you.
So, proof. What constitutes proof to you, Hex?
Well, sort of depends. As I sort of tend to agree with the idea that science doesn't prove things, but it establishes things with overwhelming amount of evidence.
Okay,
For
so
instance, the sphericity of the Earth.
okay, I wasn't asking about the shape of the Earth. I was asking about proof, and then you went to saying that science does not prove anything. So if I ask you what constitutes proof to you, do you think the correct answer is to tell me what is not proof?
Well, apart from what should we call it? Mathematics and logic and alcohol, I'm not sure that proof is a particularly useful term.
So do you think logic can prove anything?
Well, logical conclusions can be proven given the correctness of the starting position. And so if you define a bunch of logical statements, then you can prove a conclusion from that. But if you want to apply that to the real world, then you do need some sort of empirical evidence that these things are true to start with.
Okay.
Empirical evidence that something's been proven.
Yeah, so I guess
why not just use the proof?
You can't prove. I guess you can't really prove anything about the world logically. You can prove logic logically.
Would you know, since you brought this up earlier, and I just let you have it at that time, but you said science doesn't prove anything. That's the camp you're coming from. Would you care to explain what the underlying logic to the scientific method is, please?
Oh, I think it might be too late for that.
I think
but explore the evidence and make what am I trying to say here? Draw conclusions and to make as great an effort as possible to avoid allowing one's biases to interfere with conclusions.
Okay, obviously I phrased my question wrong. Let me go again. Do you know what the underlying logic of the scientific method is?
As I understand it, there isn't really a scientific method. They may share enough underlying logic to say that something is underlying logic of the scientific method, but I don't know that I could phrase that.
So no.
Explore the universe and learn about it. Do you have an answer?
Yeah. But I was just, wanting to establish that you actually don't know what science is. So when you say that science doesn't prove anything, you're out picking berries somewhere. You should be going to bed, I think.
Well, I would really like to know what you claim science is.
I think you need to just get yourself an actual understanding of science before making claims. But we can move on from science because we're talking about planes here, horizontal planes. So I would like to go back there if that's okay.
You do proof.
Yeah, proof. That's even better of a topic. So proof. You said science doesn't prove anything. What does prove things then?
Say physics and not physics, logic and mathematics, I believe.
So what principles?
Doesn't mean that you can't. Yeah.
Which principles in logic would you use to establish a proof?
Oh. I don't know.
Do you have any?
What, logical proofs?
Oh, just any proofs. Is there any proofs that you hold?
I can't think of anything.
Yeah. You ever thought about them before?
What, proofs?
Hmm.
Oh, I don't know.
Because you'd be, I would imagine you do ask people for proofs of things.
Perhaps I am only human, and we tend to use language sort of sloppily sometimes.
But you're readily saying now that you can't think of any that you do have yourself.
I think I'm too tired.
Yeah. Yeah, well, have a think about it when you come back next time.
In a year or so.
Hopefully soon. I mean, like, we're trying to get this proof thing done. I mean...
It's probably been over a year since you last visited, so...
It's not unusual for people to not have proofs, though, right?
Yeah, Hex, you're more than welcome back.
Yeah,
you're going to have to be better than tonight.
And,
You almost see... It sounds like you're upset now.
You're going to have to what, Hex? You're going to have to what?
I'm going to have to forget how hard it is to get any kind of reasonable answer from you guys.
Reasonable answers?
Yes. Well, like, what is science?
I don't know. You tell me.
You already asked that. I already said I didn't know. Oh, that was someone else. Okay, sorry. I don't mean to confuse you with someone else.
Tell me what science is. You tell me.
You, plural. You as a group.
Okay,
somebody
so Hex,
here.
you tell us what science is.
No, I already said I didn't have a
He already told us what I think it
answer for that. At least not in my current state.
Well, why don't you take your current state off to bed and get some sleep, Hex? You sound very, very tired, very, very emotionally drained, and all thought out. So, a little suggestion for you: why don't you just run along, have a think, and then feel free to pop back anytime you wish.
I don't really need to do much thinking to listen to an explanation of what science is.
Okay, well, I'll tell you just before you go.
Okay.
Science, for me, was a topic at school that we did encompassing chemistry, biology, and physics.
That's not really a definition. That's just a description.
You asked me. You said
it's not what science is.
To me, that's what you said. What is science to you? And then you asked for some people to say, and I said science for me is this topic or subject that I did at school, encompassing chemistry, biology, and physics.
You were told, Bev. Maybe if you repeated the good answers, you got a good grade. Is that it?
I don't know. I mean, that's what science is to me.
Yeah.
I mean, I have no other recollection of science other than a load of people say that I deny it. Well, I don't deny it because I definitely did it. It was at school.
Hey, you're told this is that.
But you don't know what it is. So you're laughing. Sounds like you're laughing at what I think it is, but you don't know what it is yourself. So it's a bit hypocritical of you, isn't it?
Well, one of you guys seemed to imply that they did, but I don't believe that. I think that that's just your standard.
George thinks you're a newbie.
Possibility of trying to deflect and.
No, I specifically, when I said that, I was talking about the scientific method. Now you're talking
That's
about
true.
science.
I forgot that. Yes, yes.
Hey, heck, you know.
And then you still refuse to say what
hey, heck,
that
you
is.
know George Nutsack. You know him?
Who?
Phonetic. George. How do you pronounce that?
George.
I call him Nutsack, but Hanatuk. He's a big glober. He's after saying in chat you're a newbie.
Yeah. Well, he is. He must sound like a newbie to George. I mean, George is a globe expert. Yeah. And you are a noob, aren't you? Hex. You mean you've not been at this for that long,
I don't know who that
obviously.
Is.
I don't know, because DP said he was in here last year. I don't know.
Yeah, but I mean, compared to George...
Oh, yeah.
Like, George has been here for years, hasn't he? Like, George was telling us about all of the people that he used to know and talk to. Yeah. All way back. George was telling us about... he was doing Skype before Skype. Yeah, he was in the big early one with...
and Bev, I didn't see George last night in the stream. Must have been asleep. George, you did not see the stream last night.
I think Blue was keeping him out of the way. Blue told him to keep quiet last night. Yeah. He didn't want to talk about that.
Project in Maine, how he spoke to Jesse and Soundly. Yeah, good friends, yeah. Where are they gone now, George?
Well, time to give up. I'm not going to get any.
Yeah, you better give up.
Yeah.
Well, you're not winning.
George doesn't know your Hex.
To answer
Don't
questions, so that. Goodbye.
See ya.
Where do I have?
You're more than welcome to go back in.
Yeah, we can talk about science next time.
Yeah. Do I get any answers then? I would leave, but I'm not quite sure where I have this window.
Right. You go down to the bottom. You see the telephone. Press on the telephone. Disconnect.
Would you like me to disconnect you, Hex?
Yeah, we can kick you if you want to go. That'd be the easiest way of doing it. Not kick you from the server. We'll just sort of disconnect you from the call.
Disconnect the call.
Yeah.
I'm going to disconnect you now, Hex.
Oh,
okay.
There we are.
Okay. See you later.
Goodbye.
So George is in chat. Yeah, George, you missed the stream Bev did last night. With Soundly and Jesse. What's the second name, Bev?
Kozlowski.
Yeah.
Kozlowski. Yeah.
Kozlowski.
The Plumbod sisters.
Two friends of yours that went missing. and he proved, what was it, 90 foot, 28.5 meters of bulge. Over what bridge was it? Rakia's bridge.
Yeah.
Didn't prove, claimed.
Yeah, claimed, yeah. What do you say to that, George? Where's Jesse now? Has he changed his name?
Yeah, and his little protege.
I'd say Jesse's still around. You know that, Bev?
I think so. Yeah. I think all of the characters are still around. They just reinvented themselves.
Yeah.
That's what I'd say.
Bev, where's that meme where the straight lines are then curved and they're not of the same radius? Do you know what I mean? It's a GIF more than a meme. There's like half a dozen straight lines and they're moved across the page to form a square with a cross in it, and then they bend the lines.
The one with the distances between net places.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Is that the one that they had like a flight plan thing?
Yeah.
Was it? Let me check. Was it What's Up that did it? It might take me.
Yeah, I think so, maybe.
My GIFs always take ages loading up.
Bev, you still have 21 watching.
Yeah.
Yeah, can I, because I came in very late, can I summarize what I heard from Hex? Because that was interesting to me.
Yeah, we're going to be ending up pretty soon.
I heard he did not know what a horizontal is. He did not know what a plane is. He did not know what proof is to himself even. He did not know what the scientific method is. Like, all I heard is he saying he don't know any of the shit that he's talking about. That's literally all I heard.
Exactly.
Yeah, pretty much. But I mean, I think that's standard globe model affliction. They get to the point where they can't tell you anything about their model because they obviously realise that there's a trap everywhere for them. But they think you're laying the traps for them, so they can't say anything in the end.
Bev, did he say after 100 miles out? He couldn't actually say what this is, but around 100 miles out, he agreed with us that it's horizontal and level. But then he says after around 100 miles out, it starts to bend. Did he say that?
He said it started bending, like he was all confused because he had a horizontal plane up until DP pointed out to me how he got ridiculous, and then he lost it to a point, and then he kept getting it back again and then losing it again. And then he said, he said at first it went straight, but then it wouldn't stay straight. And then it was 100 miles straight, and then it turned out it was bending at his feet.
Yeah, that's
because
what
it's
he
a
was saying,
surface
wasn't it?
of constant curvature. He's all. I mean, that's what happens with most of them that we talk to.
So, the radius is about 100 miles out, is that? Is that what they're saying?
I haven't got a clue. Like I wouldn't even use that word round here. That's
that's what he said,
enabling the model afflicted.
Crazy, isn't it? Yeah.
I think a lot of the problem stems when you use the word horizontal, then they want to think surface of a shape, when horizontal has nothing to do with that. So they dig themselves into that hole instantly. The moment they hear the word horizontal, it has to be the surface of something. It can't just be horizontal.
Yeah. Zaru, there was a guy in chat last night, he was saying, in the Discord chat, I didn't answer him. He was asking, is a table level?
Like intrinsically level?
Always make it a table level. If you want it.
And by the same token, a wobbly table is not level.
Yeah.
What's the point he's trying to make?
I don't know. Some guy asked in the chat last night, is a table level?
Yeah.
if you get a water level each end of the table, you can make it level, couldn't you, Bev?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you wouldn't need a water level for a table, though.
Oh, you could get a bubble level.
Yeah.
Take the table, put it on a slope, and it wouldn't be level. Or you could take the table, cut the legs to match the slope, and it would be level.
What's George saying in chat? Look, George, last time.
Oh, that one.
Ah, come on, George.
That's the kid.
Yeah, that's kind of good. That.
Yeah, that's a good excuse.
Riding on eggshells has just posted.
Do you know what, George?
WS's one over in
Jesse
Geos.
didn't even know Bev at the time, okay? So you're talking bullshit. Illusions, okay. Good night, George.
Night, night, George.
Going to change his nappy.
Keep Khan safe. Don't pressure them hips.
And you know that, Bev, I remarked a thing in your stream last night, and you pointed it out as well. This Jesse guy, he's supposed to be a big surveying guy. And then Soundly says, you will continue your hobby.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you remember that?
Yeah. Yeah, a couple of times that we've got him with that sort of stuff. It's just a hobby. They said it. We've got another video where Sly Sparkane said it about him. He's just a hobbyist. It's just a hobby now.
Yeah.
Mm.
Tell you, if I was a big surveying guy, I'd hammer you, Bev. Be asking loads of questions. I'd trick you. I'd go into details about how the machines work and all that. They didn't do that to you, did they?
You wouldn't be able to. If you were a real surveyor, you wouldn't be around here at all. You wouldn't.
Why? I wouldn't be in here.
If you were to be a real surveyor and say the truth around here, there's a certain group of people that would call you a flat earther, and they would get you sacked from your job. You would get hounded. That's why there's none around here.
Like what George did to Mullins.
Yeah, you're not allowed to talk about reality. There's a group of people that get upset.
And if you do it anonymously, then no matter what you say, they can just say that, I don't believe you. Or that you forged your certificate. I've heard that one also.
Yeah. Yeah, there wouldn't be any need. I mean, like I say most of the time, if you do want to know, go and ask a surveyor. Don't ask any of us lot. Like, literally find the next guy you find at the side of the road and ask them.
Yeah. I did already, actually, Bev.
Yeah.
Some guy was doing they were building a new parking lot where I live. And I says, I went up to him straight away. I says, this is France now, I was speaking in French. I says, do you know the art is flat? And he goes, he starts to laugh. And he says, yeah, of course it is.
Did you start it off today with horizontal logic. Horizontal parallel.
Well, that was Bebby. We went over Bebby's thing. So I tried to start off with the modus tollens and how to structure the modus tollens, but I don't think I really got it. But bit by bit, we'll get there. Because what I wanted to point out is that when you structure a modus tollens, because of the statement that you make at the beginning, then you deny the consequent or affirm the consequent, right? And either way, you set up modus ponens, modus tollens. It's a truth statement, providing you get your premise or premises correct. And that's the point that they never get around to. So if it is that, right, then you affirm it. And if it isn't that, then you deny it. Nobody ever got to the substance of the statement. Ever. So what they're saying is, if the horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then they will be parallel, but they're saying they don't want them to be. So they're saying they have a proof that horizontals are not parallel. Not like some of them are. None of them are. Which is the claim. If they claim that all verticals are not parallel, then the consequent of that is that none of the horizontals are parallel either. Which cannot be true. But they've not worked that out yet. They just have a model. Be hard work. That's why I don't think they want to actually enter into the conversation about it. Because the fact that all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon is that's damaging.
To the model, yeah, for sure.
I can't post the link in chat. It's always in there from YouTube, so you can shut down the YouTube.
Yeah. Yeah, I am going to shut this down because I need to go and get some sleep. Yeah, so shutting the YouTube stream down.
We can continue with your sleep.
Yeah. If somebody put a link.
The guys, I just asked Oscar to post a link in the chat.
I will. I'll put a link in there.
Yeah. Come on, David.
Okay, anybody wants to come into the Discord, there you go, there's the link. I'm going to be shutting this down. Thanks for watching, those of you that are still here. Been a good night. 7 hours.
Great night. Great night.